Chapter 151 Sudden Change in the Arena. Chapter 151 Sudden Change in the Arena. Translator, Zayamoj. Xuanhuan's domineering voice arrived from the stage. Who dares to be next? The more than 100 geniuses down below looked at each other in dismay, not saying a word. They were no fools and also greatly cherished their lives. They naturally would lightly rush onto the stage to court death. The referee waited for a moment, before saying with a light smile, "Since no one dares to go up, then this match and the second place of the Warlock Convention go to Xuanhuan." Xuanhuan gave a sweet smile, jumped out of the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, before her figure shook and she arrived next to Yang Feng. "I'm Steel City's Eunice. Who dares to fight me?" Eunice's figure shook, and she shot towards the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. She laughed merrily as she overlooked the more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses, and said in provocation. It was akin to refusing them a lifeline. How could they be happy about it? The more than 100 geniuses had ashen complexions as they looked at the Moffin demonic polar bear piloted by Eunice. Countless curses welled up inside them, and they were so frustrated that they felt like crying. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden was traditionally an event where Tyrannid subcontinent's young warlock geniuses displayed their strength, and struggled desperately for the 3 spots to practice cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool. Traditionally, it was an event where young geniuses had fierce battles and displayed their strength. But now, Yang Feng's Steel City had directly monopolized the first 3 places. The other geniuses were so frustrated that they felt like spitting blood. When Carolina saw this, her face once more twitched slightly. She felt like raising her hand and slapping Yang Feng and the other people from Steel City. But when she thought of the 2000 level 2 warlock rank alchemical golems, she repressed her anger. If it was during peacetime, Carolina wouldn't care about those 2000 level 2 warlock rank alchemical golems. But now that it was wartime, the 2000 level 2 warlock rank alchemical golems were of importance. Especially in the midst of large-scale battles, the fighting strength displayed by Steel City's alchemical golems was strong enough. It was only natural for her to be moved by them. Apart from that, the most important thing was that Steel City not only had Snow White Madam, a great warlock rank expert like join them, but also could refine great warlock rank alchemical golems. In these unusual times, Carolina didn't want to offend a power with such formidable potential. It was because Yang Feng's Steel City had revealed great strength that Carolina couldn't help but choose to tolerate Yang Feng and entourage to some extent. This was the advantage of having a strong background. The referee was silent for a moment. He looked at the warlock geniuses down below, only to see them with ashen complexions, not daring to go up. He could only announce, "Since no one dares to go up in battle, then the Warlock Convention's 3rd place belongs to Eunice from Steel City." Eunice smiled sweetly and put the Moffin demonic polar bear into her dimensional crest. Her body shook. She arrived beside Yang Feng and released the Moffin demonic polar bear next to Yang Feng. The Moffin demonic polar bear alchemical golem could intimidate all the small fries. They didn't dare to act rashly. "Since the top 3 experts have been decided, then I'll open the Rose Divine Pool for you 3 to practice cultivation." After Yang Feng made such a disturbance, Carolina had already lost interest in the Warlock Convention. She swept Yang Feng's trio with a glance, and then said lightly. All of a sudden, Cordelia waved her lily-white hand, and a pink mist burst out, before hitting Carolina and Clarissa. Cordelia's figure retreated briskly. A rose imprint coalesced on her lily-white hand, and she fiercely pressed against Dephilia's back. With her defenses down, Dephilia spat a huge mouthful of blood. She was catapulted from her seat along with a trail of blood drops, before fiercely hitting the ground and forming a huge pit. Ice force permeated from the huge pit and gathered into a crystal-clear chunk of ice, leaving Dephilia icebound. The legend-rank secret treasure Snow Icebox emerged in her bosom, releasing formidable ice force that icebound her. After Cordelia's attack succeeded, she swiftly drifted backwards, flicked her finger, and a pink radiance instantly shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. While under the pressure from a great warlock rank spirit force, he could budge at all. When the pink magical radiance was about to hit Yang Feng, azure radiances suddenly surged from around his neck, before turning into a sky-blue light screen shrouding in front of him. Once the sky-blue light screen emerged, it immediately blocked the pressure from the great Warlock rank spirit force. Once the pink magical radiance hit the sky-blue light screen, it set off ripples. The level 4 spell Sky Flower Water Curtain. Cordelia's pretty face changed slightly. Yang Feng seized the opportunity and boarded the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit along with Xuanhuan and delegation. The interior of the Moffin demonic polar bear had been modified. Using dimensional techniques, the cockpit seemed to be very small, when in fact it was a vast space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She pointed with her jade-white finger and launched the level 4 spell Rose Slaying Finger. A pink rose suddenly shot towards the Moffin demonic polar bear. The Moffin demonic polar bear had barely moved when its head was hit by the pink rose. Along with the explosion, its head was sent flying for several dozen meters, with countless components splashing everywhere. The Moffin demonic polar bear swayed, before limply falling to the ground, with blood and several shattered corpses pouring out from inside the broken cockpit. freewebnovel.com. Inside the chunk of ice, Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. How is this possible? The Moffin demonic polar bear is the little thief's vehicle. How could it be so easily destroyed? I was so simple to get rid of it? When compared to the real Moffin demonic polar bear, it's far too inferior. It seems like Steel City's alchemical golems aren't much. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. She swept the several corpses with a glance, and her tremendous spirit force scanned the Moffin demonic polar bear. After ascertaining that there was no aura of life, only then had her doubts dissipated. A pink mist, as if possessing consciousness, shot in every direction and pervaded the grand arena. The warlocks in the grand arena, enveloped by the pink mist, swayed and then tumbled to the ground, unable to budge. Carolina had an ashen expression. Holy radiance roses flickered around her. Brimming with sorrow and wrath, she growled, "Why? Cordelia, why have you plotted against us?" Clarissa also stared firmly at Cordelia. Her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity and grief as she asked, "Big sister Cordelia, why? Why have you plotted against us? Why?" Of course it was for the position of Rose Garden's master. Cordelia's beautiful eyes surged with a touch of a carefree glint. She was finally venting the frustration that she had repressed for several centuries. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said faintly, "Rose Garden's master wields the fates of Rose Garden's several billion humans and countless resources. What an enviable position. This position should have been mine." Follow Current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of nostalgia, and she said faintly, "Little sister Carolina, before you had joined Rose Garden, I was Rose Garden's #1 genius, as well as acknowledged as Tyrannid Subcontinent's most beautiful woman of the younger generation. I was set to be Rose Garden's next master. I was the center of endless glory. But ever since you joined Rose Garden, you had surpassed me in just 50 years, before taking everything away from me. Everyone would only talk about how extraordinarily talented you are, how you're a peerless genius most promising to be promoted to a starry sky warlock. Teacher was also partial to you, and handed you the position of Rose Garden's master. When people spoke of Rose Garden, they would remember your name, Carolina, and only then would they mention mine in passing. Even the man I liked, he also only had eyes for you. Do you know how much I've hated you these past several hundred years?" Cordelia's pretty face became vicious as she spoke. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated glint. She remained unresponsive. "Even though I hated you very much, but Rose Garden was under your control. You're indeed an extraordinary and peerless talent, a rarely seen genius in a millennium, and a freak most hopeful of promoting to a starry sky warlock. Anyhow, I'm far from being your match. Originally, I was going to properly act as Rose Garden's Flame Rose, and then take this grudge with me to the tomb. But fortunately, the whole war broke out and swept the entire continent. The devils from the underground world's allied forces brought me a strange drug, The prismatic fruit birthed from an abyssal demonic dragon. This strange fruit doesn't has any toxicity by itself, but rather is a strange drug with great medicinal properties. But when this strange drug enters in contact with white jade roses, then it will bring about a strange poison. Even for great warlock rank experts, it would be difficult for them to resist this peerless poison. These days, I've been deliberately letting people give you a bit more nectar of the white jade roses to drink. Wasn't it tasty? Cordelia's smile was carefree, like a flower drifting in the spring wind. The frustration accumulated from several centuries seemed to have melted. Carolina and Clarissa had pale complexions, and their beautiful eyes were flickering with ire. How could they have imagined that Cordelia, who had all along been good to them, akin to a senior fellow student, would actually poison them? Even Carolina, a peerless and supreme talent, was also unwittingly tricked. The nectar of the white jade roses was a treasure of Rose Garden, and only the 3 great warlock rank experts would obtain a little bit of it every year. To a small extent, it could upgrade the soul aptitude of a great warlock rank expert. When drinking it, Carolina had been thinking that Cordelia was too good of a person. Little did she knew that it was just a ruse. Chapter 152, Devil Viscount Gaddesdon. Chapter 152, Devil Viscount Gaddesdon. Translator, Xuanhuan. Cordelia said with a sweet smile. Little Sister Carolina, if you had hidden in your St. Rose Warlock Tower, then I wouldn't had any way of taking a hold of you. But I knew that you would come to watch the battles of the Warlock Convention's first day. This gave me the opportunity to easily eliminate you together with little Sister Clarissa. As long as I get rid of the both of you, then Rose Garden will be in my pocket. Carolina said chilly. Freaks like devils, most of them are fickle and treacherous. How will you resist the underground world's allied forces after you kill us? They aren't trustworthy. They'll definitely seize this opportunity and attack Rose Garden. Alone, you can't hold Rose Garden. Rose Garden held a large amount of Warlock Tower. Once they jointly launched a grand defensive array, then they could even somewhat resist a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert and might even suppress the opponent. But without enough Warlock guards, there was no way to display the might of the grand defensive array. Once Cordelia killed Carolina and Clarissa, she would have to purge their direct subordinates. With a purge of this scale, Rose Garden's strength would at least be reduced to 2/3. The underground world's allied forces would never let such a weak Rose Garden slip past their fingers. After all, Rose Garden had God-rank secret treasures. In the past, because Rose Garden was too powerful, no one had dared attack it. Attacking it was tantamount to seeking death. Once Rose Garden became weak, there would be countless hungry wolves pouncing on it and tear it into shreds. Cordelia said with a confident smile, I've been secretly believing in his lordship Devil Viscount Gaddesdon from the 6th layer of the ancient demonic plane. With his demonic might, no one would ever be able to invade Rose Garden. A Devil Viscount. After hearing this, the complexions of every warlock present had changed greatly. The ancient demonic plane was a terrifying plane capable of contending against the world of warlocks. Only the founding emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties had ever managed to subdue it. In the ancient demonic plane, there were countless powerful ancient devils, ancient fiends, and some formidable ancient demons. Among the ancient devils, Devil Viscounts were powerful beings equivalent to gods with the weakest divine power. If a Devil Viscount was to descend to Tyrannid subcontinent via its true body, it then could single-handedly kill all of Tyrannid subcontinent's experts and easily capture the lairs of the 6 great warlock groups. Even if it only arrived as a clone, there would be many people in the Tyrannid subcontinent who could match it. As Cordelia got the support from a Devil Viscount, naturally, Rose Garden wouldn't fall that easily. Carolina said chilly. In order to deal with me, you would go as far as to believe in a devil? Don't you know that those who believe in devils, once they die, their souls would return to the ancient demonic plane? Don't you know that your soul will become the property of the Devil Viscount? Devils weren't trustworthy. Once one made a transaction and expressed belief in a devil, especially in a Baron rank devil or higher, once the believer died, their soul would enter the ancient demonic plane via an occult law, be collected by a devil, and become its possession. Therefore, the belief in devils was not common in the world of warlocks. Cordelia said with a light smile. Of course I know, but as long as I promote to a starry sky warlock, and then go to the main continent, there ought to be ways of solving this problem. Even if it cannot be solved, then after I die, and my soul falls to the ancient demonic plane, I might even reincarnate into a devil. In a sense, I might gain a new life. The souls of strong fiends, devils, gods, and many other powerful beings were exceedingly precious. Many powerful ancient devils would tempt powerful experts from different planes to degenerate into signing deals with them and get their souls before turning them into powerful devils. They would become their subordinates as well as elite experts. While the souls of the weak, they would be treated as materials for the production of soul stones. Among the different planes subordinated to the gods, the strongest battle unit was made up of angels, who were military weapons produced from strong souls. The more powerful were the experts during their lives, the higher would be their evolution potential after they died and were remodeled into angels. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. Cordelia gave a sweet smile. Her smile was very beautiful, but the words she spoke were full of malice. Little sister Carolina, don't you feel your strength weakening? Sacred Rose Light Secret Method is indeed one of the 6 peak secret methods with the highest poison resistance in Tyrannid subcontinent. But you're not a Starry Sky Warlock yet, and you aren't immune to this strange poison. The longer you wait, the weaker you'll become. Now that I've told you everything, you should be satisfied and can die in peace, right? I'll operate my secret method and offer your souls to my master, His Lordship Devil Viscount Gaddesdon, as sacrifice. It will definitely be very glad, and will grant me more power. You're right. It's really very difficult to deal with such a strange poison, and even I'm incapable of dispelling it. However, I still have enough strength to kill you. Carolina's beautiful eyes revealed a dazzling light. With a furious roar, she erupted with a terrifying life force infinitesimally close to that of a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert. With a flick of her wrist, a copper mirror with countless rose patterns and a simple aura appeared on her lily-white hand, before she frantically poured her tremendous spirit force into it. Soon after, a boundless sacred light slowly spread out of the copper mirror, as if the sacred aura of God awakened from the copper mirror. The demigod rank armament rose divine mirror. Cordelia's pretty face changed. She took out a pitch-black statue of a devil shrouded in demonic aura. It had a sinister appearance, and a vertical eye between its eyebrows. Cordelia shrieked, "Your Lordship Gaddesdon, come and save me!" After Cordelia shrieked, she reaped apart a spell scroll. In a flash, countless icicles burst out and like raindrops, shot towards the spectators of the grand arena. Without any strength to resist, several hundred warlocks were pierced through those icicles, leaving their bodies bloodied. The vertical eye between the eyes of the strange statue of a devil flashed with a bloody radiance and began rotating like a bloody whirlpool. The blood from the several hundred warlocks was completely absorbed by the statue of a devil. With their bodies sucked dry, the several hundred warlocks became several hundred desiccated corpses with horror plastered on their faces. After the statue of a devil absorbed the blood from the several hundred warlocks, it shook lightly and kicked up wind. As if full of vitality, its life force rose little by little, starting from that of an ordinary great warlock, before becoming more and more powerful. The statue of a devil casually grabbed with its hands. Suddenly, 2 black whirlpools appeared and fell onto the spectators. Without any strength to resist, several hundred warlocks were instantly shredded into flesh and blood, before merging with the black whirlpools. After the black whirlpools absorbed the flesh and blood of several hundred warlocks, the life force from the statue of a devil became a bit more powerful. The statue had gained a trace of life, as if about to come to life. Gaddesdon's eyes turned and fell on Carolina, and it said with a faint smile, "So you are St. Rose City's Carolina, not bad. I'm quite appreciative of you. Believe in me, offer everything of yours to me, and I'll grant you eternal life. After you die, I'll transform you into an ancient devil, and you'll accompany me forever, never to die again. Go to hell, you fucking low life of a devil." Carolina was very clear that she couldn't let the statue of a demon grow in strength. She gave a piercing howl and pointed the rose divine mirror to shine on the statue of a devil. In a split second, a sacred radiance erupted from the rose divine mirror and turned into a white light beam with a terrifying, purifying might before shooting towards Gaddesdon. Gaddesdon's eyes flashed with a solemn glint before he reached out with his hands and grabbed. Two black whirlpools, seemingly capable of swallowing everything, suddenly appeared to block in front of him. The white light beam hit the black whirlpools, purifying them bit by bit. Gaddesdon's true body was tyrannically strong. It could kill Carolina, a great warlock, with a casual strike of its hand. But this statue was but an avatar that traveled across planes and descended here. With its strength greatly decreased, and without the appropriate secret treasures, it was even being suppressed by the rose divine mirror's white radiance. Kacha! Kacha! Along with brittle sounds, Gaddesdon's body showed one crack after another, and the black whirlpools also became smaller and smaller. Bastard! If I were here with my true body, then I could kill you with a single slap. Gaddesdon uttered an unresigned, furious roar before his body crumbled and turned into fragments splashing everywhere. The white light beam was also extremely weakened. It hit Cordelia and blasted apart her life force cover. She was knocked to the ground and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Carolina also spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Her tender body shook lightly and she tumbled to the ground. The demigod rank armament rose divine mirror in her hands also fell to the ground. She glared unwillingly at Cordelia. If only she could go on for 10 more seconds, then she would have killed Cordelia. Haha, I won. Little sister Carolina, it's my victory in the end. I finally won against you. While gasping for air, Cordelia stood up from the ground and began to laugh wildly, unable to convey her elation. At this moment, Lion Cobham of the North, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet. He moved lightning fast and fiercely stabbed at Cordelia with a hidden dagger. Cordelia was caught off guard. She barely managed to move her body by a fraction before being stabbed by Cobham's dagger in the abdomen. Bastard! Cordelia's eyes became bloodshot. She gave a furious roar. A flame rose imprint appeared on her right palm, and she ferociously struck at Cobham. Chapter 153. I was fooling with you by feigning death. Chapter 153. I was fooling with you by feigning death. Translator, Xuanhuan. Without any power to resist, Cobham was hit by Cordelia. Countless flames erupted in an instant, burning Cobham until there was practically nothing left of him. Sure enough, great warlocks are great warlocks. So difficult to kill you. If you weren't heavily injured by Her Holiness Carolina, then it would be nearly impossible for me to injure you. With the flicker of a blue glint, countless wisps of mist gathered and then turned into Cobham. While smiling, he walked out of the mist and pointing at Cordelia. That dagger stuck in Cordelia's abdomen suddenly glowed with a gloomy radiance, and a dense breath the color of dying embers swiftly spread from Cordelia's abdomen and eroded her body. Cordelia said through gritted teeth, "This is the legend rank cursed dagger, Twilight Dagger. It should be the weapon of the legendary assassin Bartolio from Hellion clan. You're one of Bartolio's men." Cobham said with a light smile, "That's right." After Cobham admitted it, the complexions of everyone present changed slightly. Lion Cobham of the North was a symbol of resistance against the Hellions in the north of Tyrandot subcontinent. No one would have thought that such a symbol of resistance against the Hellions and humanity's warlock genius would turn out to be a subordinate of Hellion clan. Once this news was disseminated, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. Cordelia said in a very unresigned tone. "Why? I'm an ally of the underground world's allied forces. Why kill me? It's quite simple. It's because you've been heavily injured by Her Holiness Carolina." Cobham gave a light smile and said with flames of ambition erupting in his eyes, "As long as everyone here is dead, then the resources that everyone has on them should be enough to let me promote to a great warlock rank expert. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Cobham's eyes flickered with flames of ambition, and he said with a smile, "Originally, Bartolio had me cooperate with you, and wait for an opportunity to eradicate your opponents. However, I think that Bartolio will be more interested in the entire Rose Garden. After I kill you, there will be no one else standing in my way." Well said. This is indeed a golden opportunity. At this moment, Yang Feng's cheerful voice was disseminated in the grand arena. Cobham's complexion changed greatly, and he turned to look at the Moffin demonic polar bear's remains. He saw the Moffin demonic polar bear that had its head blown off by Cordelia stand up, and then beckon with its outstretched paw. The head that had been sent flying flew over, and inserted itself on the Moffin demonic polar bear's neck, before its eyes erupted with red radiances. Cobham looked at Yang Feng as if seeing a ghost, and shouted, "Weren't you killed by Her Holiness Cordelia? How come you're alive? I was fooling about with you by feigning death. If not, how else would you have performed so well? Ha ha ha." From the Moffin demonic polar bear's bloody maw came Yang Feng's unbridled laughter. Cordelia had an astonished look on her face as she said through gritted teeth, "Impossible. I've seen your corpses. How come?" Yang Feng operated the Moffin demonic polar bear to extend a finger and then shake it lightly, before giving a long sigh. "Lack of culture is really scary. It came to be by using the mirror principle of the optical misalignment. In layman's terms, you were deceived by your eyes. Capiche?" In the split second the Moffin demonic polar bear was hit by Cordelia, Yang Feng started its death mimicry system, and fooled Cordelia by employing its super-realistic death mimicry. Otherwise, the Moffin demonic polar bear wouldn't be so easily wrecked by Cordelia. When Cordelia heard Yang Feng's taunts, she was so angry that she nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. She was the second strongest person in Rose Garden, and was very rich in knowledge and proficient in countless subjects. But now, Yang Feng going so far as to mock her and state that she lacked culture made her seethe with anger. If she could move, she would kill Yang Feng with a slap. Carolina snickered, and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Yet she couldn't stop snickering. Dephilius smiled sweetly. "This guy is really cunning. I knew he wouldn't die so easily." Cobham forced a smile, took a step forward and said, "Sir Yang Feng, you're really worthy of being a peerless expert from Steel City. We can't match you. I have a proposal that I hope you'll consider. In Hellion Clan, the strong are as common as clouds and experts as common as raindrops. It's only a matter of time before Tyrannid subcontinent is conquered. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the human forces fight and scheme against one another, with everyone only pursuing their own interests. They aren't united, and therefore pose no threat. Please join our Hellion Clan, and we'll fully support you in taking control of Rose Garden. Also, Rose Garden's 3 roses will also be yours for the taking. You're such a cunning thing, but it's a pity that you've met me. Now go to hell." Yang Feng sneered, and his mind moved. The Moffin demonic polar bear's eyes flickered ferociously. It instantly erupted with a terrifying great warlock rank life force, and brandished its huge paw. A tremendous fluctuation of earth-attributed magic power swiftly spread, before countless razor-sharp earth spikes frantically pierced towards an exit of the amphitheater. With a flash of a shadow, a figure was flung back from the exit of the amphitheater. It was Cobham. Now there were 2 Cobhams in the grand arena. The bulky legs of the Moffin demonic polar bear operated by Yang Feng flickered frantically. Along with the ground shaking, a lightning-fast shadow suddenly appeared in front of Cobham, before ferociously slapping at him. Apart from its weakness of not being capable of flight, the Moffin demonic polar bear's battle prowess on the ground were comparable to a dragon's. Its movement speed was equally astonishing, exceeding the speed of sound. Cobham didn't even manage to react, before he saw a huge bear paw along with a terrifying shadow appear before him. Boom! Countless crushed stones splashed. The huge bear paw had slapped empty air, and hit the ground of the grand arena, leaving a huge pit behind. "You're truly a good-for-nothing. You can't even handle this small matter, and I still had to come rescue you. If not for you still having some use, I would really like to kill you." Callous words came from behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng's mind moved, and he started the scanning device. With a glance, he saw battle goddess Jenny of the South, who should have been unconscious, standing behind him and carrying a person with her right arm. It was a pale-faced Cobham. The terrifying great warlock rank life force was spreading from her. Clearly, she was also a great warlock rank peerless expert. Yang Feng turned around and said with a solemn expression, "Jenny, are you also one of Bartolio's lackeys?" "Lackey? No, I and Bartolio entered a partnership. Also, I'm not Jenny, and the real Jenny was killed by me." Jenny gave a light smile. Her body wriggled and she quickly changed into a golden-haired and blue-eyed beautiful woman with fair skin and a sensual figure. She was dressed in a black leather armor. The golden-haired and blue-eyed great beauty said with a light smile, "My name is Ramona. I'm not famous in the surface world, but in the underground world, they call me the 100-faced witch. It was with my assistance that those freaks succeeded in felling 2 of the 7 Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks who had fallen." Yang said with slightly creased eyebrows, "Why do you help the underground world's allied forces?" Ramona smiled sweetly and said, "For benefits and resources, of course. Every single great warlock is a moving treasure trove. Once I kill them, all their riches belong to me. Additionally, I will be handsomely paid by the underground world's allied forces. While on the human clan side, there are no benefits. After all, this big cake that is the surface world has already been sorted out. It would be very difficult for me to get a big slice of it. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the places with abundant resources had already been occupied. With the 6 great warlock groups as the core, the large and small warlock groups had also sorted out their range of influence. At that time, only with great difficulty did Yang Feng manage to seize a small piece of territory from Fernandro Principality. As a great warlock rank expert, no matter where she went, Ramona would always be treated well. But once she wanted to establish her own forces, then she would be both overtly and covertly hindered. Many great warlock rank experts were forced to spend a lot of energy on worldly affairs because of those hindrances, before slowly becoming mediocre, where any further progress would have to be fought tooth and nail. Ramona's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said with a smile, "Yang Feng, your Steel City should understand my plight quite well. How else will we have any leeway for growth if we don't dispose of those already established warlock groups? It would be better if you and your uncle joined us. We should join hands and swallow Rose Garden. Then get rid of the other 5 Tyrannid subcontinents' 6 great warlock groups, and divide their resources." When she said that, the complexions of everyone inside the grand arena changed. Steel City had the great warlock rank expert Dephilia, 10 mechanized infantry divisions, as well as great warlock rank alchemical golems. Once such a formidable power switched to the side of the underground world's allied forces, then the state of affairs would become even worse for the side of Human Clan and might even become the deciding factor to decide the outcome of the war against the underground world's allied forces. Yang Feng instead responded righteously, "Shut your trap. I, Yang Feng, am an upstanding and dauntless man. I and the different races from the underground world's allied forces, the both of us have irreconcilable differences. There's no need for you to say anything else, as I will never compromise with the different races." When Carolina heard that, her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Clarissa's beautiful eyes also flashed with an appreciative glint. The little thief had put it rather nicely, but I'm afraid that he might be saying one thing and thinking another. Dephilia pouted and sneered within. While speaking righteously, Yang Feng was calculating within. After what I'm saying gets out, will there be no more room for negotiations? Probably not. After all, as long as I'm stronger than them, then there should be no issues. If worse comes to worst, then I'll just flee to another plane. Chapter 154, Gaining Control of the Rose Garden. Chapter 154, Gaining Control of the Rose Garden. Translator, Xuanhuan. If you want to be that way, then go to hell. Ramona gave a faint sigh, her figure disappeared strangely, and she suddenly reappeared on the Moffin demonic polar bear's bosom, and then sent a claw to grab at its cockpit. Ramona had very rich battle experience. At a glance, she identified that the Moffin demonic polar bear's greatest weak point was Yang Feng and the others in the cockpit. So fast. Update D from FREOUBnovel.com. Yang Feng's eyes flashed in astonishment. With the battle experience of a level 1 warlock, he simply couldn't react. At that critical juncture, the Moffin demonic polar bear's battle instincts quickly took over. It erupted with a tremendous magical radiance that swiftly gathered earth elemental particles into a heavy rock armor above the cockpit. Ramona's body twisted. She floated lightly and strangely appeared above the Moffin demonic polar bear's head, before kicking it in the head. Boom! With an earth-shattering blare, the Moffin demonic polar bear's head suddenly had a great chunk of it cave in, while two large crevices appeared on the ground below its feet. Boom! 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 Ramona's speed swiftly reached the limit. Shadows surrounded the Moffin demonic polar bear, kicking it time and again. Within a short breath, the Moffin demonic polar bear had already been kicked several dozen times by Ramona, with countless rocks splashing everywhere. Warning! Warning! With the present conditions, there is a 95% probability that the Moffin demonic polar bear will be broken by the opponent within 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Pilot, please make preparation. A row of warnings were swiftly transmitted into Yang Feng's eyes. Although the Moffin demonic polar bear was a great warlock rank extraordinary life form, but after it died and was remodeled into a mechanical battle beast by Yang Feng, its fighting strength was greatly weakened. Additionally, Yang Feng had no data on Ramona in his optical computer's database. Therefore, he couldn't infer her next move and display the terrifying foresight-like ability. He could just rely on the Moffin demonic polar bear's battle instincts to fight while being greatly disadvantaged, and wait to be subdued by Ramona, who was a genuine great warlock. Carolina suddenly warned, "She's a body-tempering warlock. Don't let her come near you. Use spells to deal with her." Body-tempering warlocks were a branch of warlocks. They were different from other warlocks who practiced both magical and physical cultivation. The spells that body-tempering warlocks constructed in their spirit seas were all for the purpose of upgrading their physical constitutions. Spells like the level 1 spell Physical Constitution Strengthening. Body-tempering warlocks were by far inferior to other warlocks in terms of long-range means. But once they were close, they were the most horrifying meat shields and military weapons. The best way to deal with them was to use all kinds of weird spells so that they couldn't get close and deal with them from a distance. Even if I know that she's a body-tempering warlock, I still don't have appropriate spells to deal with her. While inside the cockpit of the Moffin demonic polar bear, Yang Feng said with a bitter smile. The Moffin demonic polar bear was naturally proficient in earth-attributed spells. It was a darling of the land. Its spells were relatively simple, and it was very difficult to hit Ramona with them, who was sticking to it like a piece of gum. It looks like I have no other choice but to reveal a few other trumps. Yang Feng's mind moved. The Moffin demonic polar bear gave a furious roar, and cast the level 4 earth-attributed defensive spell Spiked Giant Rock Barrier. The ground wriggled, countless sharp rock spikes frantically stabbed in every direction. While drifting in the air, Ramona distanced herself. Like a phantom, she avoided the countless sharp rock spikes, until she briskly retreated beyond the range of the rock spikes. In a split second, there seemed to have appeared a hedgehog in the middle of the grand arena. The giant rock barrier with countless sharp rock spikes covered the Moffin demonic polar bear. Idiot, if a spell doesn't hit the opponent, then it will only deplete your power in vain. The might of a level 4 spell is great, but the depletion is equally great. How many level 4 spell can you still cast? Ramona sneered, her figure shook, turned into more than a dozen shadows, and shot until in front of the hedgehog-like giant rock barrier, before striking at it. Under her attacks, the huge rock spikes were being sent flying. Within a breath, Yang Feng had depleted 10% of the Moffin demonic polar bear's energy stock on maintaining the giant rock barrier that was being wrecked by Ramona. Boom! All of a sudden, the giant rock barrier burst open, with countless rock fragments splashing everywhere akin to shrapnel from an explosion. Ramona was slightly startled. Her figure retreated briskly until a distance of 100 meters, and then stared in the direction of the giant rock barrier, only to see a blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf appear next to the Moffin demonic polar bear. Ramona's beautiful eyes flickered with incredulity, and she exclaimed, "Blue Dokphin demonic ice wolf. You actually have 2 level 4 alchemical golems. Steel City's alchemy had even reached this point. The warlocks in the spectator seats were also dumbstruck, with some even doubting their eyes. A single great warlock rank alchemical golem would already shock countless great forces in the world. It was a terrifying power capable of altering the balance between 2 great forces. In Tyrannid subcontinent, perhaps only the 6 great warlock groups would have such precious alchemical golems stored away in their treasuries to act as their foundation. Yang Feng gave a long sigh and said, "Ramona, you still haul way out. If you keep fighting me, then only death will await you. On account of the both of us being humans, I can give you a path to survival." Giggle. What path to survival? You can't kill me. Ramona covered her mouth and said with a smile, "With those 2 alchemical golems, just to defeat me would be very difficult. As for killing me, that's impossible. You're but a trifling level 1 warlock. Don't make me laugh." Ramona was a great warlock who went through countless fights in the underground world, and even had the deaths of a few great warlock rank experts under her belt. With her massively rich battle experience, she could see through Yang Feng's bluff at a glance. Indeed, the blue Dokphan demonic ice wolf is still not quite enough. But how about adding them into the equation? The cockpit of the Moffin demonic polar bear opened slightly. With the flicker of radiances, level 8 bladed robots, gunner robots, shielded robots, artillery robots, and other primary battle robots appeared in the grand arena one after another. In a mere few breaths, more than 1,000 primary battle robots appeared in the arena. Pairs of electronic eyes flickered with red light as they were firmly locked onto Ramona. Ramona's pretty face finally changed slightly. With her strength, she could sieve through those level 8 primary battle robots as she pleased. But once she destroyed the 1,000 primary battle robots, her strength would be greatly depleted. What's more, the 2 great warlock rank alchemical golems would take advantage of her weakened state to attack her. Like this, even someone as tyrannical as her could fall. Ramona suddenly said with a smile, "So the rumors were true. Steel City's Mechanical Legion truly deserves its reputation. Yang Feng, Israel was taken care of by Steel City, right?" Yang Feng was slightly startled, before stubbornly denying, "Who's Israel? Never heard of such a person. There's no use denying it." Israel had been chasing Snow White Madam by himself. This matter was kept secret, but there were still some people in the know. And now, Snow White Madam had joined Steel City while Israel had been killed. Therefore, the one that got rid of him is most certainly Steel City. You're quite interesting. On account of the both of us being humans, I'll leave you with a warning. The underground world's allied forces had already been eyeing Steel City. Be careful. Ramona said a few sentences with a smile, then grabbed Cobham directly. Her figure shook and she shot outside the amphitheater. Fortunately, I wasn't forced to reveal my final trump card. After seeing Ramona being scared off by him, only then did Yang Feng heave a long sigh in relief. Great warlock rank powerhouses were indeed scary. With his mechanical legion at his back, although Yang Feng was certain of his victory, but he had no assurance that he could kill Ramona. With her strength, Ramona could come and go as she pleases. She was very difficult to deal with. The reason why Yang Feng was able to kill Israel was because Israel was already heavily injured. Ramona was cunning. The moment she felt that something was amiss, she immediately escaped far away. Yang Feng had no way to catch her. As soon as Ramona was gone, silence reigned in the grand arena, with a strange atmosphere pervading it. The Moffin demonic polar bear operated by Yang Feng turned around, its electronic eyes moving back and forth between Cordelia, Carolina, and Clarissa, who were reputed as Tyrannid subcontinent's most beautiful 3 roses. Cordelia's beautiful eyes moved around coquettishly as she said in a lovely and pitiful voice, "Yang Feng, save me. As long as you save me, I'll marry you and help you take control of Rose Garden. What's more, I still can help you with Carolina and Clarissa, and let you wantonly ravage Tyrannid subcontinent's 2 roses." Carolina snapped, "Yang Feng, don't believe her. Kill her and I'll marry Angelina to you, as well as let you become Rose Empire's first emperor. Apart from myself and Clarissa, anyone in Rose Garden whom you fancy, I'll let them serve you. Additionally, with my support, you'll definitely be promoted to a level 3 warlock within a century. At this moment in the grand arena, Yang Feng was in control of the situation, and what he said went. The chunk of ice that had icebound Dephilia shattered. She casually stepped out of it, went next to Yang Feng, and asked lightly, "What are you going to do now?" fkaebnovel.com. Yang Feng smiled and sent mentally, "This is a godsend opportunity. Of course I'm going to grab it and swallow Rose Garden whole. If there were no accidents, then even if Steel City mobilized everything it had and came to attack Rose Garden, the outcome would still be 50-50. Yang Feng definitely wouldn't take a risk to storm Rose Garden. But now that Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks were poisoned and seriously injured, he naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. A radiance shot out from the cockpit of the Moffin demonic polar bear and fell on the ground, revealing a level 5 humanoid primary battle robot with a syringe in its hand. While taking large strides, the level 5 humanoid robot arrived before Cordelia. Yang Feng said lightly, "Cordelia, don't resist. I'll save you." Cordelia stared at the level 5 humanoid robot, then sighed faintly, and didn't resist. With her current strength, if she gave it her all, she could still kill a level 3 warlock. But Yang Feng was hiding in the cockpit of the Moffin demonic polar bear. She had no solution to that. The level 5 humanoid robot took the syringe and ruthlessly pricked Cordelia's lily-white arm, injecting her with the liquid nanorobots. Cordelia's body automatically erupted with a powerful force, killing about 1/10 of the liquid nanorobots, but the rest assimilated with every nook and cranny of her body. The level 5 humanoid robot grabbed the twilight dagger inserted in Cordelia's abdomen and pulled it out. A large amount of black blood was spurted out of Cordelia's abdomen. Countless liquid nanorobots swiftly condensed into blood vessels and skin and patched Cordelia's abdomen up. Simultaneously, all of her apertures were stimulated, before she erupted with formidable life force and forcibly crushed countless curses. "Yang Feng, I'm really grateful," Cordelia gasped, then gave Yang Feng a lovely smile, before her eyes fell on Carolina and Clarissa. Her eyes surged with killing intent, and her body instantly erupted with formidable life force. She wanted to get rid of those 2 women and cover up her tracks. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Cordelia felt bursts of pain and itch akin to being gnawed by 10,000 ants. She tumbled to the ground as she struggled and howled in pain. Next, the level 5 humanoid robot came before Carolina and grabbed her lily-white arm. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with dismay as she shrieked out loud, "Stop! Yang Feng, don't do it. I can give you all of Rose Garden's treasures. Just let me off." After seeing Cordelia's horrible plight, Carolina realized that the injected liquid wasn't anything good. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "If there's something in Rose Garden that I want, I'll just take it myself. Anyway, from now on, everything in Rose Garden, including yourself, is mine." The level 5 humanoid robot grabbed the weak and powerless Carolina and injected her with the liquid nanorobot elixir. Immediately after, it crushed Clarissa's somewhat powerless resistance and also injected her with the elixir. Carolina and Clarissa, the 2 experts, were afflicted by a strange poison and were so weakened that their immune system was basically incapable of doing anything to the liquid nanorobots and could only let them merge with their bodies. Chapter 155, Strange Movements. Chapter 155, Strange Movements. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's mind moved. Those liquid nanorobots which had merged with the 2 great experts Carolina and Clarissa mobilized. They stimulated their hidden apertures and excited their already formidable life forces. Terrifying life forces instantly erupted from the 2 women. They opened their mouths and spat out 2 pitch-black lumps of the strange poison which exuded a nauseating stench. When Carolina recovered her strength, her gaze fell on the Moffin demonic polar bear piloted by Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and she erupted with a formidable life force. Her goal was to cast a spell and turn the Moffin demonic polar bear into dregs along with Yang Feng. Inside Rose Garden, by drawing support from it, Carolina could even fight against a Starry Sky warlock, and may even suppress or kill the opponent. It was such a horrifying power that even Yang Feng feared it. The moment Carolina released her killing intent, she felt unbearable pain and itch all over her body. Bursts of pain and itch came from her bone marrow and spread throughout her entire body. Under that much pain, even the usually proud Carolina couldn't help from issuing painful and mournful shrieks, collapse on the ground and roll around. When Clarissa saw this, her beautiful eyes flashed with fear. I forgot to tell you, this is the God-eradicating elixir refined by Steel City. Even God-rank powerhouses, if they were to be injected with this God-eradicating elixir, once they fell out of my favor, then they would be in for a world of pain, where death would be sweeter than life. What's more, it would be up to me to decide whether they lived or died, without them even having the right to commit suicide. Yang Feng's voice drifted in the grand arena. The God-eradicating elixir? He. When Dephilia heard that magnificent name, her face twisted slightly, and she nearly felt like laughing. Currently, the liquid nano-robot elixir could at most control only great warlock rank powerhouses. It might not even be capable of controlling Starry Sky warlocks, much less god-rank experts. When Dephilia heard Yang Feng, she realized that he was just bragging and trying to deceive the three women. Clarissa saw the battered state of the once proud, beautiful, and imposing Carolina and couldn't take it anymore, before pleading with Yang Feng. Yang Feng, stop bullying big sister Carolina. I beg you in her stead. Please let her off. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Carolina felt the pain fade away. While dripping with sweat, she stood up, glared at Yang Feng and said through gritted teeth, You fiend! Yang smiled faintly. Thank you for your praise. With a smile as enchanting as a flower, Cordelia threw a charming glance at Yang Feng. Along with a hint of fragrance, she went next to Yang Feng. Ha ha! Little sister Carolina, I hadn't expected that you would also fall under Master's control. Master, I, Cordelia, am willing to pledge my allegiance to you. Your wish is my command. Oh, Carolina glared at Cordelia. Hatred flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she said through gnashed teeth, Yang Feng, kill her. As long as you kill her, then I'll give you Rose Garden in its entirety. Even if you want myself, then I'll be yours. If not for Cordelia suddenly rebelling and plotting against Carolina, then Carolina would never have surrendered to Yang Feng. She was infinitesimally close to a peerless powerhouse of the Starry Sky warlock rank. What's more, she was Rose Garden's master and had its entire power under her command. When in Rose Garden, she could even suppress a Star Sky warlock. The once proud and arrogant Carolina surprisingly fell under Yang Feng's control. She really wished she could chop Cordelia into 10,000 pieces. When Cordelia heard that, her tender body stiffened slightly, her beautiful eyes flashed with fear, and she looked towards Yang Feng. Her fate could be decided by a single thought from Yang Feng. Carolina had surpassed her in every which aspect. If Yang Feng gave her up and she fell into Carolina's hands, then she'd be as good as dead. Yang Feng said with a light smile, Henceforth, you three will be good sisters and get along. Cordelia, do not worry. I've already given them the order not to harm you. As long as they do anything dubious, then they would be in for a world of pain, where death would be sweeter than life. At the same time, you also can't harm them, or the same fate will await you. The liquid nanorobot elixir couldn't control a person's mind. Therefore, Yang Feng needed to place a thorn in the Rose Garden so that it wouldn't be united as one. Only like this could he truly take hold of Rose Garden. Cordelia had already greatly offended Carolina and Clarissa. Therefore, her only path to survival was by following Yang Feng. With Cordelia in Rose Garden, Carolina and Clarissa wouldn't have any other choice but to rely on Yang Feng. With this countermeasure, Yang Feng would be the one truly in power. Thank you, Master. Cordelia was overjoyed. Her lovely body went soft, and like a sweet and helpless bird, fell into Yang Feng's embrace. Carolina's eyes spurted flames of rage as she said in a chilly tone, Cordelia, you're a great warlock of Rose Garden. To be so servile towards a man, don't you have any shame? Cordelia retorted, Carolina, there's no need for you to act so pure and holy. As of today, we both are but master's prey. One day, we might even find ourselves together naked on a bed. Carolina's pretty face was flushed with anger, and she said loudly, "Can you even get more shameless?" Cordelia said with a bright smile, "You're the shameless one. I'm just saying it how it is." Yang Feng said lightly, "That's enough. Stop being so noisy." "Yes, master." Cordelia looked very obedient as she respectfully agreed. Carolina still wanted to say more, but then she looked at all the warlocks lying limply in the grand arena and became silent. She was unwilling to continue disgracing herself in front of those low-level warlocks. Carolina swept the surroundings with a glance. A peculiar glint flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes, and she said solemnly, "How do you intend to deal with the people here?" In the grand arena, there were 200,000-odd warlocks, with more than half of them being elites from Rose Empire. Carolina was somewhat worried that Yang Feng would carelessly kill people and hurt Rose Empire's vigor. Yang Feng said lightly, "First detain them, then inject them with the god-eradicating elixir, and finally let them go." The liquid nanorobot elixir was a high-end product, and Yang Feng only carried 1,000 vials with him. Therefore, he had no choice but to prioritize warlocks who were either geniuses or had tyrannical strength and inject them with the elixir first. "Now open the Rose Divine Pool. I want to go practice cultivation." After everything was properly arranged, Yang Feng said to Carolina. Carolina said lightly, "You still feel like practicing cultivation? Didn't you hear what Ramona had said? The powerhouses from Underground World's allied forces might have already gathered in your Steel City." Yang Feng smiled lightly. "If the experts form the Underground World's allied forces don't go to Steel City's headquarters, Black City, then that's that. But if they go, then that's precisely what I'm hoping for, as the corpses of great warlock rank powerhouses are excellent alchemical materials. Among great warlock rank experts, apart from wizards, magi, and other beings with exceptionally powerful spirit forces but weak bodies, the majority had tyrannical bodies which were also excellent alchemical materials. Israel's corpse had also been refined into a great warlock rank alchemical golem by Yang Feng. But the alchemical golem refined from his corpse was still fairly weak, as his body was no match to that of a genuine level 4 extraordinary life form. Speak of the devil. There's even someone reckless enough to dare come to my Steel City. Interesting. Carolina, I'll let you see for yourself the strength of my Steel City's headquarters. Yang Feng's body suddenly trembled slightly. He revealed a trace of a smile, and swiftly led Clarissa, Cordelia, Carolina, Dephilia, and several other women into a room, before casually pressing a button. In a flash, a holographic projector appeared. It flickered with countless radiances, and then projected Black City's surroundings in the air. Is this an alchemical product of Steel City? It's truly extraordinary. Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, sure is a prodigy alchemist. When Carolina, Clarissa, and Cordelia saw the holographic projection, they shivered slightly within, and their contempt for Steel City was reduced by a bit. Although Carolina had coincidentally fallen into Yang Feng's hands, but she still hadn't thought highly of Steel City. She believed Steel City to be at most a warlock force on the same level as Fire Tower. Now that she saw the holographic projection, her evaluation of Steel City had changed somewhat. 10 kilometers outside of Black City, on the main road, there was a small checkpoint. Only those who passed the checkpoint could advance to the second and third checkpoints before proceeding into the city. As Steel City's revealed base, Yang Feng had invested large amounts of resources into Black City to remodel it into a huge military fortress with a very tight defense and very strict checks. These years, most of the assassins or spies who attempted to infiltrate Black City and cause trouble were turned into broken corpses. In light of the tight defense, the various forces became even more convinced that Black City was the base where Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, dwelt. A caravan filled with goods was slowly moving towards Black City. As the capital of Steel City, Black City was extremely prosperous. Every day it would consume large amounts of supplies, while caravans would come and go in an endless stream. Stop! A squad of level 5 humanoid robots holding Gauss rifles stopped the caravan and shouted loudly. The caravan immediately stopped. No one dared to move. Taich's most up-to-date novels are published on fgayuyobinovel.com. Those humanoid robots had no trace of human qualities, and only knew how to strictly follow their program. Those who dared to try and bribe them would all be riddled with holes. A round-faced and somewhat chubby middle-aged man came out of the crowd of people and said deferentially, "Sir, I'm the principal of this caravan. May I ask what's the problem? We, the Doris caravan, have always paid sufficient taxes every time we did business, and have never committed tax evasion." Chapter 156, Heavily Injuring the Great Warlock Eden. Chapter 156, Heavily Injuring the Great Warlock Eden. Translator, Xuanhuan. The humanoid robot pointed at the crowd of people from the caravan and said coldly, "Except that person, everyone else leave now. That person is an enemy of Steel City." When the crowd of people from the caravan heard that, their complexions changed greatly, and as if their legs grew wings, they hastily scurried away. "Wait for me, you bastards! Don't run so fast! Come back and help me!" The complexion of the principal of the caravan changed greatly. Not caring about the merchandise, he scrambled into the distance. Black City's fighting style was extremely rough, without caring one bit about the innocent bystanders. There were quite a few instances where powerful assassins had infiltrated caravans, with the outcome being the assassins and the caravan being smashed by Black City's artillery barrage. Doris caravan had traded many times with Black City, and they were naturally aware of its horrors. After the crowd of people from the caravan fled, a simple and honest-looking man with a head full of short blue hair and a slightly unremarkable appearance was revealed. "It's really strange. My morphing arts are already comparable to a level 4 spell. I can even somewhat mask the aura of my soul, and there's no leakage of my life force. How did you found me?" The body of the man with the short blue hair twisted and warped all over, before he strangely changed into a golden-haired and blue-eyed handsome young man with a burly figure. The young man received closely dotted Gauss rifle bullets in reply, with a hail of countless bullets frenziedly sweeping towards him. Interesting, these firearms already have the power to threaten level 3 warlocks. Reportedly, ordinary people in the 6th Warlock dynasty could use some formidable alchemical secret treasures to display terrifying power. It seems that the legendary Yang Yi had really obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. The young man casually grabbed several bullets, scrutinized them under his gaze, and then revealed a trace of a smile. The dense hail of bullets flying towards the young man had their trajectories warped, before shooting around him. The golden-haired and blue-eyed man suddenly said loudly, "I, Eden, am a great warlock from Hellion clan. Today, I came to seek an audience with Steel City's city master, Yang Yi. Please come out for a chat." Instantly, a loud voice echoed throughout Black City. People in every nook and cranny of Black City could hear Eden's voice, which was akin to that of a god expounding his holy words from the sky. "If you have something to say, then do it quickly. But if you're here to talk nonsense, then leave." An equally loud voice came from Black City. "I'm a guest who came from afar. Steel Lord Yang Yi, is this the hospitality of your Steel City? Why don't you invite me into Steel City for a chat?" Eden casually flicked his hand, following by black radiances entering the more than a dozen humanoid robots. Sizzle, sizzle. Along with corrosive noises, the more than a dozen humanoid robots were turned into puddles of corroded metal without resistance. From inside Black City came Yang Ye's voice. "I have nothing to talk about with Hellions. I, Yang Yi, am an upright man of human clan, and I will never collude nor trade with Hellions. Even if I, Yang Yi, have to fight until the last moment, until there's no one left but me, I still will never compromise with Hellions." With his speech, the image of a straightforward and upright hero of human clan was outlined. Such an excellent hero of human clan. Unfortunately, heroes of human clan are enemies of my Hellion clan. Yang Yi, although it's a pity, but you will die today. Eden sighed and walked towards Black City. In a split second, countless Gauss cannons, 37mm multi-barrel high-energy crystal artilleries, and countless other artilleries and cannons extended from above Black City's city wall and frenziedly fired at Eden. The earth-shattering bombardment completely engulfed Eden. The variety of artillery barrage fiercely bombarded Eden, before easily passing through his body, falling on the ground behind him, and tearing open small pits. Eden said with a faint smile, "Useless. In the end, they're just alchemical golems without any wisdom. I walk between parallel dimensions. Without first reaching the realm of great warlocks, there's basically no way one can injure me. What happened? How is this possible? How come a great warlock rank expert is so strong?" In Rose Garden, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment, and he exclaimed. With her vantage point, Carolina saw through Eden's trick at a glance, and then sneered, "Humph! What walking between parallel dimensions? Since when can a trifling great warlock do that?" To walk between parallel dimensions, only those whose cultivation base had reached the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, or those whose strength was comparable to God rank peerless experts, only they might accomplish it. This is but a trifling illusion. But this hellion is very cunning. He knows how to use words to deceive you. If you really believe that he's walking between parallel dimensions, then he might as well be a peerless expert walking between parallel dimensions. 1. Cordelia also smiled, but didn't speak. She had also seen through Eden. In Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlock rank experts were truly peerless experts. They employed all kinds of peerless secret methods which were difficult for ordinary people to grasp. But they were just in the realm of extraordinary life forms, and still hadn't transformed into mighty beings like gods, elder fiends, elder devils, and the like. They had limited strength. It turned out to be an illusion. Initiate the scanning system at full power. Yang Feng got a slight peace of mind, and immediately ordered. Cone-shaped mechanical structures extended in all directions from Black City, before soundlessly spreading ripples with different detection frequencies. Cylinder-shaped mechanical structures extended from the ground, before emitting infrared rays and interweaving them into a giant infrared grid. After scanning with a variety of scanning systems, Eden's true body was finally discovered to be 500 m to the left of the illusion. Boom! 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 More than 150 millimeters heavy artilleries launched a salvo of shells, instantly covering the position of Eden's true body. The terrifying artillery barrage blew up simultaneously, before setting off a little mushroom-shaped dust cloud. The most up-to-date noves are published on freoubinovel.co. Interesting. You could even discover my position. It looks like you have really obtained the heritage of the 6th Warlock dynasty. Now I'm even more interested in you. Eden was shrouded in a layer of superior warping force field as he walked out from amidst the smoke and dust with a smile on his face. He hadn't received the slightest injury. There wasn't even a trace of dust on his clothing. Yang Feng gave a long sigh. So this is a great warlock rank expert. Fucking awesome. Even the 150 millimeters heavy artilleries can't kill him. From the analysis performed by supercomputing chip in the portable fortified strongholds, Yang Feng learned that Eden hadn't evaded the scope of destruction resulted from the heavy artilleries, but resisted their might, and then walked out of the site as if nothing happened. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed solemnly. The might of that heavy artillery barrage was equivalent to a weaker version of the level 3 area of effect-type spell. With its might being too dispersed, it's impossible to harm a great warlock. However, this Eden character can even suppress the warping force field to a layer of about 10 centimeters of his body. His strength is truly unfathomable. He might be just slightly weaker than myself. Eden had just emerged from the smoke and dust, when countless Gauss cannon shells immediately engulfed him. The closely dotted shell barrage bombarded Eden's superior warping force field. The warping force field shook and was on the brink of collapse. Eden's complexion changed slightly, his figure shook, and his speed soared to the limit, while he shot towards Black City's city wall with ghost-like movements. In a few breaths of time, while resisting the barrage of countless shells, Eden had reached the city wall, before flinging with his fingers. As if possessing life, black threads swept towards the Gauss cannons. The Gauss cannons were cut in two by the black threads and fell to the ground. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a trace of smile. "Idiot! Being a cunt will only bite you back in the ass." Boom! Almost at the same time, the city wall below Eden's feet issued a sky-shaking explosion, before a terrifying mushroom could instantly rose into the air. An extremely violent shock waves spread in every direction. A shabby figure was awkwardly flung away by the explosion, before hitting the ground and revealing a bloodied and battered Eden with a ferocious expression. So fierce. When she saw this, Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she felt a lingering fear. A great warlock like Eden was hurt all over from an explosion, and almost died. If it was Carolina, then she might not have been better off than him. After being heavily wounded by the explosion, countless Gauss cannon shell frenziedly shot towards Eden from the parts of the city wall that weren't damaged. In a split second, the countless shells exploded on Eden, before countless blood splashed everywhere. The shells left a very tragic scene in their wake. Eden spurted several big mouthfuls of blood in a row, then clenched his teeth and silently recited an incantation. His body at once burst apart and turned into a bloody mist, before dispersing in every which way. Boom! 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 The moment when Eden's body dispersed, the 150 millimeters heavy artilleries once more launched a salvo of shells, attacking the bloody mist. Extremely violent shock waves instantly swallowed the bloody mist. The bloody mist suffered heavy losses, and could only gather back into the battered figure of Eden. Eden faced the sky and issued a piercing howl. "Hurry up and save me! Ha ha! Eden, you also have such days. Look at your appearance. You look so battered." A straightforward laughter came from the sky, and a 100 m tall giant covered in a layer of rock armor fell from the sky and blocked in front of Eden. When the countless Gauss cannon shells hit the rock armor, they blew up small pits in it, but were unable to penetrate the several meters thick rock armor. The small pits had just appeared, when they swiftly started closing. One, the Moonlight Warlock rank is the rank following the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Chapter 157 Experts Gather. Chapter 157 Experts Gather. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said solemnly, "A rock giant. An adult rock giant. The underground world's allied forces think really highly of me. They even dispatched such a scary being." A peculiar glint flashed past Carolina's beautiful eyes. She had spotted a flaw in Yang Feng's words. Giants were terrifying, extraordinary life forms not inferior to dragons, with few of the same rank being their equals. In the old days, whenever the world of warlocks had assaulted the plane of giants, it had equally suffered heavy casualties. Among the 8 great warlock dynasties, only the first 7 great warlock dynasties had ever conquered the plane of giants. The 8th warlock dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, had also conquered many planes, but it didn't dare to go barge into the plane of giants. The adult 100 m tall rock giant was definitely a terrifying, extraordinary life form comparable to a dragon. The countless Gauss cannons rumbled frenziedly, resulting in small pits being blown open on the rock giant's armor before swiftly being closed. They were basically unable to harm the rock giant in the slightest. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a grave glint, and she said solemnly, "Yang Feng, the underground world's allied forces had even employed such a secret weapon like a rock giant. It looks like they're set on obtaining Steel City. The amount of experts that they had dispatched might even by far exceed your imagination." Yang Feng nodded lightly. After building the portable fortified stronghold, he had unlocked a large chunk Shizu technology. Black City has already been rebuilt to be impregnable, and was equipped with countless military weapons. 1 or 2 great warlocks were not enough to breach it. Eden looked into the sky and shouted, "Xuanhuan, if you don't show yourself, then I'm leaving. Am I not here?" A bright laughter reverberated, and the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Xuanhuan, a coquettish beauty with every movement shrouded in a layer of a seductive aura and a smile as enchanting as a flower, appeared with a slight fragrance wafting from her. Behind Xuanhuan followed 3 handsome young men with burly figures, and boundless arrogance filling the space between their eyebrows. Eden narrowed his gaze slightly, his eyes flashing with a touch of dread as he said solemnly, "The 3 black dragons. Xuanhuan, you even brought out the 3 black dragons, the trump card of the Dark Elves. It seems like you attach great importance to Steel City's city master, Yang Yi. When the magnificent rock giant saw the three young men behind Xuanhuan, its eyes also flashed with a touch of dread. The three black dragons were the ultimate weapons of the dark elves in the underground world, as well as the strongest means of suppressing other dissenting forces. In the underground world, there was no force which didn't know about James, Creed and Briar, Dark Elven Clan's three consecrated black dragons. Xuanhuan said with a sweet smile, "That's right, Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, belongs to the Dark Elves. As for the other treasures inside Steel City, we can divide them equally." Hehe, to whom Steel City's Yang Yi will belong? Let's settle this question after we raise Steel City. It's meaningless to decide beforehand. Along with a sneer, a handsome middle-aged man slowly walked out of a corner, before staring coldly at Xuanhuan and delegation. Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of dread, and she said solemnly, "Napman, you sure you want to contend with me?" The handsome middle-aged man was Napman, the undead Hellion monarch of Tyrannid Subcontinent's undead Hellion clan. With his strength infinitesimally close to that of a starry sky warlock, he was ranked among the top 5 peerless experts among Underground World's allied forces. Napman said with a faint smile, "Why should we fight over something which we not yet have? Besides, there are still many top experts from Human Clan eyeing covetously from the sidelines. We should first join hands and get rid of these nuisances before continuing with our discussion." Xuanhuan muttered irresolutely for a moment, then swept a small hill to the right with her gaze, and nodded. "That's right. We should first settle those flies from Human Clan hiding aside before continuing with our discussion. You petty and lowly people from other clans, even if you join hands, you still won't escape death. If you surrender obediently, then we can still spare your lives and let you prolong your feeble existences." Along with a cold snort, an old man with white hair and beard, and dressed in a red warlock robe with a golden thread on the cuffs slowly stepped out from the small hill, before disdainfully overlooking Xuanhuan and delegation. Next to the old man followed a middle-aged man seemingly without any distinctive features. He had short blonde hair and an average appearance. Freeobnovel.com. Xuanhuan said with a charming smile, "Grant and Boxer of White Elephant Ivory, did the both of you come to die?" Currently there were 7 great warlock rank experts from the Underground World's allied forces. What's more, these 7 were among the most formidable great warlocks. The 7 of them joining hands could most certainly kill Grant and Boxer. Dressed in a red warlock robe, Grant said faintly, "Of course it's not only the both of us. There's still Savage Claw." A tall and sturdy man with a long beard and a bare upper body with extremely well-defined muscles and mysterious tattoos stepped out from a corner along with an old woman wearing a blue warlock robe and a petite man similar to a thin monkey. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said faintly, "Savage Claws Camus, Harley and Eben. For the sake of Steel City's Yang Yi, you made quite the investment. However, the 5 of you still can't match us." "That's right. With only the 5 of us, at most, we can only retreat unscathed. But those who covet Steel City's inheritance aren't limited to just the 5 of us. Black Dragon Tower, Eyes of Justice and Warlock College Antalya, they also had dispatched great warlock rank experts." The bearded Camus gave a heroic smile and casually flicked his hand. 3 cyan magical radiances instantly shot towards 3 different directions. The 3 cyan magical radiances fell onto 3 empty tracts of land, before setting off ripples. Obviously, there was something concealed in those 3 tracts of land. Xuanhuan and the other experts from the Underground World's allied forces had their gazes focus on those 3 tracts of land. After realizing that they couldn't keep hiding, the experts in those 3 tracts of land shed their camouflages. In one of the 3 tracts of land proudly stood an arrogant young man dressed in a white warlock gown. He wore an arrogant expression. On another tract of land stood a handsome scholarly-looking middle-aged man with a head full of short golden hair. He brought along a middle-aged man with withered corpse-like facial features and long gray hair. On the last tract of land stood 2 men and 1 woman. They all had golden hair and blue eyes. The men were handsome, while the woman was pretty and had an extraordinary temperament. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule as he mocked, "Uttered of Eyes of Justice, Clifford and Conrell Warlock College and Talia, Carl, Paris and Nina of Black Dragon Tower. Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, is a genius from your human clan and one of the mainstays resisting our underground world's allied forces. I hadn't thought that so many experts of your human clan would come to capture him. Your human clan is really united. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly and he murmured, "Good heavens, it's but a trifling inheritance of the 6th Warlock clan. How come it attracted so many experts?" Warlock College Antalya and the other 6 great warlock groups had been prospering for several millennia and had countless secret methods. There was no lack of peak secret methods passed down from the era of the 8 great warlock dynasties. According to reason, there was no need to covet the secret methods of the 6th warlock dynasty. From her vantage point, Carolina pointed out the crux of the matter. The 6 great warlock groups have countless secret methods. However, many of those secret methods could at most be practiced until the Great Warlock boundary, without any way to go further. They came to Steel City because they want to check whether the secret method your uncle Yang Yi had obtained from the 6th Warlock dynasty can be used to advance to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Moreover, your uncle can refine level 2 Warlock rank alchemical golems on a wide scale. In Tyrannid subcontinent, someone with such a skill in alchemy can already be considered as a grandmaster in alchemical golems. Coupled with a great warlock like Snow White Madam joining your Steel City, it had already become a powerful existence capable of threatening the 6 great warlock groups. It's only natural that they won't give you time to develop even more. Apart from this, your Steel City just has 3-story-tall warlock towers. Therefore, your defensive power is weak, which tempted them to gather their experts and raise Steel City in one fell swoop. Such things weren't uncommon in the past several millennia. The performance of Steel City was just too eye-catching. Carolina succinctly analyzed. Yang Feng suddenly said, "If it wasn't for Cordelia, would Rose Garden also take part in the siege on Steel City?" Carolina responded calmly, "Perhaps." Yang Feng gave a smile and no longer pressed onward. His gaze fell on the screen. Knapman sneered, "Clifford, Steel City is a power attached to Warlock College in Talia. To deal with it so openly, aren't you worried about being looked down by others?" Clifford gave a faint smile, and then responded by distorting the facts. Yang Feng, Yang Ye's nephew, wantonly committed murder. Therefore, they are no longer part of Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, Steel City has colluded with Hellions in an attempt to subvert our human clan. This sinful act is reason enough for them to be an enemy of Tyrannid subcontinent's human clan. As one of the protectors of Tyrannid subcontinent, it is Warlock College Antalya's duty to uproot such scum. Knapman sneered. Yang Yi colluding with us Hellions. As the undead Hellion monarch, how come I'm not aware of that? Is this what Warlock College Antalya thinks? Or do all of you share this thought? Grant's eyes flickered with endless enmity. Of course we all share this thought. The sinful act of colluding with Hellion clan can only be redeemed with Steel City's demise. White Elephant Ivory will never let off such a scum of our human clan, and will make sure to kill every last one of them. In Rose Garden, Dephilia had killed Grant's grandson, Rymont, and had destroyed Grant's avatar. Therefore Grant was itching to skin Yang Feng and Dephilia alive. Simultaneously, he hated Steel City from where Yang Feng had come from to the bone. After listening to Grant's speech, Uhtred from Eyes of Justice just sneered, Camus and the other 2 from Savage Claw also just sneered, and the 3 great experts from Black Dragon Tower sneered as well. It was obvious that everyone tacitly agreed with Grant's false accusations. Yang Feng's complexion was ashen as he said furiously, "They're just blatantly distorting facts. Our Steel City has clearly rendered great merits in resisting the underground world's allied forces. How can they so blatantly distort the facts and frame us?" This chapter is updated by fruubavel.cm. Although Yang Feng hadn't given his all, but he had still resisted the underground world's allied forces, and had killed more than 100,000 Hellions. But now Grant and the others were framing him by distorting the facts. He felt an anger within which he couldn't restrain. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of pity as she said lightly, "This is the reality. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups have the biggest fists and are the ones making the rules. When we say that you're in collusion with the Hellions, then even if you aren't, you'll still be labeled as a criminal who's in collusion with the Hellions. When we say that you're not in collusion with the Hellions, then even if you are, you still won't have any problems. Napman laughed out loud. Ha ha. Yang Yi, have you heard that? These shameless human warlocks have already pronounced you guilty of colluding with our Hellion clan. From now on, Tyrannid subcontinent's human forces are your enemies. You currently have a single way out, that is, to join our Hellion clan. I will personally help you switch your bloodline and let you be part of our honorable undead Hellion clan. After our Hellion clan dominates the land, you'll also get a piece of it, and then can rear those lowly and shameless humans. A just and upright voice sounded from Black City. We hold different beliefs, and there is no way for us to cooperate. I, Yang Yi, am a man of integrity. Even if people denounce me or even if I die, I still want change my core beliefs. Such an outstanding guy, what a pity. Kama's eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and he sighed lightly. Every great warlock from the 6 great warlock groups was an expert who had risen amidst countless brutal competitions. Since they have already made up their minds to raise Steel City, there was no way they would waver. From Black City came Yang Ye's plain voice. As you might have guessed, I do indeed have a secret method inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty, and it can even be practiced until the Starry Sky Warlock boundary. But I only have a single copy. How will you decide who gets it? After his utterance, the atmosphere outside Black City had turned somewhat strange. Everyone wanted the secret method inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty, but only one of them could get it. The experts gathered here, every single one of them had their own agenda in mind. Just in terms of their factions, there were 2 of them, which then were further divided into 7 or 8 camps which weren't even of a single mind. In particular the faction of Human Clan, although they had 11 great warlock rank experts, but they stemmed from different forces which were even hostile amongst themselves. When the time came to duke it out, they might not even defeat the 7 great warlock rank experts from the different clans. Chapter 158, Catching Yang Yi. Chapter 158, Catching Yang Yi. Translator, Xuanhuan. Hehe. Yang Yi, your shallow attempt to sow dissent is useless, Grant said with a sneer. I propose that we first join forces to destroy Steel City, capture City Master Yang Yi, and then duke it out amongst ourselves to see who gets him. Otherwise, we'll be just slaughtering amongst ourselves, and might even be taken advantage of by Yang Yi, this good-for-nothing who isn't even a great warlock, and become a laughingstock. Napman contemplated for a moment, and then nodded his head in agreement. All right. The rest of the great warlocks were also sly old foxes. They pondered for a moment, before agreeing with Grant's proposal. Although Yang Feng's words had planted a seed of discord within them, but Grant's proposal had nevertheless burrowed itself even deeper inside them. They also didn't want it to fight each other in vain, and let Yang Feng take advantage of them and kill them. The great warlocks had just agreed, when countless Gauss cannons immediately frenziedly rumbled above the city wall and swept them with a frenzied, closely dotted hail of shells. The great warlocks were covered in a layer of warping force field, with countless shells being warped. As they were unable to break through the layer of the warping force field, their trajectories were offset and they shot aside. New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. With a flick of his wrist, the black book-type legendary secret treasure Book of Gaia appeared in Clifford's hand, before he silently recited an incantation. The Book of Gaia flipped through a number of pages, and the horrifying level 4 Earth-attributed spell Earthquake was instantly released. Bang! 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 In the surroundings of Black City's city wall, the earth shook, the land cracked, and the extremely solid city wall shook, being on the verge of collapse. The Gauss cannons mounted above Black City's city wall also shook, with their aims being offset. After Black City was taken over, if Yang Feng hadn't overhauled and upgraded the city wall, then it would have already been destroyed. Ha ha! An earth-attributed spell. I'll lend you a hand. The rock giant Bonardine laughed out loud, and erupted with a terrifying life force. A pair of huge hands pressed towards the earth, and a horrifying fluctuation of earth-attributed magic instantly emerged below the city wall. Bang! Bang! The earth below Black City's city wall cracked, with an enormous segment of the city wall collapsing and dropping into the crack. There might be large amounts of explosives buried inside Black City's city wall. Let me take care of them. Conrel gave a slight smile, took out the legend rank magic staff, the Staff of Flames, then silently recited an incantation, and raised the magic staff to point into the sky. A tremendous amount of fire elemental particles swiftly gathered in the sky, before turning into fireballs and pouring down to the ground. Conrel pointed into the sky, recited silently an incantation, before a violent hurricane started blowing. The fireballs were carried into the crack in the ground by the hurricane, towards the crumbled segment of the city wall. With a wave of Conrel's hand, more than a dozen meters long snakes of oil suddenly flew out and dropped into the crack. When the snakes of oil touched the fireballs, they ignited frenziedly and swallowed the crumbled segment of the city wall. Countless flames were immediately ignited inside the crack. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the military weapons mounted on the city wall exploded frenziedly. Yang Feng forced a smile as he lamented, "Great warlock rank experts are just like blockhouses in and of themselves. The most frightening enemy isn't a great warlock, but a bunch of great warlocks." While joining hands, the great warlocks had destroyed the first line of defense of which Yang Feng had prided himself with just a few targeted extremely strong level 4 spells. If it was an ordinary army instead, then even if it was 1 million strong, it still wouldn't be able to climb onto Black City's city wall. Under the nourishment from all kinds of recovering spells as well as formidable alchemical elixirs, Eden, who had been injured all over in the explosion, had already recovered to his peak condition. Along with rumbling sounds, 300 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose to the sky before frantically shooting their air-to-surface missiles towards the more than a dozen great warlocks. Those are some pretty good aerial weapons. Though it's a pity that your opponents are just too strong. Kamis smiled, waved his hand, and a 13m long level, for extraordinary life form lightning boa with lightning flickering all over its body flew out. The lightning boa, covered in lightning, as if turned into a lightning streak, swiftly joined the 300 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Boom! 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 The Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were dropping like flies. Once they hit the ground, they exploded and turned into huge fireballs. Bladed robots, gunner robots, artillery robots, and shielded robots, a mechanical legion formed from 10,000 level 8 robots charged out of Black City. James, Creed, and Briar, the 3 black dragons behind the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Cheyenne, jumped into the air. Their bodies shook, and they immediately recovered their original forms. They turned into 3 17m or 18m long adult black dragons. The 3 adult black dragons opened their mouths, and then shot 3 dragon breaths into the midst of the mechanical legion. In a split second, the mechanical legion's primary battle robots operated their level 2 protective covers. But under the attack from the 3 adult black dragons' dragon breaths, the level 2 protective covers popped just like bubbles, followed by the respective robots being turned into ashes. With a single strike, the 3 dragon breaths had destroyed more than 300 robots. After seeing this, the great warlock rank experts creased slightly their eyebrows. Knapman praised, "Those alchemical golems are amazing. The main point is their number. Even 1 or 2 great warlocks might be capable of stomaching so many alchemical golems. Ha ha! They're just ants. Watch me destroy them." The rock giant Bonardine laughed wildly, then reached out, and the ground surged. Countless stones gathered swiftly into a 100m long rock club. Bonardine laughed wildly, rushed into the mechanical legion, and brandished the rock club. Wherever the club smashed at would result in robots being crushed. "What a bunch of idiots. You stay here and attract his firepower, while I seize the opportunity to capture Yang Yi." Grant sneered, his figure blurred. Leaving behind an avatar, his true body stealthily swept in the direction of Black City's Warlock Tower. Humph! I knew these shameless scum of human clan were unreliable. Knapman's gaze inadvertently swept through Grant's location. He snorted coldly, his figure blurred, and he also left behind an avatar casting simple spells like Fireball, while his true body rushed stealthily towards the location of Black City's Warlock Tower. Great warlocks with their own agenda in mind unleashed their secret methods, before stealthily moving towards Black City's Warlock Tower. Only the rock giant Bonardine, the lightning boa, as well as some avatars were left behind to destroy the robots. Several hundred small fortifications were erected in the surroundings of Black City's Warlock Tower. In response to Grant nearing them, each of the several hundred fortifications extended 20 railguns. With the shine of radiances, as if to shooting stars, several thousand railguns frenziedly shot their projectiles at Grant. Humph! Although the power of such alchemical products is huge, but they are useless if they can't hit their target. Grant sneered. He silently recited an incantation, cast the level for spell short-distance space jump, and disappeared from where he was in a flash, before reappearing amidst the several hundred small fortifications. The several thousand railguns shot at empty space, leaving behind a huge pit where Grant had previously been. Grant didn't entangle himself with the several hundred fortifications. Instead, he silently recited an incantation, cast a short-distance space jump, and once more disappeared in a flash, before reappearing in front of the Warlock Tower. A tremendous spirit force swept through the Warlock Tower searching for Yang Yi. Found him! Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of joy, and he sent a fist towards the wall of the Warlock Tower, before piercing through it. Grant rushed inside the Warlock Tower, before entering its deepest room. In the deepest room of the Warlock Tower, there sat a black-haired and yellow-skinned middle-aged man who looked like a carbon copy of Yang Feng's fabrication that was Yang Yi. Also, the middle-aged man had the cultivation base of a level 1 warlock. Next to Yang Yi stood 16 primary battle robots. Once they saw Grant, 10 beast-type bladed robots brandished their high-frequency oscillation blades and slashed at him. Grant's eyes flickered with delight. He reached out, and 16 petrification rays shot towards the 16 robots. The 16 level 8 robots were immediately petrified. They had turned into 16 stone statues. Grant reached out to seize Yang Yi as he barked, "Ha ha! Yang Yi, you ended up being caught by me. Immediately hand over the authority to control all of your alchemical golems, or I'll kill you." Yang Yi erupted with a warping force field, but it couldn't resist Grant. As if catching a chick, Grant easily caught Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyebrows rose and he said righteously, "Grant, if you have the balls, then kill me. I, Yang Yi, am not a man if I so much as furrow my eyebrows. As for the authority to control the alchemical golems, even under the risk of my life, I still won't hand it to you." Carolina swept Yang Feng with a glance, before stabbing at him with her words. "Your uncle Yang Yi is a real man, while you don't seem to take after him. I never had an uncle named Yang Yi. Okay?" Yang Feng muttered within. Carolina glanced at Yang Feng, her gaze full of contempt and disdain. "Your uncle was caught, while you, his nephew, are just watching peacefully. Your uncle's love was really wasted on you." Chapter 159 White Elephant Armor. Chapter 159 White Elephant Armor. Translator, Xuanhuan. Clarissa, Cordelia, and the other women looked at Yang Feng, their gazes flashing with a touch of a peculiar glint. No matter from which angle one looked, Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, was extremely benevolent to his only kin, Yang Yi. Not only did he spend large quantities of resources to help with Yang Feng's cultivation, but had also sent the great warlock Devil to be Yang Feng's bodyguard, resulting in his base being empty and him being captured by Grant. Cordelia quickly took the opportunity to exhibit her loyalty. "Master, how about we go rush there? I have a pet, a level 3 extraordinary life form hurricane wyvern. With its speed coupled with my secret method, we can rush to Black City within 6 hours." This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng gave a confident smile and said faintly, "There's no need. Let's just quietly watch this play." Seeing Yang Feng's confidence, the several women beside him somewhat muttered within. Only Devil had a somewhat vague guess. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence and cruelty, and he laughed out madly. "Ha ha! Yang Yi, since you fell into my hands, then whether you live or die is all up to me. If I want you to live, then you'll live. If I want you to die, then you'll die. I will torture secret method of the 6th Warlock dynasty out of you. Then I'll giving vent to my anger by using the secret method of the 5th Warlock dynasty and refining you into a living dead. The 5th Warlock dynasty was also known as Death Dynasty. During the 5th Warlock dynasty, the main research field lied in the mysteries of life and death. They produced living dead, departed legions, death god legions, demonic corpses, suture freaks, and other types of freaks which existences lied between life and death. The secret methods passed down from the 5th Warlock dynasty were exceedingly bizarre and cruel. Their subjects would go through hell without the right to the sweet release which was death. In the room, a figure suddenly burst out from the shadows and sent a ferocious palm strike at Grant's back. In a flash, an immense life force erupted from Grant and turned into a formidable protective cover around him. The palm strike contained dense death energy. It easily pierced through Grant's protective cover before continuing towards his back. The protective cover had slowed down the palm strike. Grant seized this chance and shattered a magic scroll. When the magic scroll was shattered, Grant's body had also fell apart, before swiftly shooting aside and gathering back into his human form. Black aura overtook Grant's face and black blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Apparently he hadn't completely avoided the strike. Grant said through clenched teeth, "Napman, sure enough it's you. To attack from behind. Really despicable." Napman smiled slightly. "If we're talking about being despicable, then there is no one who can match you humans in that category. Weren't you distorting and deliberately misrepresenting the facts and framing a hero of Human Clan into being a traitor of Human Clan just a moment ago? It was quite the magnificent play. Were it not for the repeated internal frictions in your Human Clan, were it not for you constantly fighting and scheming amongst yourselves, then our Hellion clan might have already been exterminated. Ever since the Time Emperor founded the 1st Warlock dynasty, and along the following 7 Warlock dynasties, human warlocks stood at the apex of many planes. Gods and demons were suppressed, and planes were subdued one after another. Were it not for human warlocks being in a state of constant internal friction, scheming and fighting amongst themselves, and endlessly campaigning amongst themselves, then the Hellions would have already been uprooted. Since this is the case, then just stay here forever." Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. With the flick of his wrist, a huge sculpture of a white elephant suddenly flew out, before breaking into pieces and reforming into an immaculate and glimmering white armor around him. Grant's life force had been quite a bit inferior to Napman's, yet after donning the white armor, he was exuding a formidable life force not inferior to Napman's. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said solemnly, "White Elephant Battle Armor. This is a knockoff of the demigod rank armament White Elephant Armor. It seems to be one of the 5 legend rank White Elephant Armor knockoffs. Am I right?" After discovering White Elephant Ivory, a relic from ancient warlocks, White Elephant Ivory's founder had obtained various secret method inheritances, as well as powerful secret treasures. In the end, he founded White Elephant Ivory, a formidable warlock group. The most powerful secret treasure White Elephant Ivory's founder had obtained was the demigod rank armament White Elephant Armor. If the conditions were met, the successive masters of White Elephant Ivory would make copies of this formidable secret treasure. In the entire history of White Elephant Ivory, there were altogether 7 successful legend rank White Elephant Armor knockoffs. However, 2 have disappeared in a war. Grant opened his mouth, spat out a black breath of death, and sneered, "You're right, Napman, I might not match you in terms of strength, but in a fight, the one to die will definitely be you. Because we are humans, we excel in using weapons, while you are just some petty and lowly beasts." Human warlocks were proficient in a variety of secret methods and countless spells, which allowed them to put themselves above other races. Alchemy was the most important type of secret methods of human warlocks. Even if human warlocks temper their spirit and bodies with a variety of secret methods, they would still be weaker than many other extraordinary life forms. Only by refining all kinds of secret treasures with mystical powers could they stay above other races. "You're too arrogant. Even with the White Elephant Armor, the one to die will definitely be you." Napman sneered and operated Undead Hellion Clan's inherited secret method Undead 9 transformations. His life force changed. Countless wisps of black death energy started circling his body, before setting up an image of a peerless hellion. Napman reached out, and countless wisps of death energy gathered into a blade of death in his hand. Suddenly, the blade of death exploded, before strangely appearing in front of Grant and chopping at him along with a terrifying negative energy. Grant silently recited an incantation, reached out, and countless elemental particles gathered into a huge elemental white elephant. It gave an angry roar and swung its long trunk towards Napman's blade, before flinging it away. Napman's figure twisted, before he strangely appeared on top of the elemental white elephant, and smashed his ram-like fist against its head. A powerful death force instantly rippled out, and the elemental white elephant's head caved in. Grant's complexion became slightly pale. He silently recited an incantation, pointed towards Napman, cast the level for spell Great Weakness, and a gray radiance shrouded Napman. Napman's physical constitution immediately dropped by several levels. His figure retreated briskly, and he silently recited an incantation. Wisps of death energy gathered in his body in an attempt to disperse the magic power of the Great Weakness. Grant once more urged the elemental white elephant to frantically attack Napman. Suddenly, right when Grant was giving his all to deal with Napman, a killing intent instantly erupted from the shadows below a table behind, and a transparent figure rushed out. Freewabove.com. Shit! Grant's complexion suddenly changed greatly. His life force erupted in a flash. The white elephant armor flickered with radiances, and a formidable defensive cover appeared around him. A dagger easily pierced through the defensive cover of the white elephant armor, before thrusting at it and issuing an ear-piercing noise. The dagger had barely cut open a hole in the white elephant armor and pierced into Grant. Grant hit the transparent figure with the back of his hand. The person was sent flying before hitting the wall. What came to sight was a peerless beauty with short blue hair, wheat-colored skin, and a slender figure. The sensual beauty was dressed in a phantom armor. In a flash, a feeling of weakness spread throughout Grant's body. He had a splitting headache, his spirit nearly dispersed, and black aura overtook his face. Shadow Goddess Myri. Grant was greatly shocked after realizing that he was hit with the legend-rank cursed dagger, Shadow Dagger, before frantically gathering his spirit force and pouring it into the white elephant armor. A formidable sacred and radiant power erupted from the white elephant armor, before pouring into Grant's body and dispersing all the curses afflicting him. But at the moment when Grant was distracted, Napman took advantage of that split second and strangely appeared before Grant. Napman unleashed his palms. He hit Grant in the chest, before violent death force at once poured into Grant. Even though the white elephant armor had weakened the death force by 70%, but the remaining 30% had still corroded large parts of Grant's flesh and broke several of his bones. The elemental white elephant also seized this opportunity to send its long trunk towards Napman. Several of Napman's ribs were broken, and he was smashed into the wall of the Warlock Tower before crushing it. Grant tore a magic scroll to shreds, and spatial fluctuations shrouded his body. He cast Napman a resentful look before disappearing. Napman sighed somewhat regretfully. Unfortunately, he was wearing the white elephant armor, or my strike would have killed him just now. The warlocks from the 6 great warlock groups have just too many life-saving trump cards. To kill one of them is really not easy. Napman and Shadow Goddess Myri had jointly sneak attacked him. They had nearly pushed him into a corner, yet Grant still managed to escape. His strength could very well be imagined. That fellow Grant ran away. Boxer, lend me a hand. Let's first capture Yang Yi, and then decide amongst ourselves how to divide him. Camus smiled boldly as he entered the Warlock Tower along with the other 2 great warlocks from Savage Claw, before staring at Napman and Myri. The Shadow Goddess has also come, just in time for you to die here. Chapter 160 Nuclear Cleansing, Complete Wipeout. Chapter 160 Nuclear Cleansing, Complete Wipeout. Translator, Xayamoj. Boxer said coldly. Very well, I will work with you to kill these 2 beasts from the other clans. Camus laughed wildly in response, and silently recited an incantation. magical radiances shone on his body, and he morphed into the 8 m tall land dire beast behemoth with long silver-white fur, sharp fangs, and 3 m long claws. Behemoth was a giant, first-rate, extraordinary life form comparable to dragons. On land, it could even tear a dragon into shreds. Its weaknesses were its fairly low magical resistance and its inability of flight. Retreat! Napman saw Camus morph, his complexion changed greatly, and his figure briskly retreated before he barked. In such a narrow terrain, a slap from that behemoth could slice Napman into pieces. Myri's figure retreated briskly. She crashed into the wall of the Warlock Tower before bursting Trophet and rushing into the distance. The Camus-morphed behemoth took an abrupt step forward, brandished its claw, and slapped at Myri. Large amount of blood splashed. Myri's arm was forcibly sent flying by the behemoth's slap. Myri took this chance to escape from the Warlock Tower and flew into the sky. Boxer's gaze was cold. He silently recited an incantation, pointed towards Myri in the sky, and cast the level 4 spell flight ban. The level 4 spell flight ban could just ban a single person from flight. It wasn't effective in large-scale battles, but in small-scale battles it was nevertheless a horrifying spell. As if a headless fly, Myri dropped from the sky and fell to the ground. Harley silently recited an incantation, pointed at Camus, and cast the level 4 spell Extraordinary Physical Constitution Strengthening. To the Camus-morphed behemoth, many level 1 and level 2 strengthening spells had little to no effect. While the level 4 spell Extraordinary Physical Constitution Strengthening could strengthen him by 30%, turning him even more terrifying and fierce. Even if a dragon fell to the ground, it would be easily torn to shreds by him. The level 4 spell Extraordinary Physical Constitution Strengthening was a level 4 spell which many body-tempering great warlocks were bound to solidify in their spirit seas. Camus' eyes flickered with brutal radiance. He gave an angry roar and frenziedly rushed towards Myri. When Camus was about to clash with Myri, the 3 black dragons in the sky opened their bloody maws and puffed out. The 3 black dragons immediately spurted their dragon breaths at the behemoth. Eben, the monkey-like man with the petite figure, his figure shook, and he arrived before the behemoth. With the flash of a magical radiance, he morphed into a 3 m tall level 4 extraordinary life form prismatic mirrorloid. It was a rhombohedron-shaped life form with every face being a mirror. Among level 4 extraordinary life forms, the battle prowess of prismatic mirrorloids were among the weakest. But they had a mystical property to them, that is, they could ricochet the majority of magic attacks. Only Moonlight Warlock rank magical attacks with absolute power, were certain to kill them. Immediately after the 3 dragon breaths hit the prismatic mirrorloid, they were ricocheted back at the 3 black dragons, before detonating on their bodies and burning them all over. The 3 people were left screaming miserably. The Camus-morphed behemoth seized the chance to rush in front of Myri. His eyes flashed with a cruel glint, and he fiercely sent a claw at her. In a frontal clash, Shadow Goddess Myri's fighting strength was no match to any of the great warlocks present. However, she believed in the God of Shadows and had the assassination divine authority. She was one of the most dreadful assassins. If not killed, human clan's great warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent won't have any peace of mind. Myri's complexion was unchanged. She ripped apart a magic scroll, and her body turned into wisps of smoke which dispersed in every direction. The behemoth's claw strike hit empty air, before ferociously hitting the land below and tearing open huge crevices. In an instant, Myri appeared in a dark corner 1 kilometer outside of Black City, before merging with the shadows and disappearing. As if a goddess, Cheyenne trod on empty air. Holding the demigod rank armament Dark Scepter, embedded with 6 magic cores from level 4 extraordinary life forms, she pointed at the 3 black dragons and cast the level 4 divine spell Darkness Power Strengthening. Black streams of divine light were released from the Dark Scepter and merged with the 3 black dragons. Under the blessings from the streams of divine light, the 3 black dragons had their strength immediately rise by 40%. Divine Decree. God's power must not be defied. Vile heresy is bound to incur divine retribution. While holding the black scepter, A touch of a sacred radiance flashed on Cheyenne peerlessly beautiful face. She silently recited a prayer, pointed at Camus, and cast the level for divine spell divine retribution. A stream of black divine light descended from the sky and shot towards Camus. The complexion of the ebon-morphed prismatic mirrorloid changed greatly. His body rotated before immediately changing back to his human form and hiding aside. Pastors, priests, and other beings drew support from divine power. Divine power was much more terrifying than magic. Each and every god, even those with weak divine power, they all at least had power comparable to human moonlight warlocks. That level of power by far exceeded the range what a prismatic mirrorloid could handle. If Eben were to forcibly resist that level for divine spell, then only death would await him. That stream of black divine light illuminated the behemoth. It issued miserable roars, its silver-white fur started to turn black, and large patches of its flesh started to corrode, revealing its bones. Different types of gods controlled different divine authority and different laws, and the offensive methods of the divine power they granted were also different. Lolth was the ruler of the Dark Elves. Darkness law was part of the divine laws under her control, and her divine power also contained the unique corrosive nature of darkness divine power. Camus clenched his teeth, his figure shook, and he recovered his human form. But now he looked as if he had sulfuric acid thrown all over him, without any part of his skin being spared. A large part of his back had also sunken in, revealing his bones. Camus took out an ancient bronze shield brimming with ancient aura, and raised the shield upwards. It was the legend-rank secret treasure lion heart shield. A cyan elemental lion flew out from the lion heart shield, before getting into a fierce struggle against the stream of black divine light. The moment the stream of black divine light had extinguished was when the cyan elemental lion had collapsed. Harley silently recited an incantation, pointed at Camus, and cast the level 4 water attribute spell treatment water. Streams of blue treatment water entered Camus' body. The skin and flesh which had been corroded could be seen swiftly recovering. In Tyrannid subcontinent, even warlocks that specialized in treatment couldn't compare with pastors, worshippers, priests, and others who drew support from divine power, but they were still exceedingly outstanding and only slightly inferior. Some first-rate life warlocks were even above pastors, worshippers, and priests in terms of treatment. The 3 black dragons once more spurted out their horrifying dragon breaths, sending them towards Harley. Harley's complexion changed drastically. He shredded a magic scroll and instantly vanished from where he stood, before reappearing 300 m away. Suddenly, the figure of Black Dragon Tower's Carl shook. He appeared in front of Yang Yi, reached out with his hand and captured him. His figure flashed, and he frantically rushed out of Black City without giving a damn about Camus and the other several people being suppressed. Carl, hand over Yang Yi. Clifford walked out of the side, pointed his legend-rank magic staff, the Black Shine staff, at Carl, and shot a black meteor-like arrow at him. Clifford, I'm your opponent. Paris, who had cast his dragon morph and had morphed into a half-dragon, half-human freak, erupted with a terrifying life force and reached out with his dragon-like claw before squashing the black arrow. Nina, also in her half-dragon, half-human form, while smiling merrily, appeared to block in front of Conrel. There was no deep hatred between Black Dragon Tower and Warlock College Antalya, but they still wouldn't miss this chance to fight over Yang Yi. Eyes of Justices Uhtred appeared from a corner to block in front of Carl and said coldly, "There's still me. Carl, hand over Yang Yi, and I'll let you pass. If you want Yang Yi, then come and take him yourself." Carl burst into laughter, turned into a half-dragon, half-human freak with a terrifying power infinitesimally close to that of a starry sky warlock, before rushing at Uhtred. As a consequence of the fights between those great warlocks, the entire Black City was trembling and wailing, with countless buildings being smashed to pieces and the debris flying everywhere. On the other side, Yang Feng was watching the fights between those great warlocks in Black City. Although the fights were fierce, but the combatants still left each other some leeway, not intending to fight to the death. Yang Feng's eyebrows were slightly creased as he was somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. Everything is in place. Very well, all of you can now go to hell. Go ahead. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he ordered. In an instant, the nuclear warheads buried in Black City detonated at the same time. Bang! Along with a world-shattering blare, the entire Black City became shrouded in the power of the nuclear warheads. The city was blown up. Boundless light and heat instantly swallowed the great Warlock rank experts fighting in Black City. A mushroom cloud rose to the sky, the earth quaked in a radius of several thousand kilometers, and birds and beasts fled in disarray. Fizz! Fizz! The moment the nuclear warheads exploded, the holographic projection in Rose Garden blurred and stopped transmitting images. The video surveillance equipment was either destroyed in the explosion or suffered an interference from it. Carolina was stupefied, then muttered somewhat indistinctly, "What happened? Did you just blow up the entire Black City?" Cordelia had also a dull expression. She looked at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Clarissa also looked disbelievingly at Yang Feng. Even if great Warlock rank experts did their utmost, they still couldn't blow up the entire Black City with a spell, and even Starry Sky Warlocks couldn't accomplish it. Only Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above, Warlocks whose strength was comparable to gods, only they could wipe out the entire Black City with a spell. Yang Feng said with a cheerful smile, "That's right. It was me who blew up Black City. This Black City has always been a trap set up by myself and my uncle. No matter the amount of Warlock rank experts, as long as they enter, then they will never leave." With this nuclear cleansing, Black City was blown up, and a large amount of great Warlock rank experts, regardless of whether they were from the Underground World's allied forces or Tyrannid Subcontinent's 6 great Warlock groups, they were all buried in one fell swoop. This was the best opportunity for Steel City to grow. Carolina suddenly felt a chill within. Her mind was filled with fear. Cordelia and Clarissa had their beautiful eyes flash with a touch of dismay and fear. If Cordelia hadn't betrayed Rose Garden, then 1 or 2 of them might also have went to Steel City. If that happened, then they might also have perished in the nuclear explosion. Clarissa's pretty face changed. She hesitated for a moment, clenched her fists, and then criticized, "Yang Feng, there were still several 100,000 ordinary people in Black City. Don't you have any guilty conscience for doing that?" Carolina and Cordelia had their beautiful eyes flash with a touch of disapproval. In their eyes, ordinary people are but ants. They wouldn't bat an eye at any number of them dying. Putting aside their positions, they even admired Yang Feng for killing off more than a dozen great warlocks at the expense of several 100,000 human lives. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I've already taken care of it beforehand. There was only a single living person in the Black City, and the rest were all alchemical golems refined by my uncle." Clarissa heaved a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for blaming you wrongly. You're a good person. If he's a good person, then there are no bad people in the world." Dephilia glanced somewhat strangely at Clarissa and muttered within. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Carolina and Cordelia were very capable and cunning experts. They had abundant experience. As for Clarissa, she was a pure and honest person. She could only become one of Rose Garden's 3 tycoons because she was part of Carolina's faction, as she was somewhat silly and hadn't fought for power. Therefore, she was also the weakest one of the 3. Carolina's eyebrows creased, and she said, "What happened to your Uncle Yang Yi?" As great warlocks, Grant and the others would never fail to distinguish between a human and an alchemical golem at a close distance. Yang Feng smiled lightly and said, "The one person who died was indeed a level 1 human warlock. It was a human warlock whom I had caught, performed a cosmetic surgery on, and then altered his memories. There were no fluctuations of magic on him, and even warlock rank experts wouldn't see through this farce if they didn't use special detection spells." Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Carolina and the other several women suddenly realized that those great warlocks were fooled by a simple cosmetic surgery. After hearing that, Carolina couldn't help but be somewhat impressed by Yang Feng. Chapter 161 Great Harvest. Chapter 161 Great Harvest. Translator, Xuanhuan. On the other side, after the nuclear explosion, 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were arriving from the distance, nearly blotting out the horizon. Bladed robots, gunner robots, artillery robots, and shielded robots descended to the nuclear explosion site through parachutes and began searching for the enemy. Although according to the projections made by the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer, there was a probability of 90% for the Great Warlocks in Black City to be wiped out, but the data on Great Warlocks was still too little. Moreover, the experts who had went to Black City were Tyrannid subcontinent's most peak powerhouses, and it was unknown how many life-saving trump cards they possessed. Therefore, the first thing which Yang Feng had done was to send primary battle robots to go to the site and search for the enemy as well as the spoils. As soon as those robots arrived at the site of radiation, a variety of images were sent back to Rose Garden. A 3D holographic projection of the radiation site was being transmitted. What had originally been Black City had turned into a huge crater several dozen meters deep and more than a dozen kilometers wide. Deadly silence was everywhere, with radiation fog covering everything. Everywhere, wreckage as well as crystallized objects could be seen. Even though they were looking at the scene via the holographic projection, they still could sense the might and terror of the nuclear explosion. Both Carolina and Cordelia were slightly frightened within. They had gained an understanding of how powerful and scary Steel City really was. Unlike Clarissa, although they were forced to obey Yang Feng, but deep down they were still entertaining thoughts of rebellion. The more powerful Steel City was, the more difficult it would be for them to rebel against Yang Feng. Discovered the life signal of a surviving life form. Suddenly, the electronic eyes of the search robots flickered red, and they sent back a message. The nearby 200 engineering robots swiftly arrived to an open space, and then quickly began to dig underground. After digging for 100-odd meters, they discovered a large bold head in the soil. The rock giant Bonardine. According to the analysis, it should have started its innate ability at the moment of the nuclear explosion. It had went underground, and luckily escaped the brunt of the explosion. Immediately injecting it with the God-eradicating elixir, a detached voice came from the holographic projection. This content is taken from fgariwebnavio.com. An engineering robot extended a drill bit, pierced it into the rock giant Bonardine's head, before drilling a big hole in its head, and injecting it with the liquid nanorobots. The life force of the rock giant Bonardine was originally exceedingly powerful, but after the nuclear explosion, even though it had escaped the brunt of it, yet it had still sustained heavy injuries and had lost its conscience. It was at the mercy of the engineering robots. As soon as the liquid nanorobot elixir entered the rock giant's body, the elixir had immediately merged with it and had started to restore its body. The rock giant Bonardine was an extraordinary life form comparable to dragons. Therefore, Yang Feng was very happy for catching it. Once it joined Steel City, then Steel City's strength would be increased by a large chunk. Those engineering robots quickly dug out the rock giant out of the soil. Even though Bonardine was lucky enough to escape the brunt of the nuclear explosion, but its arms had been crushed, its eyes had been wasted, and more than half of its bones had been broken. Just by virtue of its physical constitution could the giant prolong its existence. But if Yang Feng hadn't treated it, then it would linger in pain for 10 more days before dying. When Carolina and the other few women saw Bonardine's state, they couldn't help but feel a chill inside. Solely in terms of physical constitution, Bonardine was definitely one of the strongest level 4 extraordinary life forms. Carolina was claimed to be one of the experts closest to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but in terms of physical constitution, she was definitely not Bonardine's match. In Black City, Bonardine hadn't been directly exposed to the nuclear explosion, but he still had sustained such severe injuries. If they were to change places with Bonardine, then they might have already been dead. Discovered a secret treasure. Several engineering robots swiftly moved to find a very broken white armor. Carolina's beautiful eyes flickered with a touch of incredulity, and she exclaimed, "Isn't this one of the 5 great legendary white elephant armors of white elephant ivory? Grant was the one wearing it. Hadn't he escaped?" Yang said with a faint smile, "There's nothing strange about it. Although he had escaped, yet he hadn't escaped far away, but had just temporarily left the scene." An engineering robot scanned for a while and then said, "Legend rank secret treasure white elephant armor. Damage at 38.2% can be restored. With the current resources, after being restored, its defensive strength will be 20% lower than it had been previously. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he laughed out loud. Haha, great! Immediately fix the white elephant armor. The white elephant armor was one of the 5 great legend rank armors of white elephant ivory, as well as one of the best legend rank armors in Tyrannid subcontinent. After being restored, even if its defensive strength would be 20% lower than what it used to be, the white elephant armor would still be a very formidable armor. Even Rose Garden's master, Carolina, had her eyes become slightly red after seeing this legend rank white elephant armor. Carolina said solemnly, "With the white elephant armor here, that means that Grant had died. He was killed by your Steel City. Therefore, white elephant ivory will never let you off." Yang Feng sneered. Heh. After this battle, do you still think that white elephant ivory has the power to threaten our Steel City? Carolina suddenly was at a loss for words. White elephant ivory also had just 4 great warlocks, and it had suffered heavy losses now that 2 of them had perished by the nuclear warheads. Under the menace from the underground world's allied forces, they wouldn't dare to act impulsively. If the other 2 great warlocks were also to die, then White Elephant Ivory's base would be in great danger and might collapse at any moment. The engineering robots continued to sweep the battlefield, discovering broken legendary equipment. Carolina saw the broken legendary equipment and felt alarmed as if seeing the scenes of Tyrannid subcontinent's all-powerful great warlocks falling. The underground world's allied forces had invested a lot of time and resources in roping in an unknown amount of human traders, and they had only killed 7 and heavily injured 3 great warlocks. But now Yang Feng had managed to kill 11 human great warlocks through his nuclear cleansing. Nearly half of humanity's top powers had been eliminated, shifting the balance of top powers between the 2 sides. Yang Feng looked at the statistics and his eyebrows creased slightly. 3 dragon crystals, which indicates that the 3 black dragons had perished. Unfortunately, their blood and other parts were all destroyed in the explosion. A single Hellion core, evidently belonging to Eden, which means that the undead Hellion monarch Napman and the Dark Elves' great matriarch Shaena have very likely survived. Clarissa said worriedly. Yang Feng, so many warlocks from our side had died. Now the power balance between us humans and the underground world's allied forces had been overturned. What do we do now? Steel City was besieged by 7 great forces, including Tyrannid subcontinent's 5 great warlock groups. Apart from Eyes of Justice that had just sent a single great warlock, the other 4 great warlock groups had sent nearly half of their great warlocks to besiege Steel City. Now that so many great warlocks had died, the 5 great warlock groups wouldn't dare to rashly dispatch their own great warlocks. Therefore, the situation had become even more perilous. As for the underground world's allied forces, although they had also lost 5 great warlock rank experts, but they were composed of numerous clans, and they had more great warlock rank experts. The fall of 5 great warlock rank experts was an acceptable loss to them, and didn't affect their overall situation. Carolina said with some schadenfreude. And you're in trouble now. Apart from our Rose Garden, you've offended all of Tyrannid subcontinent's forces. Afterwards, it will be difficult for you to do anything in Tyrannid subcontinent as no force will be willing to deal with your Steel City. By detonating Black City, Yang Feng had offended nearly all of Tyrannid subcontinent's forces, and had literally become an enemy of Tyrannid subcontinent. It would be difficult to find a place which wasn't hostile towards him. Yang Feng said with a confident smile. So what? Power is just. As long as I'm powerful enough, then I'm just and my enemies are evil to be purified and eradicated. Yang Feng turned towards Carolina and said with a slight smile, Originally, I had planned to go to Rose Divine Pool and practice cultivation for some time, but the situation has changed so quickly that it seems that I will have to adjust my course of action. Carolina, Cordelia, Clarissa, I need the corpses of complete level 4 extraordinary life forms that you hold. Don't tell me that you don't have any. If you lie to me, then I'll be very disappointed. I can promise you that you will never want to see me disappointed. Carolina saw Yang Feng's radiant smile, and she felt a slight chill inside as she recalled that ruthless method of Yang Feng's. She was silent for a moment and then said, I have 15 intact corpses of level for extraordinary life forms in my possession which were accumulated by the successive generations of Rose Garden. Cordelia smiled sweetly. I have 3 intact corpses of level for extraordinary life forms in my possession, of which I have bought 1 and killed the other 2. Cordelia was extremely docile before Yang Feng. In reality, though, she was the second strongest in Rose Garden, and if the gap in equipment was disregarded, then she was just slightly weaker than Carolina. But if considering the gap in equipment, then she'd be crushed by Carolina. I only have half a corpse of a meteor crow for research. Clarissa blushed somewhat and said. She was one of Rose Garden's 3 tycoons, yet she didn't even had a single intact corpse of a level 4 extraordinary life form, clearly showing how dire her circumstances were. Chapter 162, Enemy of the World. Chapter 162, Enemy of the World. Translator, Xuanhuan. 3 days later, Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Tower, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant Ivory issued a joint public declaration, denouncing the collusion of Steel City with the underground world's allied forces, declaring it to be vile and a traitor of humanity. The 5 great warlock groups called for all forces to sever their trade and connections with Steel City. Non-compliance would be tantamount to committing treason against humanity, and would incur punishment from everyone. The entire continent was shaken once that declaration was issued. For the last several millennia, this was the first time that 5 great warlock groups had jointly denounced another warlock group of committing treason against humanity. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Tower, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant Ivory. The power the 5 great warlock groups wielded was already nearly half of Human Clan's power in Tyrannid subcontinent. Coupled with the large and small warlock groups attached to them, they were capable of mobilizing around 2/3 of Tyrannid subcontinent's forces. Under the command of the 5 great warlock groups, practically all human forces had severed their ties with Steel City. Less than a day after the 5 great warlock groups had denounced Steel City of committing treason against humanity, the underground world's allied forces had also publicly declared Steel City as their fiercest enemy. Anyone who managed to bring back the heads of Steel City's Steelmaster, Yang Yi, the only kin of Steel City's Citymaster, Yang Feng, and others affiliated with Steel City, to the headquarters of the Allied forces. The headquarters of the Allied forces would arrange for them a tremendous amount of resources and would spare no effort in nurturing them into great warlock rank experts. The declaration of the underground world's Allied forces was like a fierce slap to the 5 great warlock groups, turning their allegations pertaining to Steel City into a jest. However, no human forces dared to violate the orders of the 5 great warlock groups. No one dared to trade with Steel City. This chapter is updated by frustrates.cm. Fernandro Principality, Bailu City. Inside the hall of Fernandro family's headquarters. The ones sitting in the hall were Fernandro family's elders. A heavy atmosphere of deadly silence pervaded the hall. Lamix said with a gloomy expression, "Everyone, let's discuss what our next course of action should be." Elton immediately responded, "What else is there to discuss? Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Tower, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant Ivory." The 5 great warlock groups had already declared Yang Feng an enemy of humanity. Colluding with him is tantamount to committing treason against humanity. We should immediately show where we stand and join the side of the 5 great warlock groups. Many of Fernandro family's playboys nodded in approval. The 5 great warlock groups were the epitome of Tyrannid subcontinent's most powerful forces. Fernandro family had no way to contend with them. One should remember that Fernandro family had just 2 level 2 warlocks, and one of them was still killed by Yang Feng, leaving Lamix as the only level 2 warlock in the entire family. The elders with rich experiences had gloomy expressions. They looked resentfully at Elton and the other youngsters for failing to meeting their expectations. Lamix's expression darkened. He was feeling like reprimanding Elton. This good-for-nothing. Helena glared at Elton and snapped, "Idiot, we can't contend with the 5 great warlock groups, and we also can't contend with Steel City. With Steel City's power, they could casually dispatch a mechanical legion and exterminate every last one of us. Even though Jessica had married Yang Feng, Steel City still wouldn't give up on us just because of her. No matter what side we offend, we still have no way to survive. That is our greatest problem. Elton stilled for a moment, and then said somewhat fearfully, "Does that mean that no matter what we choose, we're still going to die?" Helena glared at Elton. "Have you just now realized it?" The atmosphere of fear and deathly silence had become even heavier in the hall. Everyone's eyes were flickering with worry and fear. A youth called Convert suggested, "Sir Patriarch, wouldn't it be better for us to leave this place? How about seeking refuge with Savage Claw?" Lamix said without batting an eye. "Go on," Convert said resolutely, akin chopping nails and slicing iron. Although Steel City is powerful, but compared to the 5 great warlock groups, it's still lacking. Even with Snow White Madam joining them, it still has but a single great warlock, which is not enough to contend with the 5 great warlock groups. Therefore, it's doomed. Many elders in the hall nodded silently. The 6 great warlock groups had been dominating Tyrannid subcontinent for several millennia, and those who had opposed them had already been turned into dust. Although Fernandro Principality can't contend with Steel City, but Steel City might also not be able to match the 6 great warlock groups. Convert said loudly, "We just need to abandon our foundation, Fernandro Principality. We can depart this place along with our wealth. By relying on Savage Claw, we can find a secret place to hide. And once Steel City is no more, we can re-establish our warlock family. If we stay in Fernandro Principality, then only death will await us." Several official warlocks in the hall looked at Convert revealed a trace of satisfaction. Although they didn't wish to abandon Fernandro Principality, but as long as everyone lived, then it was possible. And if they stayed in Fernandro Principality, then they would be sitting ducks and only death would await them. Lamix said lightly, "I've got an intelligence not long ago. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Tower, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant Ivory. The 5 great warlock groups had dispatched 11 great warlocks towards Black City to capture Steel City's citymaster, Yang Yi. Underground World's allied forces had also dispatched more than 7 great warlock rank experts to capture City Master Yang Yi." When Lamix said that, the gazes of everyone in the hall had gathered on him. Helena's beautiful eyes flickered with incredulity, and she exclaimed, "Impossible! 18 great warlocks joining hands could even contend against a Starry Sky warlock, and they lost." Everyone's gazes were brimming with astonishment. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Tower, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups announcing that Steel City had rebelled against humanity proved that they hadn't succeeded in capturing Yang Yi. Including Helena, no one dared to believe that Steel City's city master could escape from 18 great warlock rank experts. Lamix said with a faint sigh. As for the result of that battle, the entire Black City had been blasted into dust and became a forbidden land. Also, 15 of the 18 great warlocks had fallen. Convert was stunned and exclaimed, "Impossible! How could that be?" Even if all the great warlocks from Black Dragon Tower were deployed along with demigod-rank secret treasures, it would still be impossible for them to kill 15 great warlocks. Preposterous. How could that happen? How? How could Steel City have killed 15 great warlock rank experts? Impossible. This intelligence is false, right? How come? 15 great warlocks. Those are great warlocks with formidable divine-like strength. How come they were so easily killed by Steel City? That's impossible. Somewhat frightened and disarray doubts were sounded in the hall. Nobody believed this intelligence. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there was no force capable of killing 15 great warlocks at once. Great warlocks were the most troublesome enemies. Every one of them had a lot of life-saving trump cards, and once they realized that things were going south, they would choose to escape. The underground world's allied forces had spent countless years and dispatched countless spies to infiltrate the surface world. They've spent countless efforts to poison, besiege, and assassinate, with no measure being too extreme, and they had just managed to eliminate 10 great warlocks. 3 of the 10 great warlocks were just heavily injured, while only the other 7 had been truly killed. freewebnovuel.com. Only after spending countless efforts had the underground world's allied forces managed to kill the 7 human warlock. And now, a trifling Steel City had actually managed to kill 15 great warlocks. This is just a fairy tale. Lei Mix said lightly. This intelligence was sent back by Jessica. Reportedly, she had personally witnessed everything. Furthermore, White Elephant Ivory's legend rank secret treasure White Elephant armor, Warlock College and Talia's legend rank secret treasure Book of Gaia, and other legend rank secret treasures had already become Steel City's spoils of war for Yang Feng to fiddle with as he wishes. When he said that, everyone in the hall inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Jessica was a carefully nurtured genius of Fernandro family. She was extremely loyal to Fernandro family, and there was no way the intelligence she sent back would be false. But if this is true, then Steel City's foundation and power needed to be reevaluated. When Helena heard that, she couldn't help but have a touch of jealousy and envy surge inside her, as well as a deep hatred towards herself for not marrying into Steel City instead of Jessica. An ambitious girl like her would naturally be unwilling to live her life in mediocrity. She desired to be more powerful and have a longer lifespan. In order to become stronger, tremendous cultivation resources were essential, and becoming the lady of a young lord from a formidable warlock group was the fastest way to obtaining those tremendous resources. Lei Mix smiled faintly and said, Jessica has already sent word for us to come over. She can let us join Rose Garden. As long as we seek refuge with Rose Garden and be under their protection, then Warlock College and Talia won't have a way to take a hold of us. That's an excellent idea. Jessica can even let us join Rose Garden. She's so capable. Since Jessica had said so, then let's just do that so. There was a buzz of approving voices in the hall. After hearing that Steel City had managed to kill 15 great Warlock rank experts in one fell swoop, Jessica's position in Fernandro family had once more received a tremendous boost. Everyone realized that whether Fernandro family could gain glory or not, it all depended on Jessica's performance. Lei Mix had only now revealed a trace of a smile. Not long after, Fernandro Principality had announced that they were joining Rose Garden, becoming one of Rose Garden's subsidiary forces. Chapter 163 Breaking Through Fishtooth City's Defenses with Zero Casualties. Chapter 163 Breaking Through Fishtooth City's Defenses with Zero Casualties. Translator, Xayamoj. Black Dragon Empire, Satsuma Marquidom, Baza City. Above the city wall, Ares in his blue lion Feng armor along with a squad of human warriors were on patrol. These days, through Yang Feng spending large amounts of resources to nurture him, Ares had already been promoted to an Earth Knight rank expert. Along with great power, and everyone going through heaven-toppling changes, his position as the great commander of Baza City's city guards had solidified. All of a sudden, rumbling noises from propellers and airplane engines came from afar. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft? Are those the reinforcements sent by Master? As soon as he looked up and saw those Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft arriving from afar, Ares' eyes flashed with a touch of shock. So many Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. In the middle of the sky, nearly 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were flying over under the protection of several 1,000 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. So many Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Those are the reinforcements sent by Sir Lord. Could it be that Sir Lord wants to fight those vile dark elves? Every human warrior above the city wall looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft soaring in the sky, a touch of shock flashing through their eyes as they discussed. The human warriors of Baza City had already experienced Yang Feng's dissemination of technology. They had already familiarized themselves with the various military weapons produced by Steel City and were no longer scrubs who knew nothing. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft descended from the sky, landed in Baza City's military barracks, and dropped off a variety of military weapons. A large number of robots moved large amounts of goods from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Once all the goods were unloaded, the 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft immediately took off and flew towards Blue Rock City under the protection from the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Since the nuclear cleansing of Black City, Blue Rock City had been forged by Yang Feng into Steel City's new core. In Blue Rock City, large amounts of goods were stacked up high and waited to be shipped off. Respectful greetings, Master. Ares went next to Yang Feng, bowed towards him in a knight's salute, and said deferentially, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said solemnly, Ares, I've decided to execute a military expedition towards the underground world and storm the base of those darkness life forms. Are you willing to follow me into the underground world to destroy the base of those darkness life forms? Ares immediately felt his blood surge, and he said straightforwardly, Master, I, Ares, am willing to follow you and kill all your enemies. At the moment, dark elves and other darkness life forms were wreaking havoc in Tyrannid subcontinent, with countless humans meeting violent deaths in their hands, while Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups were forced to hole up in their bases and not dare to come out. And now, Yang Feng had actually proposed to go into the lion's den and destroy the base of the darkness life forms, making Ares' blood surge. He just wanted to follow Yang Feng and fight. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, Excellent, go gather the troops, make the necessary preparations for battle, and await my order. Ares answered loudly, Yes, Master. Fishtooth City, the formerly human city, had already turned into a homeland for dark elves. Above Fishtooth City's city wall, a large number of haggard-looking human slaves with numb eyes were constructing the city wall, turning it taller and firmer. The exterior of Fishtooth City's city wall was covered in thick extraordinary plants, venomous vampiric rattans, full of sharp thorns. The sharp thorns of the extraordinary plant's venomous vampiric rattans could easily pierce through human armor. Once humans were stung by those venomous thorns, they would be paralyzed and their blood would be sucked dry by those venomous vampiric rattans. Inside the 20m wide moat outside Fishtooth City, the dark elves had set free a shoal of extraordinary life forms, black-scaled piranhas. The shoal of black-scaled piranhas was horrifying. Even level 3 warlocks would be devoured by them until practically nothing was left, if they fall into the moat and didn't cast in time a spell to escape. Fucking bastards. How come the reinforcements have not yet arrived? Within Fishtooth City's palace, Biska had a look of anxiety, and her pretty yes were gaunt. She couldn't help but to curse. Since she was defeated by Yang Feng, Biska had withdrawn her troops into Fishtooth City, and had been sending reinforcement requests to the underground world's allied forces ever since. But the underground world's allied forces had been sweeping throughout the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, and had their forces spread out alike to a blooming flower. There were no extra troops assigned to her. They just gave her 2,000 dark elf warriors, and let her hold on to Fishtooth City. Biska was very clear. With her troops, she had no way to resist Yang Feng's mechanical legion. This was the reason why she had been having nightmares lately. She dreamt that Yang Feng's army would besiege them, and she would be killed. A dark elf with a panicked expression ran next to Biska, and shouted, Lady, it's bad. Lady, Rex, the Lord of Satsuma Marquidom, has come along with his troops. What? He has come. The shocked and angry Biska also seemed to reveal a trace of relief. She immediately changed into her armor and went towards Fishtooth City's city wall. When Biska arrived above the city wall, what met her sight were the densely packed level 8 beast-type bladed robots moving towards Fishtooth City in a skirmish line. Biska's scalp went numb as she watched the densely packed level 8 beast-type bladed robots, and exclaimed, Fuck! How come there are so many high-level alchemical battle golems? It's very likely that their battle prowess are comparable to level 1 warlocks. There was a direct relationship between the size of the alchemical golem's build and their strength. The level 8 beast-type bladed robots were 6m tall. They were as tall as 2-story tall buildings. According to the common sense in Tyrannid subcontinent, such alchemical golems had the battle prowess of level 1 warlock rank experts. The dark elves above the city wall had their pretty faces turn pale, their beautiful eyes flickering with traces of fear. Break through the city's defenses. From among the densely packed beast-type bladed robots, Yang Feng swept Fishtooth City with a gaze and ordered domineeringly. Now that Steel City's strength had been revealed, he had no need to lie low anymore. He was now an enemy of the entire world. Therefore, expanding swiftly and crushing the resistance with absolute power was the way to go. The densely packed level 8 beast-type blade robots suddenly charged towards Fishtooth City with a terrifying speed comparable to that of first-rate chariots. Under the charge of the 10,000 beast-type bladed robots, the earth shook. Biska roared at the top of her lungs. Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Akin to raindrops, countless arrows were shot from above the city wall and madly rushed towards the beast-type bladed robots. Dark elves were born archers, and their talent in archery was by far superior to humans. The dense rain of arrows had accurately locked onto the beast-type bladed robots. A despairing scene arose. Radiances flashed on the beast-type bladed robots, followed by the sudden emergence of transparent protective covers. When the arrows shot by the dark elves hit the protective covers, they were immediately ricocheted. They couldn't harm the beast-type bladed robots in the slightest. After seeing this, a touch of despair flashed in the eyes of the dark elves above the city wall. For the dark elves, their extraordinary archery was their winning move. It was unknown how many experts had fallen before their archery. But now, the beast-type bladed robots disregarding their archery had left them in despair. Biska shouted, "Catapults! Heavy crossbows!" 20 heavy crossbows were put into position above the city wall, before shooting 6M long bolts in a flash, and striking at the protective covers of the beast-type bladed robots. The bolts made out of wood shattered instantly, with their remains splashing everywhere and scattering on the ground. They hadn't even managed to slow down the charge of the beast-type bladed robots. Although these beast-type bladed robots couldn't withstand a single blow from great warlock rank experts, but they were terrifying beings comparable to pinnacle level 2 warlocks, and ordinary heavy crossbows had no way of destroying their protective covers. Fishtooth City still had 30 catapults. Boulders dropped from the sky and smashed towards the beast-type bladed robots. The beast-type bladed robots brandished their arms to deflect the boulders and pushed the boulders dropping from the sky aside. Biska snapped, "Cast! Fireball! Shadow Ray! Web! Petrification Ray!" In the Fishtooth City, the Dark Elf wizards cast their spells. A variety of spells bombarded the beast-type bladed robots. The spells just managed to set off ripples on the protective covers before disappearing. The auxiliary spells such as Web and Grease were but a minor inconvenience to the beast-type bladed robots, delaying the pace of their charge. Within a dozen seconds, engineering robots rushed up to Fishtooth City and swiftly started to build pontoon bridges across the moat before reaching Fishtooth City's city wall. Boom! 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 300 artillery robots started their bombardment. The terrifying artillery barrage had instantly decimated a section of Fishtooth City's city wall. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The 10,000 beast-type bladed robots followed the gap resulting from the bombardment and rushed inside. The Dark Elves were worthy of being called elites trained in the underground world's cruel interclan wars. Even though they were under such a tremendous disadvantage, they still launched their attacks against the beast-type bladed robots. But the attack of the Dark Elves had no effect. They had no way to break through the defense of the beast-type bladed robots. The beast-type bladed robots struck the Dark Elves with their electric batons, before electrocuting them till they fainted. Biska clenched her teeth and issued a retreat order. "Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately!" Biska made the prompt decision to abandoning the members from the other clans. She led the remaining 5,000 Dark Elf elites to scrape for anything that could be ridden, and quickly fled outside. The members from other clans who stayed behind in Fishtooth City had either died or surrendered. Fishtooth City had been occupied in less than an hour. After capturing Fishtooth City, the beast-type bladed robots didn't linger, but instead rushed out of the city and proceeded to pursue the Dark Elves led by Biska. "Enter the city." Yang Feng pointed with his delicate commander's sword towards Fishtooth City and said solemnly, "Victory! Victory!" The 8,000 Baza City's city guards following behind Yang Feng issued heaven-shaking cheers. Everyone was looking at Yang Feng with adoration in their eyes. 0 casualties. At the cost of 0 casualties, Yang Feng had conquered the heavily garrisoned Fishtooth City. This accomplishment was simply terrifying. Even the peerless generals of Black Dragon Empire had no means to defeat the heavily garrisoned Fishtooth City at the expense of 0 casualties. This accomplishment was simply heaven-defying. Under Ares' command, The 8,000 trained Baza city guards immediately entered Fishtooth City, locked up the captives, and rescued the human slaves. As soon as the human slaves saw the human army, they burst into tears and wailed in grief. Many of them had their families ruined by the different clans, and had a deep-seated hatred towards the underground world's darkness clans. Yang Feng, who had conquered Fishtooth City, was akin to their savior. This allowed him to easily obtain the goodwill of Fishtooth City's people. In a thicket, Biska along with more than 300 dark elves were shuttling through it, with blood-curdling screams of dark elves occasionally coming from behind them. Biska looked haggard as she cursed somewhat frenziedly. Bastards! Those beasts are so despicable. They don't let people off until the very end. After Biska fled Fishtooth City, she took the dark elves to escape towards the entrance to the underground world. But before they could go far, the bladed robots had chased up to them from behind and relentlessly fought them. Biska ordered promptly, "Heed my command. Everyone is to immediately disperse. Search for a way to break out of the encirclement and report what happened today to Lady Beverly." The dark elves following Biska immediately dispersed and escaped in different directions. Suddenly, Biska felt slightly cold inside as miserable shrieks sounded. She had just taken a few steps when 6 beast-type bladed robots rushed out from the side and madly besieged her from different directions. Shortly after, Biska had also fallen to the ground. She was reduced to a captive. Demonic Snake Fortress. Inside a luxurious villa, the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress and matriarch of one of the 13 dark elven tribes, Beverly, her eyebrows creases lightly as she looked at the intelligence report in her hands. Satsuma Marquisdom's Rex had launched an attack on Fishtooth City? He's also heading towards Demonic Snake Fortress? What's happening? Biska is no good for nothing. Why would she send me such a ridiculous intelligence report? Beverly hesitated for a moment and then made a decision. Demonic Snake Fortress run by us is impenetrable. But this is a serious matter, so it's better to ask instructions from the great matriarch Xuanhuan. Beverly became the matriarch of one of the 13 tribes not only because she was a mighty level 3 warlock, but also because she was very cautious. If some ordinary dark elf general were to be in her stead, she would definitely dismiss this seemingly ridiculous intelligence report. Chapter 164, Going into the Underground World. Chapter 164, Going into the Underground World. Translator, Xuanhuan. Beverly's figure shook, and she disappeared from her bedroom, before strangely reappearing in a secret chamber. A magic crystal mirror was embedded on a wall of the secret chamber. Beverly silently recited an incantation, pointed at the magic crystal mirror, and a stream of a blue magic radiance shone on the mirror. The source of this content is freowebnovel.com. Beverly, did something happen? Cheyenne voice came from the magic crystal mirror, but her tone revealed great impatience. What happened? What would make the great matriarch behave this way? Beverly felt somewhat suspicious. Cheyenne was the great matriarch and the most outstanding dark elf. Usually, as someone who coped calmly with everything that came her way, who had everything under her control, who showed a kind and holy image to others, and who would never show any impatience in front of the 13 dark elven tribes' matriarchs. Her current bearing was clearly somewhat odd. Although Beverly felt suspicious, yet she still reported to Cheyenne the intelligence report in its entirety. From the magic crystal mirror came Cheyenne's ice-cold response. As the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress, make your own judgment on such trivial matters. If there's nothing important, then don't bother me anymore. Beverly was dissatisfied, yet she said deferentially, "Yes, great matriarch." The third layer of the underground world, the city of dark elves, inside the Holy Spring Divine Pool in the depths of the Great Temple. Cheyenne was immersed inside the milky white Holy Spring Divine Pool. She was covered with horrifying scars. Her originally peerless appearance had been burned beyond recognition. Her sensual body was covered in nauseating post-radiation ulcers, and her lover body had no legs. Cheyenne was at the center of the nuclear explosion. She had nearly depleted all of her trump cards and had narrowly escaped. However, not only were her legs blown off, but she had also suffered heavy radiation poisoning, and had sustained exceedingly severe injuries. Xuanhuan silently recited an incantation, pointed with her lily-white finger, and cast the level for divine spell Great Healing at herself. Streams of black divine light illuminated Xuanhuan, followed by her uttering moans of great pain while under the effect of the divine power. With every fraction of radiation power being dispelled by the divine power, she would feel like being fiercely stabbed with a blade. Divine power was one of the top powers in this world. It could even dispel radiation. But the divine power was extremely tyrannical, and its clash with the radiation power bring about great suffering. Under the effect of the Great Healing, the post-radiation ulcers on Xuanhuan's lovely body exploded open, before slowly healing and resuming the appearance of smooth jade. But after the Great Heal was over, Xuanhuan faintly gasped with a pained look on her face. She had no strength to cast another Great Heal. Xuanhuan adopted a fierce expression, and shrieked shrilly, "Fucking Steel City, fucking Yang Yi. I'll tear you to pieces. I'll tear everyone in Steel City to pieces." After venting, Xuanhuan could do nothing more than collapse powerlessly in the divine pool and sob. The internal affairs of the Dark Elves were replete with betrayals, conspiracies, and massacres. What no one could have imagined was that Xuanhuan was currently in a weakened state. But once her weakness was exposed, then what would await her was an exceedingly miserable end. At that time, even her trusted and devoted aides would also bite back at her. Xuanhuan was currently filled with remorse and regret for not being able to resist the temptation of personally going to Steel City. If not, she wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Even though she was a legend rank priestess, and drew support from the divine power of Goddess Lolth, it would still take her half a year to fully recover. This half a year would be extremely dangerous. As long as she was the slightest bit careless, then she would be doomed. Xuanhuan was a woman who had risen to the position of great matriarch amidst countless conspiracies and massacres. Therefore, she was acutely aware of the strangeness of it all. It was someone's plot, definitely. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence where all of us would gather simultaneously at Steel City? It should be someone's doing. Xuanhuan was gnashing her teeth as she contemplated. Looking at it from the perspective of who benefited in this ordeal, then this plot should have been a trap set up by Steel City in order to take care of us all in one fell swoop. Those beasts from Steel City. Every single one of them is a fucking bastard. A hatred was being fermented inside her. Inside demonic Snake Fortress. Beverly didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and immediately implemented military rule. Every human slave was locked up and was guarded strictly. Every single military weapon from within demonic Snake Fortress storehouses was placed above the city wall. Demonic Snake Fortress had entered martial law. On Yang Feng's side, after conquering Fishtooth City, Yang Feng left Ares in charge of restoring peace in the city, and immediately entered the underground world along with 200,000 battle robots. After a bout of fierce fighting, an ordinary troop needed to rest before fighting again, or its fighting strength would decline greatly. But the level 8 battle robots were different. As robots, as long as their power sources weren't depleted, then they could fight right until before being destroyed. This was the scariest trait of robot warriors. Is this the underground world? It really isn't a hospitable place. No wonder human warlocks hadn't occupied it. Once they entered the underground world, they were immediately shrouded in endless darkness. It was so dark that it was almost impossible to see one's hand in the darkness. Only some sparse fluorescent moss and other fluorescent plants emitted dim traces of radiance. The air was damp and had a slimy odor. The analysis has been concluded. The air humidity is far greater than in the surface world. Unless one had promoted to a level 1 warlock, then even Earth Knight rank experts would contract severe rheumatism and arthritis after living in this place for 5 years. Ordinary people would fall ill after living 1 year in such an environment. Yang Feng had just thought about it, when the optical computer had swiftly sent back a report of the analysis. Yang Feng contemplated, although ordinary people are but ants in the eyes of warlocks, but they are still the foundation of human warlocks. As ordinary people were incapable of living here, it would be very difficult for human warlocks to conquer the underground world. This was the reason why the underground world was abandoned. But for the ancient warlocks to gain complete control over the underground world, their power was indeed terrifying. During the era of the 8th Warlock dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, the underground world was still under the control of the human warlocks. Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world was also controlled by Dawn Dynasty's ancient warlocks, and was remodeled into a trial ground. After the collapse of Dawn Dynasty, the underground world had returned to the Darkness clans, and had become a dangerous place for humans. The human presence in the underground world was just limited to bridgeheads like Demonic Snake Fortress in order to do dealings with the underground world's major clans. Turn on the lights. Once Yang Feng ordered, the 200,000 robots immediately switched on the searchlights, brightly lighting their location. Once the 200,000 robots switched on the searchlights, thumb-sized extraordinary life form vampiric moths immediately formed a dense swarm and flew towards the 200,000 robots. Vampiric moths were the most commonly seen extraordinary life forms in the underground world. Once they saw light, they would be immediately attracted over via their phototaxes, before sucking the life form which was the source of the light dry. Many humans who had come to the underground world unprepared would attract countless vampiric moths once they produced light, and even level 3 warlocks may fall before the terrifying swarms of vampiric moths. Switch on the electricity. BZZT. Crackle. Following Yang Feng's order, the 200,000 robots covered themselves in electricity. When the dense swarm of vampiric moths ran into the 200,000 robots, they emitted crisp sounds and dropped to the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along with bursts of buzzing sounds, all sorts of bizarre venomous insects were attracted by the light from the searchlights and rushed towards the 200,000 robots, before being electrocuted along with a pop and emitting a charred stench. In their march towards Demonic Snake Fortress, the 200,000 robots ground the corpses of countless insects. When Yang Feng saw the countless waves of insects rushing over, his scalp turned slightly numb. He felt very curious. How did Black Dragon Empire's Demonic Snake Legion had passed through this path? With so many strange insects, even an army of 100,000 might be completely eradicated before reaching Demonic Snake Fortress. The underground world was practically covered in insects. If Yang Feng had led a human army, then even if it was an army of 100,000, by now 70,000 or 80,000 of them would have already been killed by those venomous insects. Even if the armor of the 200,000 robots was thick, there were still many of them which had places in their armor bitten through by the venomous insects. The venomous insects here and on Earth were different. In the world of warlocks, many of the venomous insects were extraordinary life form rank venomous insects, with the most powerful among them being even capable of easily killing great warlock rank experts. But fortunately, there were no such powerful insects in the first layer of the underground world, enabling Yang Feng to tread on the corpses of venomous insects and forge ahead. Yang Feng sighed somewhat regretfully. I was originally thinking about letting Ares lead the troops to join me on this campaign, but now it seems to be pointless. If he were to lead the troops over, then they would just die. Yang Feng wanted to nurture Ares' ability to lead troops. He wanted to nurture him into a general, so that when he eventually left to explore and colonize other planes, he would have someone of use. Plane colonization, even in the world of warlocks, was a very esoteric knowledge. At times, warriors who were neither weak nor strong would play the most important role during plane colonization. Chapter 165. Attacking Demonic Snake Fortress. Chapter 165. Attacking Demonic Snake Fortress. Translator, Xuanhuan. Many of the different planes had gods guarding them. Those gods were very knowledgeable, and had a particular understanding of the world of warlocks, as many planes had been encroached by the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Mechanical Legion. If Yang Feng were to descend to another plane along with his Mechanical Legion from the beginning, then the only outcome would be him becoming an enemy of the entire plane. There was no issue if he won. But if he lost, then the entire Mechanical Legion would be destroyed. With his current strength, Yang Feng was still unable to challenge a god from the get-go, much less become an enemy of an entire plane. Yang Feng was also aware of Tyrannid subcontinent's power structure. Therefore, only after the portable fortified stronghold was successfully established could he truly start to launch an attack on the underworld. After the tremendous mechanical legion entered the underworld and marched for more than a dozen kilometers, a huge and majestic fortress with a 100m tall city wall and 9 5-story tall warlock towers built above the city wall appeared before Yang Feng. In the center of the huge demonic snake fortress stood a 500m tall large-scale purification tower. Traces of light were released from the large-scale purification tower and shrouded demonic snake fortress. In the endless darkness of the underworld, the demonic snake fortress was like a shining pearl. Furthermore, the light released by demonic snake fortress was very strangely limited to just 500m outside the fortress. The area outside was still shrouded in endless darkness. Simultaneously, the various venomous insects in the underworld weren't attracted towards demonic snake fortress via their phototaxes. This was a testament to the power of human warlocks. A lot of ordinary humans lived in demonic fortified fortress. Only thanks to the effect of the large-scale purification tower could ordinary humans live in demonic snake tower without falling ill and dying. Only by mastering knowledge pertaining to countless extraordinary life forms and by possessing great power could warlocks build a fortress for humans in the greatly dangerous underworld. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Yang Feng's mechanical legion had just approached demonic snake fortress when resonant alarms reverberated in the fortress. Dark elven elite warriors stationed in demonic snake fortress quickly returned to their posts and clenched the weapons in their hands while looking solemnly into the distance. Enemy raid. How did they come so quickly? Beverly was secretly alarmed. She quickly changed into her priest robe, grasped her scepter, and then rushed towards demonic snake fortress city wall. Among the dark elves, the 13 tribes matriarchs were priestesses, while the great matriarch was a high priestess. Regardless of whether the matriarchs had previously been wizards, warlocks, or druids, once they ascended the position of matriarchs, they would become priestesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acknowledged by Goddess Lolth and would have no way of becoming tribal matriarchs. In Tyrannid subcontinent's underworld, Dark Elven clan had adopted a theocratic rule. As soon as Beverly had climbed up the city wall, she saw densely packed level 8 robots in the distance. She felt slightly cold inside. How come there are so many powerful alchemical golems? Beverly wasn't afraid of 1 or 2 level 8 robots. Even if there was a 100 units, Beverly still had the confidence in destroying them. And even against a 1,000 units, Beverly still had the confidence in destroying them and ultimately gaining victory by relying on the various demonic snake fortress defensive weapons. However, the number of the closely packed level 8 robots outside of demonic snake fortress was so terrifying that Beverly was secretly somewhat despairing. From amidst the densely packed robots came a voice urging them to surrender. I am Yang Tai, one of the Steel City's 10 marshals. People inside demonic snake fortress will spare your lives if you immediately surrender and acknowledge allegiance to Steel City. Stay stubborn, and no one will be spared. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Iron City's scrub. We will never surrender. Go to hell. Beverly gave a furious roar, her figure shook, and she flew to the top of the city wall. She then aimed her level 3 secret treasure star-splitting bow at Yang Feng, frantically urged her life force, and shot an arrow. A meteor-like dark green radiance shot towards Yang Feng amidst the crowd of robots. The level 8 shielded robots guarding in front of Yang Feng raised their shields, and instantly released protective covers blocking in front of Yang Feng. Once the dark green arrow hit a level 8 shielded robot's level 3 protective cover, it instantly penetrated the cover, punctured the superalloy shield, and pierced into the level 8 shield robot. The robot was sent flying, and then fell to the ground. This scene set off a burst of cheers above the city wall, and raised the morale of the Dark Elves. Yet Beverly's countenance was slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of dread. That single arrow of hers had been shot at full strength. She intended to pierce through the 10 shield robots, and then kill Yang Feng. Yet the arrow had just pierced through a single level 8 shielded robot. The defensive strength of the mechanical shielded robot had exceeded her imagination. Yang Feng sneered, "Stupid!" The figure of the level 8 shielded robot shot by Beverly shook, and it stood up with the arrow still stuck in its body. As long as the control microchip, propulsion furnace, and other core components were not hit, then even if shot in the head, it still would have no effect on the level 8 shielded robot. After seeing it stand up, The eyes of the dark elves above demonic snake fortress city wall flashed with a touch of dread and despair, and their morale plummeted. Beverly was not only demonic snake fortress commander, but also the most powerful being in the fortress. Her fighting strength was comparable to that of a human level 3 warlock. A full-strength strike from such a peerless expert hadn't even taken care of a single alchemical golem. Moreover, the alchemical golems down below numbered in the tens of thousands. This gap in military might was simply despairing. Yang Feng waved his hand and said flatly, "Charge!" A red light flashed past the eyes of the motionless beast-type bladed robots. The earth trembled along with the charge of 30,000 beast-type bladed robots. FreeObnul.com. Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! From above demonic snake fortress city wall, a rain of countless arrows was shot at the beast-type bladed robots. The arrows were immediately ricocheted once they hit the beast-type bladed robots' protective cover. The Dark Elves' peerless archery, which was envied by the rest of the world and feared by the underworld's countless races, was useless before the beast-type bladed robots' defensive covers. It was crushed by Yang Feng's technology. After seeing this, the pretty countenances of the Dark Elves changed, and their beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of dread. Beverly shouted, "The Night Scimitar Ballistas! Use the Night Scimitar Ballistas!" Embedded with 36 high-grade magic stones, 6 meter long, decorated with countless delicate designs, and produced from the trunk of the precious Night Scimitar holy tree. Night Scimitar Ballistas were pushed onto the edge of the city wall. Night Scimitar Ballistas were one of the most powerful military weapons of the Dark Elves. Once launched, they could heavily injure or even kill great warlock rank experts. But as the manufacture of Night Scimitar Ballistas was exceedingly difficult, Demonic Snake Fortress had just 20 units. 20 Dark Elf wizards stood behind the 20 Night Scimitar Ballistas. They silently recited incantations, pointed at the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and streams of magic radiances merged with the Night Scimitar Ballistas. The 36 high-grade magic stones embedded in the Night Scimitar Ballistas had their powers frantically extracted, and in the blink of an eye 20 shadow scimitars erupted and slashed at the charging beast-type bladed robots. The 20 razor-sharp shadow scimitars easily cut through the protective covers and chopped the beast-type bladed robots in half. Each shadow scimitar had at least chopped 10 bladed robots into 2 halves. More than 200 beast-type bladed robots were chopped in half with this attack, but it had also reduced 720 high-grade magic stones into smithereens. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a trace of a smile. "Those alchemical military weapons are really amazing. I must have them." Alchemical military weapons like the Night Scimitar Ballistas, the greater their might, the more Yang Feng was interested in them. In many planes, robots would be met with the attacks from god-rank experts once they appeared, while alchemical military weapons like the Night Scimitar Ballistas, they fundamentally would not pique the interest of the gods. After seeing something which he wanted, Yang Feng didn't order the mechanical artillery robots to drown the enemy in an artillery barrage, but rather let the beast-type mechanical bladed robots to frenziedly charge head-on at the Night Scimitar Ballistas. The Night Scimitar Ballistas had just fired 2 volleys, and had chopped more than 500 beast-type mechanical bladed robots in 2, when the remaining bladed robots had already reached in front of demonic snake fortress city wall. At this moment, Beverly waved her lily-white hand, and a round of rousing magic powder was released to flutter in the wind, before sprinkling on the black giant vampiric rottans winding demonic snake fortress city wall. The black giant vampiric rottans were extraordinary plants which took Beverly's family, Cartman family, 500 years to nurture. Once sprinkled with the rousing magic powder, they would instantly evolve into darkness wisdom treants. All of a sudden, the originally still black giant vampiric rottans rose violently, and ferociously whipped at the beast-type mechanical bladed robots, flinging them away. Hundreds of beast-type mechanical bladed robots were flung away by the darkness wisdom treant morph giant vampiric rottans. Along with the terrifying power, many of the beast-type bladed robots had their protective covers crushed, their bodies twisted, and their components scattered everywhere. Beverly heaved a slight sigh of relief. The darkness wisdom treants were one of their family's strongest military weapons. Once released, then even a powerful army would find it difficult to overcome their defensive perimeter. After seeing this scene, Only now did the dark elves above the city wall heave slight sighs of relief. "Take them down!" Yang Feng watched the darkness wisdom treants wreaking havoc all over the place, and then said coldly. Chapter 166. Abnormal Change in the City of Dark Elves. Chapter 166. Abnormal Change in the City of Dark Elves. Translator, Xuanhuan. The still artillery robots quickly adjusted their aims, and then madly fired at the darkness wisdom treant morphed giant vampiric rottans. Boom! 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 Thousands of artilleries rumbled simultaneously. Almost in a flash, the giant vampiric rottans surrounding demonic Snake Fortress were blasted into tatters by the barrage. The terrifying barrage persisted, and blasted a large chunk of demonic Snake Fortress city wall into smithereens, exposing a huge opening. Originally, via the support from the 9 Warlock Towers, demonic Snake Fortress had a restricted airspace array covering it. Additionally, with the power of the Warlock Towers, the fortress city wall had been extremely firm. However, there were no dark elven warlocks. Therefore, the Warlock Towers became completely useless once they entered their possession. This was the reason why demonic Snake Fortress was so fragile and vulnerable. After the huge opening was blasted open in demonic Snake Fortress city wall, countless beast-type bladed robots swarmed inside, before swinging their electric batons at the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves resisted frantically, but once they ran into the beast-type bladed robots, they would be hit by the electric batons, before twitching and collapsing to the ground. Up.dfrmfgewebmvel.com. Beverly's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of despair, and she said with a grieved expression, "We're finished! How come we were so easily defeated? How come Steel City is so powerful? Because the alchemy of Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, is just too formidable." Suddenly, a faint voice rose from behind her. Beverly was secretly alarmed. She turned around and saw Defilia standing behind her. "I'm Steel City's Snow White, madam. I've come to catch you. Who told you to be so conspicuous? Now that you've caught his eye, consider yourself to be unlucky." Defilia smiled and pointed towards Beverly with her lily-white hand. An ice-cold stream erupted in a flash, hit Beverly, and instantly froze her into a chunk of ice. With Beverly's strength, even if she couldn't match Defilia, but she still might have escaped from Defilia if she went all out. But with Defilia's sneak attack, she had no time to retaliate, and was directly frozen into a chunk of ice. Lady Matriarch. The countenances of the dark elven guards beside Beverly changed greatly, and they rushed at Defilia. Defilia raised her lily-white hand and silently recited an incantation. An ice-cold force instantly erupted and blew towards the surroundings. The dark elven guards next to Beverly were frozen into ice sculptures by a freezing cold wind. Defilia gave a sweet smile and grabbed Beverly. Her figure shook, and she disappeared from within demonic Snake Fortress. After loosing their commander, Beverly, the ranks of the Dark Elves which were at the brink of collapse had finally collapsed. The Dark Elves threw their armor and weapons aside, rushed out of demonic Snake Fortress, and fled in every which direction. Thus, Yang Feng had easily taken back demonic Snake Fortress. After capturing demonic Snake Fortress, Yang Feng sent his mechanical legion to advance into the depths of the underground world. After becoming the Lord of Satsuma Marquisdom, Yang Feng had dispatched a variety of robotic insects to sneak into the underground world and conduct an exploration of the road. Black Dragon Empire also had human merchants and experts fortunate to visit the city of Dark Elves and successfully come back alive. The robotic insects sent by Yang Feng carried out the exploration along the road, as well as the road surroundings, checking on the underground world's topography. Although Yang Feng still didn't have a complete grasp of underground world's topography, but the paths leading to the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions, the headquarters of the two most important cities of the underground world's allied forces, had already been mapped out in their entirety. Along the way, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, all the forces bearing Yang Feng's way were steamrolled by his 200,000 primary battle robots. The third layer of the underground world, the city of Dark Elves, in the depths of the Great Temple, inside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Great Matriarch, There's an urgent military intelligence report. A melodious voice was transmitted into the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Xuanhuan had no intentions of letting the person in, but rather said coldly, "Tell me what happened." An anxious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen, and the fate of Matriarch Beverly is unknown. Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already broken through the first layer of the underground world. We've also lost contact with several reconnaissance sites in the second layer of the underground world. Xuanhuan's pretty face went pale, and she barked, "What did you said? Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen? How is that possible? There were 30,000 elite warriors from my clan in Demonic Snake Fortress, and there still was Beverly, a matriarch. How come they hadn't even managed to last a single day? You dare deceive me? Even if a great warlock rank expert were to attack Demonic Snake Fortress, with Beverly along with 30,000 Dark Elven elite warriors and several hundred Dark Elven wizards standing guard over it, it still wouldn't have so easily fallen, and could have at least persisted for 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days should be enough for the Dark Elves to react. However, the terror of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion had by far exceeded Xuanhuan's imagination. It had easily bulldozed through Demonic Snake Fortress, and advanced unchecked in the direction of the City of Dark Elves. The melodious voice sounded once more, "Great Matriarch, I would never dare to deceive you. This information had already been verified by us, and is definitely true. We had also used a divine spell to test it. Please come out to preside over the overall situation, and lead us to annihilate those freaks." Xuanhuan's pretty face changed. She was nearly shocked speechless by the astonishing news. With her strength, Xuanhuan would at the very least require half a year in order for her to dispel the radiation energy and recover. She could not leave the Holy Spring Divine Pool during this period of time. Once someone found out how weak she was, it would very likely lead to a miserable end. Xuanhuan pondered for a while and then said, "Let let Beatrice preside over the overall situation. Send a help request to the Evil Eyes Tyrant, the Demonic Caveman, the Great Fiend Bearcay, the Magma Giant, and the Black Dragon King. As long as they are willing to act, then try your best to agree to their demands." There were many powerful races which were forced to escape to the underground world by human warlocks. After several millennia of reproduction and recuperation, they gave rise to many powerful beings comparable to great warlock rank experts. However, just like the surface world's human forces were not united and plotted amongst themselves, so were the underground world's major races plotting amongst themselves and endlessly struggling for resources. Xuanhuan was pressed against the wall, and had no other choice but to seek help from the other forces' experts. One thing was for certain: if those forces were willing to send their troops, then the Dark Elves would have to pay a terrible price. "Yes, great Matriarch." The beautiful eyes of the Dark Elf servant standing outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She responded deferentially, and then retreated. The City of Dark Elves, inside a villa's hot spring. A woman with long blue hair and an incomparably pretty appearance, regardless of whether male or female. Anyone would be smitten by her with a single look. The beautiful woman had her arms around the Dark Elf servant who had reported the military intelligence to Xuanhuan. The stunning beauty gave a sweet smile. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she whispered, "In such a critical moment, Xuanhuan is still not willing to come out to preside over the overall situation. It seems like the rumors of her sustaining heavy injuries in that battle in Steel City were true. Even in such a critical juncture, she still isn't willing to give me authority, but rather gave it to that slut Beatrice. It seems like she's rather guarded against me." The peerless beauty was Xuanhuan, a legendary figure in the underground world, as well as one of the Dark Elven 3 great warlock rank experts. Xuanhuan, Romulage, and Xuanhuan. These 3 were Dark Elven 3 great warlock rank experts. If one were to use the power system of other planes to define them, then they were Dark Elven clan's 3 legend rank experts. Among them, Romulage was an elusive figure. She was a loner, and an assassin whose real appearance almost no one had seen. Xuanhuan was the great matriarch and the high priestess, while Xuanhuan was an archer, and her archery was the strongest in Dark Elven clan. After Xuanhuan falls, then Xuanhuan was the person with the greatest prospects to take over the position of great matriarch. Therefore, Xuanhuan was very wary of Joanna. Joanna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said coldly, "Since you're so guarded against me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ding, ding, ding. Within the city of dark elves, the dark moon divine bell, a bell which could only be rang during life and death junctures, had suddenly sounded. Everyone in the upper class of the city of dark elves had their complexions change, before swiftly converging in the direction of the temple. Once the dark moon divine bell was sounded, everyone in the upper class had to gather in the temple. If neglected, then one's entire family would be regarded as rebels of dark elven clan, and would be executed in its entirety. The upper-class dark elves quickly arrived inside the great temple, only to see Joanna dressed in a military attire sitting on the throne of the great matriarch. Seeing this, the countenances of the upper-class dark elves abruptly changed. Their hearts thumped, and a trace of an ominous foreboding welled up inside them. Under the seduction from goddess Lolth, the dark elves had fallen into depravity. Be it within the race or within a family, they constantly schemed and plotted amongst themselves. The eyebrows of one of Xuanhuan's subordinates rose, before she took a step forward, and said loudly in accusation, "Lady Joanna, only the great matriarch can sit on the throne. You're overstepping." Joanna said with a faint smile, "Xuanhuan can no longer govern. Henceforth, I'm the new great matriarch. Everyone, won't you pay your respects to the new great matriarch?" The upper-class dark elves in the great hall looked at one another, not knowing what to do. The pretty face of Xuanhuan's subordinate changed, and she once more said loudly in accusation, "With the great matriarch Xuanhuan still around, how can you become the new great matriarch? You're rebelling. Joanna, you can still repent. Otherwise, you'll end up becoming a drider or a grudge discarnate once the great matriarch Xuanhuan emerges." Dark elves who had lost in all kinds of struggles would be tormented by various inhumane secret methods and refined into freaks like driders and grudge discarnate. Dark elves feared becoming a freak post-mortem. If that were to happen, then their souls wouldn't be able to rest, nor enter the divine country of the goddess Lolth. Joanna gave a slight smile. Her figure shook, and she appeared in front of Xuanhuan's subordinate. With the flicker of a sword ray, Xuanhuan's subordinate, who had the battle prowess of a level 2 warlock, was chopped in two, with blood sprinkling on the ground. The vitality of Xuanhuan's subordinate was extremely tenacious. She didn't die immediately after being cut in two, but rather issued miserable shrieks. Joanna stepped on the head of Xuanhuan's subordinate and viciously squashed it. She smiled towards the surrounding upper-class dark elves and asked, "Who else wants to question my position as the great matriarch?" "Respectful greetings, great matriarch." The upper-class dark elves looked at one another and immediately said deferentially. Since Joanna had summoned the upper-class dark elves, then she must have set up an ambush. Those upper-class dark elves were all old foxes who had experienced countless conspiracies and coups d'état. There was no way they would throw their lives away. Even those who were Xuanhuan's subordinates, although no one knew what they were thinking, but they had also sincerely bowed their heads. The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "Very well. I know that most of you haven't truly accepted me, but it doesn't matter. Follow me. Let me show you the current state of the great matriarch Xuanhuan." After she finished speaking, Joanna turned around and walked towards the holy spring divine pool with big strides. The upper-class dark elves looked at one another, before followed behind Joanna towards the holy spring divine pool. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the formidable defensive spell annexed to the entrance to the holy spring divine pool was crushed. Joanna took the lead and walked inside. She saw Xuanhuan immersed in the holy spring divine pool, and said with a light smile, "Big sister Xuanhuan, I've come to visit you." Xuanhuan turned around with great difficulty, and looked at Joanna with a bitter expression, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of despair. The upper-class dark elves standing behind Joanna also saw Xuanhuan immersed in the whole spring divine pool with both of her legs missing, her head still beautiful like a flower, yet her body covered in sinister post-radiation tumors. "Long live the great matriarch Joanna! Long live the great matriarch Joanna!" After seeing Xuanhuan's horrible plight, The upper-class dark elves standing behind Joanna immediately changed their attitudes and loudly praised Joanna. One of Cheyenne subordinates knelt shamelessly before Joanna and said deferentially, "Great matriarch, may I kill this traitor who had colluded with the humans? This vile traitor. I'll make sure to turn her into an exquisite sculpture to offer to you." Chapter 167 Enemy at the Gate. Chapter 167 Enemy at the Gate. Translator. Zayamoj.freewebnov.co. Great matriarch. I'm willing to personally turn this traitor into a drider and make her suffer right until her death. Great matriarch. I want to make a grudge discarnate out of her. Her wailing must be very pleasant to the ear. Cheyenne's subordinates were racing to ingratiate themselves to Joanna, changing camps without any trace of shame. The fates of losers from the struggles among dark elves were very miserable. Therefore, they were really fast when it came to changing camps. Is this the nature of us dark elves? So ugly. We were once noble, pure, and loyal high elves. Joanna looked at Cheyenne's subordinates rushing to ingratiate themselves to her. Yet not only wasn't she happy, but rather, there was a trace of profound sorrow in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Dark elves were high elves enticed and corrupted by the Queen of Spiders Lolth. Their ancestors were the noble, pure, and loyal high elves. If high elves were to meet with such a coup d'etat, then the group belonging to Cheyenne's camp would loyally protect their master until the bitter end. Yet now, Cheyenne's former subordinates were racking their brains to come up with all kinds of vile methods to torture their former master. Joanna felt slightly cold inside after listening to the many methods, not feeling the slightest bit happy. Cheyenne's complexion was pale. While doing her utmost to keep her calm, she said, "Joanna, you've won. I only want to ask you one thing, that is, that you kill me yourself and set me free. In exchange, I'll tell you the location of my assets and some precious ancient records." One of Cheyenne's former subordinates directly spat a mouthful of spittle right on Cheyenne's face, and then cursed viciously, "Pah, you slut, you're only fit to mate with dragons, those lowly beasts, and then give birth to even more formidable weapons of our dark elven clan." Another one of Cheyenne's former subordinates also fawned at Joanna. Great matriarch, the demonic caveman, the evil-eyes tyrant, the greater fiend Bear K, and the Black Dragon King. These four great experts would definitely be very interested in this slut. It would be better if we sent her to these four great experts to copulate with her in exchange for their support. Joanna listened to the shameless ramblings of Cheyenne's previous subordinates. Her countenance was becoming more and more gloomy, her eyes lacking any trace of amusement. All of a sudden, a dark elf with a panic-stricken expression said, "It's bad. It's bad. Steel City's mechanical legion is already less than 20 kilometers from our city." "What? How is that possible? How come they arrived so fast?" "Impossible. How could they have come so soon? How could it be? Did they rush over without eating, drinking, or even resting? And the logistics? What about their logistics?" The eyes of the dark elves showed a trace of astonishment, before flickering with incredulity as they commented. Joanna didn't panic. She ordered coldly, "Seal her." A dark elf took out a pair of magic-suppressing shackles and quickly shackled Cheyenne. Magic-suppressing shackles were a mystical secret treasure. Once shackled by them, even great warlock rank experts would have their power sealed, and would be incapable of taking them off themselves. These magic-suppressing shackles were very precious, and the entire Dark Elven clan only had 10 of them. They would only use them on the most dangerous and most powerful prisoners. Joanna went out of the great temple after dealing with Cheyenne. The city of Dark Elves was in chaos, with countless Dark Elven warriors quickly rushing to their posts and preparing for battle. The city of Dark Elves was the most powerful stronghold and the firmest fort of Dark Elven clan in the underground world. Within the city of Dark Elves, the number of Dark Elves reached an enormous number of 1,300,000, with about 1 million of them being adult Dark Elves. Every adult Dark Elf was a powerful warrior. That was especially true in the lands of the underground world covered in darkness, where their strength would get a great boost. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had hoarded a great amount of weapons. It was akin to an impregnable fortress, Anyone who wanted to capture the city of dark elves would have to pay a terrible price. So this is the city of dark elves. Looks like it will be somewhat troublesome to capture it. From among the huge mechanical legion, Yang Feng looked at the city of dark elves, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The city of dark elves city wall was up to 150 meters tall with all kinds of giant ancient trees and vines creeping in its surroundings. Additionally, there were all kinds of odd, extraordinary plants above the city wall, giving off a very unpleasant sensation. In the very center of the city of dark elves was a huge temple exuding sacred fluctuations enveloping the entire city. Yang Feng had read records pertaining to the city of dark elves. The dark elves had built the city of dark elves under the guidance of the goddess Lolth after the 8th warlord dynasty, Dawn dynasty, had collapsed. Tyrannid subcontinent's human warlocks had previously launched a military campaign against the underground world. It had ended in failure. More than 500,000 human warriors had fallen beneath the city of dark elves, their corpses piling up into mountains. The greatest reason for the defeat of the human warlocks was the temple of the goddess Lolth in the center of the city of dark elves. In the battle which had decided the fates of Dark Elven clan, countless dark elves had prayed in the temple of the goddess Lolth. As a consequence, the divine light released from the temple had banned flight, strengthened the city wall's defenses, weakened the fighting spirit of the assailants, weakened the power of the enemy's countless spells, increased their courage, upgraded their physical constitution, and promoted the might of their magic power. This content is taken from fgariwebnoviol.com. With the strengthening from the temple of the goddess Lolth, the dark elves had erupted with terrifying battle prowesses, and had nearly annihilated a human army of more than 1 million humans in one fell swoop. With the great danger in the underground world, if the human army were to win, then that would be it. But once defeated, only the top warlocks could escape back to the surface world, while the rest would meet tragic ends amidst all kinds of insects and poisons in the underground world. Since that battle, humanity hadn't launched another military campaign to the underground world, but had rather chosen to establish strongholds. If it were not for Yang Feng using nuclear warheads in Black City, and blasting apart the 3 consecrated black dragons as well as heavily injuring the great matriarch Xuanhuan in one fell swoop, then he definitely wouldn't dare to send his troops to attack the city of dark elves. Robots kept exiting the dimensional personnel carriers, raising the number of robots from 200,000 to 1 million. These years, Yang Feng had gone to great lengths to scrape for all kinds of resources in order to produce this legion of 1 million level 8 primary battle robots. If the 1 million level 8 robots were to be destroyed, then Yang Feng's mechanical legion would be reduced by 2/3, and several years of Yang Feng's blood and sweat would go to waste. Moreover, as an enemy of the world, Yang Feng won't be able to persist for too long, and will be forced to carry out nuclear cleansing right until the nuclear tactics were unraveled by others. This plane's human warlocks had conquered countless other planes, and had absorbed their knowledge. They were experienced, possessed a great knowledge depository, and had created countless mystical spells. Nuclear tactics had a fatal weakness. Once that weakness was discovered by warlocks, then the nuclear tactics would become nothing more than a bit troublesome. The level 8 beast-type bladed robots no longer held electric batons in their hands. They had instead replaced them with their strongest weapons, the high-frequency oscillation blades. The city of dark elves wasn't a human city like demonic Snake Fortress. Without human warlocks, demonic Snake Fortress simply couldn't display its terrifying might. Yang Feng was sure that he could occupy it in one fell swoop without suffering any damage. But with regards to the city of dark elves, Yang Feng wasn't completely sure that he could capture it. I am Yang Tai, one of the Steel City's 10 marshals. People in the city of dark elves, surrender immediately and acknowledge allegiance to Steel City, and you'll be spared. Otherwise, after we break through your defenses, you'll become Steel City's eternal slaves. Our Steel City has already wiped out your 3 consecrated black dragons, and has greatly injured your great matriarch Xuanhuan. Hellion clan, your ally, has also betrayed you. Don't believe me? Then see it for yourselves. Yang Feng waved his hand. The rock giant Bonardine stepped out of the legion, faced upwards and issued a prolonged shout. I am the rock giant Bonardine. Under the orders from the undead Hellion monarch Napman, I came to aid Steel City in their crusade against your black elven clan. That's the rock giant Bonardine. It's really Bonardine. He's Napman's right hand. Did the Hellion clan really betray our alliance? After seeing the rock giant Bonardine, the pretty countenances of the dark elves changed, and a touch of dread flashed in the depths of their beautiful eyes. Purely in terms of strength, Hellion clan was by far superior to Dark Elven clan. However, the Dark Elves had professed their belief in the goddess Lolth, and had the support from the goddess Divine Power. In actual battle, the Dark Elves tended to suppress the Hellions. While drawing support from the goddess Lolth's divine power, in terms of strength, the great matriarch Xuanhuan was infinitesimally close to a Starry Sky warlock. And in terms of fighting strength, she could be said to be the #1 expert in the underground world. This was the reason why Dark Elven clan had suppressed the underground world's major races, and had seized the authority of the underground world's allied forces. But still, the strength of Hellion clan was extremely tyrannical, where experts were as common as clouds. Once Hellion clan sided with Steel City, then the situation would be disastrous. Chapter 168, Storming the City of Dark Elves. Chapter 168, Storming the City of Dark Elves. Translator, Xuanhuan. Joanna was secretly bewildered, and a trace of indecisiveness surged on her beautiful face. Is it even possible for Hellion clan to be swayed by Steel City? Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Fire the artilleries." 50,000 mechanical artillery robots adjusted their aims and launched an artillery barrage at the city of Dark Elves. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands artillery rumbled simultaneously. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The booming noises engulfed the surrounding 100 kilometers. freewebvl.com. When the dense volley of artillery barrage fell on the city of Dark Elves city wall, it had either killed or injured more than 3,000 Dark Elves. Bursts of mournful scream came from amidst the Dark Elves. This magic artillery is so scary. While brimming with fear, the Dark Elves above the city of Dark Elves city wall at once hid behind the cover of the city wall. This city of Dark Elves sure is a hard bone to chew at. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and a touch of graveness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just now, the artillery robot's barrage was supposed to be 45 meters in scope. However, the mysterious force enveloping the city of Dark Elves forcibly suppressed it to a range of 3 odd meters. If the same volley were to be released on Earth, then the 50,000 artillery robots could have shaved a layer off a hill. Yet when the shells of the 50,000 artillery robots had hit the city of Dark Elves, they had just left behind a lot of traces of smoke, unable to shake the city of Dark Elves in the slightest. Yang Feng let the 50,000 artillery robots continue with the second volley. The result was even less optimistic. The Dark Elves above the city wall had hid inside bunkers. They were not the slightest bit affected by the barrage. Countless Dark Elves have already entered the temple of the goddess Lolth. They prostrated themselves on the floor and prayed deferentially. The vast and pure faith power entered the idol of the goddess Lolth in the center of the temple, before powerful and pure divine power was released through the idol, securely guarding the city of Dark Elves. The city of Dark Elves had been blessed by the divine power of the goddess Lolth for several millennia, and had already started to exceed the ordinary. It possessed terrifying might. This city was the greatest foundation of Dark Elven clan, as well as the greatest reason for them having a footing in the underground world. Those who believed in gods would be shielded by their gods. The survivability of a race shielded by a god was many times greater than that of other races. This was the reason why many races in many different planes believed in gods. Both sides had a mutual interdependence. Even the world of warlocks, before the rise of the first Warlock dynasty, was also a world ruled by ancient gods. Every ethnic group believed in an ancient god, and was subjected to the ancient god's rule. Once the first Warlock dynasty's time emperor had risen, he had led the human warlocks to kill, seal, refine, and usurp the ancient gods ruling the world, before founding the glorious first Warlock dynasty. The human warlocks kept growing and developing since the first Warlock dynasty. With power surpassing that of the gods, they attacked other planes, plundering their knowledge and inheritances. During their conquests of other planes, human warlocks had met ancient demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, giants, dragons, and countless other formidable enemies. Among their most powerful enemies were the gods of different planes. It was when the 8th Warlock dynasty attacked a plane under the protection of a formidable god. It was because of that battle where neither side won along with the dynasty's internal strife that it collapsed. It was precisely because the gods were that powerful that even though the goddess Lolth was obscene and shameless, instigating internecine among dark elves for her own amusement, that the dark elves still deferentially believed in her for several millennia, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Power was truth, weakness was sin. Assault helicopters arise. Seeing that the artillery bombardment didn't have much effect, Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he ordered. Suddenly, 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose to an altitude of 300-odd meters, before flying towards the city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng's eyes were on the 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. If the assault helicopters managed to fly into the city of Dark Elves, then airdrop tactics could be employed, and 100,000 beast-type bladed robots could be airdropped into the city of Dark Elves. The 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopter had reached a distance of 200 meters from the city of Dark Elves, when suddenly, even though the propellers were still rotating, yet they didn't produce any wind. The assault helicopters immediately plummeted to the ground, before exploding, and turning into 20 fireballs. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with touch of graveness. Restricted airspace array. As expected, there are no loopholes. If the city of Dark Elves didn't have the restricted airspace array, then it would have been previously captured by the human warlocks. Human warlocks had no lack of flying spells, and many of them bred large amounts of flying extraordinary life forms. If they could have flown into the city of Dark Elves, then the city would have instantly fallen. Charge! Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, before he ordered. After seizing the demonic snake fortress, Yang Feng had been rushing straight to the city of Dark Elves without stop for rest, so that he could reach and capture the city before Dark Elven clan could gather their allies. Once the Dark Elves had mustered all their powerful allies, then it would become at least 10 times harder to capture their city. The electronic eyes of 100,000 beast-type bladed robots flashed, and they charged forward. In a split second, the earth started to tremble as if being stampeded by countless horses. Joanna ordered coldly, "Fire the Night Scimitar ballistas." In the city of Dark Elves, radiances flashed among the ballistas, before 300 Night Scimitar ballistas simultaneously fired 300 shadow scimitars at the densely packed crowd of bladed robots. Under the guidance from the Dark Elven wizards, each one of the 300 shadow scimitars chopped 20 bladed robots in two. With this attack, 6,000 bladed robots were chopped in two, and had fallen to the ground. More than 1/20th of the charging 100,000 bladed robots, as if a large tract of wheat being reaped, were chopped in two, and fell to the ground. But the price paid by the Dark Elves was 10,800 high-grade magic stones, which was equivalent to more than 140 million low-grade magic stones. Fire the artilleries. Yang Feng no longer had any thoughts of seizing the ballistas, and immediately issued an order. The 50,000 heavy artilleries roared once more, madly firing at the Night Scimitar ballistas. Warping force field. Shadewood. Greenwood shield. Among the Night Scimitar ballistas, the Dark Elven wizards cast defensive spells, resisting the heavy artillery's bombardment. If it was outside the city of Dark Elves, then those Dark Elven wizards would have already been torn to shreds by the countless artillery fire. However, inside the city of Dark Elves, the might of the artillery fire was greatly weakened, while the power of the Dark Elves received a great boost. Under the boost and weakening, the Dark Elven wizards had actually managed to forcibly resist the majority of Yang Feng's bombardment, with only 20 Night Scimitar ballistas being blasted to smithereens by Yang Feng's barrage. After seeing 6,000 beast-type bladed robots being slashed in two, Yang Feng's gaze contracted slightly. He waved his hand, and 10,000 beast-type bladed robots joined the assault. At the same time, 3,000 engineering robots quickly went over, swiftly retrieved the remains of the 6,000 bladed robots, and moved them to the rear. Even great warlock rank experts wouldn't be able to withstand the razor-sharp edges of the Night Scimitar Ballista's shadow scimitars. But because the scimitars were too sharp, the damage the bladed robots had suffered was not too great. As long as they were repaired a bit, then they could once more be thrown into the battlefield. Suddenly, boulders weighing between a dozen tons to several hundred tons were hurled from within the city of Dark Elves towards the beast-type bladed robots. When hit by the boulders falling from a height of 100 meters, the bladed robots and their protective cover were directly smashed apart, their parts splashing everywhere. Under the attack from the boulders, more than 400 beast-type bladed robots were smashed into tatters and even detonated. After seeing this, Yang Feng's face twisted slightly. The bladed robots smashed by the boulders, even if their wreckage was to be retrieved, it still needed to be sent back to the munition factories in the surface world, before being melted and manufactured anew. In other words, before this war was over, Yang Feng couldn't recover them. The 10,000 beast-type bladed robots stopped once they arrived before the moat. Inside the moat in front of the city of Dark Elves, a black liquid was churning and bubbling, and was emitting traces of black fog. Once the bladed robots had approached the moat, they started to slowly erode. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Darkness Poison River, the most dreaded moat in the city of Dark Elves. Once one fell in, then even a great warlock rank expert would be corroded into dregs. Fire the arrows! Joanna barked. Suddenly, countless arrows were shot from above the city of Dark Elves towards the beast-type bladed robots. The majority of the arrows were blocked by the beast-type bladed robots' protective covers. But there were still more than 3,000 arrows that managed to penetrate the protective covers and pierce into the bladed robots. More than 300 of the more than 3,000 arrows immediately exploded, blasting 200 beast-type bladed robots into pieces. In the city of Dark Elves, the strong were as common as clouds. There were many archers who could even penetrate the defensive spells of level 2 warlocks with their archery. Furthermore, they became even stronger while under the blessing from the temple. Chapter 169, Forcing Their Way into the City. Chapter 169, Forcing Their Way into the City. Translator, Xuanhuan. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Once the dark elven archers cropped up, the long-since-ready 10,000 gunner robots immediately opened fire. Countless Gauss cannon shells shot at the Dark Elves. In a flash, more than 1,000 Dark Elves above the city of Dark Elves city wall were torn apart by the mechanical gunner robots. Joanna's countenance changed slightly when she saw this. In the city of Dark Elves, there were a lot of priests who could draw support from divine power and release divine spells to restore the wounds of the injured. But the Dark Elves would be dead or disabled once they were hit by the Gauss cannon shells. Unless superior divine spells were used. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cure them. The firepower of the gunner robots completely suppressed the Dark Elves above the city wall. The engineering robots quickly erected thick steel pontoon bridges above the Poison River. The 50,000 artillery robots adjusted their aims once the steel pontoon bridges were erected, and madly fired at the ancient giant trees and vine creeping about the city of Dark Elves. The gunner robots also madly shot at the ancient giant trees and vines from their Gauss cannons. Under the frenzied bombardment, the ancient giant trees and vines creeping about the city of Dark Elves were blown off inch by inch, fell into the moat, issued sizzling noises, and dissolved. Joanna's countenance changed slightly, and she barked, "Fuck! Awaken them!" The druids among the Dark Elves took out a precious magic powder and sprinkled it over the ancient giant trees and vines. Once sprinkled by the magic powder, the various ancient giant trees and vines directly sprouted eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, and then emitted formidable fluctuations of life force. White phosphorus incendiary bombs. Under Yang Feng's command, the long-since-ready powerful incendiary bombs were instantly shot at the ancient giant trees and vines. Boom! Large tracts of flames rose above those ancient trees and vines. The ancient trees and vines issued genuine miserable screams before being burned to death. Rain mist. Water laser. Water-attributed spells were cast, engulfing the ancient trees and vines. The rain mist slowly suppressed the flames. Dispel. Standing next to Yang Feng, Dephilia waved her lily-white hand. Instantly, a formidable dispel erupted, and dispelled the spells cast by dark elven wizards. Countless white phosphorus incendiary bombs were shot at the ancient giant trees and vines, before madly combusting, and burning the ancient trees and vines to cinders. There were up to 30,000 dark elven wizards inside the city of dark elves. However, those dark elven wizards were allocated to different battlefields, and the majority of them still had to resist the different shell fires. As a result, the dark elven wizards near the city wall were incapable of suppressing a great warlock like Devil. Under the bombardment of the white phosphorus incendiary bombs along with Devilia's dispel, the formidable giant trees and vines were burned to cinders. Joanna was slightly alarmed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. A human great warlock. Steel City even has a human great warlock overseeing it. Human great warlocks were great enemies of the underground world's major races. No matter the battle, they would always be the cornerstone. After the awoken extraordinary ancient trees and vines were burned into nothing, the densely packed beast-type bladed robots quickly arrived before the city of dark elves via the pontoon bridges, before madly climbing to the top of the city wall, with their 6 arms advancing alternatively as if giant spiders stuck to the city wall. Fucking freaks! Above the city wall, the scalps of the dark elves went numb when they saw the bladed robots climbing to the top of the city wall like giant spiders, and they felt extremely cold inside. It was the first time they had seen a siege being executed in such a manner. Previously, when the human warlocks wanted to capture the city of dark elves enveloped in the divine power of the goddess Lolth, they had to manufacture catapults, ballistas, escalades, and other siege weapons. By taking advantage of those siege weapons, they would gradually unleash their attack. Relying on the 100 meters tall city wall, the dark elves would inflict tremendous damage to their enemies. And now, the beast-type bladed robots were directly crawling on the city wall. This scene was appalling. A lot of dark elves had no other option but to take the risk and madly shoot their arrows at the bladed robots below them. The beast-type bladed robots were hit by a dense hail of arrows, with many of them being shot through. The dark elven experts had just cropped up, when the gunner robots had shrouded them in a dense barrage. Hundreds and thousands of sweet and charming dark elves were torn apart. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground from above the city wall. In this decisive battle, where Steel City's future was on the stake, Yang Feng could not be lenient with the fairer sex. He would use his strongest means to attack the city of dark elves. If necessary, he would have no scruples resorting to nuclear weapons against the city of dark elves. This battle, Yang Feng had to win it. Otherwise, once he lost, he would have no shelter in Tyrannid subcontinent. Joanna said coldly, "Send the mountain giants." Mountain giants were part of Dark Elven Clan's foundation. Each adult mountain giant was a 30 meters tall level, for extraordinary life form with terrifying defensive strength and an extremely formidable life force. They could contend against great warlock rank experts. Only thanks to the goddess Loltha's guidance, for mountain giants had surrendered to the dark elves in the past several millennia. A dark elven beauty said with a bitter smile, "Great matriarch, you still have to hold the succession ceremony and get the goddess Loltha's divine power as well as the darkness scepter. Otherwise, you won't be able to order the mountain giants around, and once they awaken, they'll immediately become our enemies." Joanna's pretty complexion suddenly became very unsightly. She had just recently seized the throne. Even if the upper-class dark elves had chosen to surrender to her, but she still hadn't received the power of the dark elves' great matriarch. If it was in peace times, then as long as she presented the goddess Lolth with a few vile offerings, then she would seize control of the dark elves' power and authority under the guidance of the goddess. But she had just rebelled, when Yang Feng had led his troops over. Therefore, she had no way to succeed the power which should belong to the great matriarch. Just then, under the cover of the gunner robots and artillery robots, the beast-type bladed robots had climbed the city wall. As if mobile meat grinders, they had rushed into the dark elven camp once they climbed the city wall. Large amounts of blood splashed about. The beast-type bladed robots, as if exalted generals, frenziedly killed the dark elves within their range of attack. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. The countless beast-type mechanical bladed robots instantly tore a gap among the dark elves, and rushed into the city wall in an endless stream. "Break for me!" A dark elven archer with level 3 warlock rank fighting strength gave a piercing howl, and shot an arrow. As if a meteor, the arrow ran through a beast-type bladed robot's protective cover, and then exploded, blasted the bladed robot into pieces. That dark elven archer didn't even have time to take a breath before more than 30 bladed robots had rushed over. The nearly 100 driders guarding in front of the dark elven archer pounced at the attacking beast-type bladed robots. The beast-type bladed robots unleashed their protective covers and blocked the attacking driders before brandishing their high-frequency oscillation blades and easily chopping the driders apart. Those driders could be regarded as battle golems with strong military skill. However, in front of terrifying beings like the beast-type bladed robots, which seemingly had no weak points, they couldn't even resist a single strike. While covered in countless bloody fragments, the more than 30 beast-type mechanical bladed robots arrived in front of the dark elven archer. The countenance of the dark elven archer changed greatly. Her figure shook, and she escaped backwards. When the dark elf escaped, she had exposed a large amount of dark elven elite warriors behind her. The beast-type bladed robots started a frenzied massacre once they rushed into the midst of the dark elven elite warriors. At the expense of 0 casualties, more than 100 dark elven warriors were killed in less than a dozen seconds. As soon as the beast-type mechanical bladed robots enter the city wall, they would massacre the dark elven warriors as if crushing dry weeds. Even thought the dark elven warriors were courageous and ferocious fighters, and their fighting strength was increased by 50% under the blessing from the goddess Loltha's divine power. But once they clashed against the beast-type bladed robots, they still couldn't resist them. Only the most elite and most formidable dark elven archers with the power to kill warlocks still kept resisting and destroying the beast-type bladed robots. Cannon fodder like yaklals, driders, and other types of vile weapons gushed out of the city of dark elves in an endless stream to meet the beast-type bladed robots, before being sliced and diced. "Master, let me join the fight," the rock giant Bonardine called out in a low and muffled voice. Such bloody battles made its blood boil. Yang Feng shook his head lightly. "It's still too early. You'll be in great danger if you go now." In the city of dark elves, there were still over 100 Night Scimitar ballistas. The Night Scimitar ballistas were so terrifyingly powerful that they could even threaten great warlock rank experts. The rock giant Bonardine might be killed once it were to rush into the city of dark elves. Even though its huge body provided it with terrifying power, but it also turned it into a large and easy target for the Night Scimitar ballistas. If such a great hired thug like the rock giant Bonardine were to die in vain in a place like the city of dark elves, then Yang Feng would lose out greatly. He still wanted to take it along in his future campaigns against different planes. The rock giant Bonardine mumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly, before becoming well-behaved. These days, Yang Feng had been using the liquid metal nanorobots injected into its body to teach it many memorable lessons, making the violent rock giant become well-behaved. Joanna took out the pitch-black, exquisite legend rank bow night star inscribed with countless mysterious runes. With a bow in her hands, Joanna became high-spirited and started exuding a domineering aura. Joanna's lily-white hand repeatedly stroked the string of her bow, instantly shooting emerald-green arrows with formidable life force. The arrows easily impaled the beast-type bladed robots before exploding and blasting them to pieces. In a single minute, Joanna had destroyed more than 100 bladed robots. However, in that same minute, nearly 1,000 beast-type bladed robots had jumped down from the city of Dark Elves city wall, leaving their opponents despaired. Joanna clenched her teeth, operated the secret method Rain of 1,000 Arrows, and shot an emerald-green arrow from her night star. The arrow divided into 1,000 arrows and frenziedly shot towards the beast-type bladed robots. Rain of 1,000 Arrows was one of the strongest archery inheritances of the Dark Elves. This archery was disseminated by the Dark Elven Divine System's archery goddess. With it, a single arrow could attack 1,000 enemies. Its weakness was that its might was too dispersed, and it would be useless against powerful enemies. When the 1,000 emerald-green arrows hit the beast-type mechanical bladed robots' protective covers, they set off ripples, before immediately collapsing. Joanna couldn't help but feel powerless. Bastards! The defensive strength of those alchemical golems is just too strong. While drawing support from the legend rank Bao Knight Star, the might of the rain of 1,000 arrows shot by Joanna was enough to kill level 1 warlocks. Yet she was still unable to penetrate the bladed robot's protective cover, birthing a slight sense of hopelessness inside her. At this moment, the Knight Scimitar ballistas, which had been greatly pressured by Yang Feng's artillery fire, had suddenly erupted with shadow scimitars cleaving the beast-type bladed robots in two. In a split second, more than 4,000 beast-type bladed robots were cleaved in half. Yet the bladed robots were still flowing towards the city of Dark Elves in a steady stream. More than 30,000 beast-type bladed robots had already been destroyed under the all-out resistance from the city of Dark Elves. But there have also been 30,000 beast-type bladed robots rush into the city of Dark Elves, before leaving corpses and rives of blood wherever they passed. The Dark Elven experts were desperately resisting, yet they were still forced to retreat step by step. An upper-class Dark Elf couldn't help but ask Joanna, "Great Matriarch, what should we do?" The gazes of the other upper-class Dark Elves also gathered on the newly ascended Great Matriarch, eager to get an answer. Joanna said casually, "What is there to do? Since we are no match for the opponent, then we should bow our heads. Anyway, we, Dark Elves, are not surrendering to the humans." Joanna's remark caused a great uproar among the upper-class Dark Elves. During the era of the ancient warlocks, even the goddess Lolth, the ruler of the Dark Elves, didn't dare to provoke the ancient warlocks. She had hid herself in her own divine country, not daring to come out. She was afraid of being captured by the ancient warlocks, and reduced to either a pet or a sex slave. Tyrannid subcontinent's Dark Elves had also been pets raised by the ancient warlocks. Chapter 170, Capturing the City of Dark Elves. Chapter 170, Capturing the City of Dark Elves. Translator, Xuanhuan. However, the glory of the ancient warlocks had already passed. The Dark Elves, shielded and guided by the goddess Lolth, had already become the rulers of half of the underground world. They were extremely conceited, and even believed themselves to be a race superior to humans. And now, Joanna was actually making them surrender to a human. For them, this was an outrageous disgrace. The upper-class Dark Elves looked at each other, then carefully read the battlefield, pondered for a long time, and eventually deciding to surrender to Yang Feng. Under the incitement from the goddess Lolth, the Dark Elves fought endlessly among themselves. Although this forced the Dark Elves to rely even more on the goddess, providing her with even more faith power. But it also gave birth to their second nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Therefore, surrender was a commonplace. The goddess Lolth didn't forbid the Dark Elves from surrendering either. Otherwise, if the Dark Elves were to fight to the bitter end in their never-ending struggles, then the city of Dark Elves would have long since destroyed in their internal struggles. Many upper-class Dark Elves secretly breathed slight sighs of relief. They didn't want to risk their lives and fight against those alchemical golems. As upper class, they cherished their lives very much. They were not willing to exchange their lives for those alchemical golems. Joanna looked around, and then said loudly, "Yang Tai, we surrender. Please stop killing our people." Yang Feng thought somewhat suspiciously. They surrendered so easily? What about the mountain giants? The grudge discarnates? The large area of effect divine spell attacks? After reading the records of the several millennia-long conflict between the Dark Elves and the human warlocks, Yang Feng knew that the Dark Elves had at least these three trump cards. He was prepared to loose at least 400,000 primary battle robots. But now, the Dark Elves had chosen to surrender only after he lost 30,000 odd robots, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Stop all resistance. Drop your weapons and hold your hands high. Those who surrender won't be killed." Yang Feng's mind moved, and the beast-type mechanical bladed robots coldly urged via their loudspeakers. The Dark Elven warriors who were blessed by the divine power released by the temple had mustered their courage to fight those despairingly cold, ruthless, and powerful beast-type bladed robots. Now that they had heard Joanna's surrender, they felt cold inside, and their morale had plummeted. They dropped their weapons and held their hands high, choosing to surrender. The upper-class Dark Elves had also urged their kin to surrender. The city of Dark Elves swiftly surrendered, before opening the gate and letting the mechanical legion in. After the Dark Elves had completely surrendered, the upper-class Dark Elves led by Xuanhuan went to have an audience with Yang Feng. Xuanhuan looked straight at Yang Feng and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Marshal Yang Tai, I am Xuanhuan, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. Dark Elven clan had chosen to acknowledge allegiance towards you. I hope that you can exempt us from the status of slaves." Yang Feng took a look at the upper-class Dark Elves before him. Although the upper-class Dark Elves were dark-skinned, but their looks were gorgeous and their figures were smoking hot. When the upper-class Dark Elves saw Yang Feng, they revealed enchanting smiles, stroked coquettishly their hair, and threw flirtatious glances at Yang Feng. Xuanhuan was gorgeous and had a valiant temperament. She seemed to be incompatible with the upper-class Dark Elves. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Wasn't Xuanhuan the great matriarch of the Dark Elves?" Xuanhuan responded in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. "Xuanhuan is no longer the great matriarch. Now I'm the great matriarch of the Dark Elves." Xuanhuan was a great warlock rank expert. With her power not sealed, even though she was inside Yang Feng's base, but she still had the confidence of escaping from him. This content is taken from fgaribnovel.com. Yang Feng said lightly, "Is Xuanhuan still alive?" Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, and then responded, "She is." Yang Feng continued lightly, "Give her to me. Then, I need your Dark Elven clan to follow me and jointly attack the city of Hellions. After capturing the city of Hellions, I will pardon your sin of rebellion and abolish your status of slaves. As my subjects, you won't be treated unfairly. Whether humans or Dark Elves, as long as my rules aren't violated, then I'll treat everyone equally." The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth rose slightly, and she said decisively, "Very well, Marshal Yang Feng. You're Yang Feng. How is that possible? Yang Feng doesn't look like that." The pretty countenances of the upper-class Dark Elves changed, and they exclaimed. Steel City's forces had drawn the attention of the Dark Elves. They had spared no costs in order to gather the images of Steel City's important personnel, and were naturally acquainted with Yang Feng's appearance. Yang Feng was slightly alarmed, yet he said indifferently, "What are you talking about? I am Yang Tai, not Marshal Yang Feng. There is no soul. The golem avatar you're operating is very ingenious. It looks exactly like a living person. If looking from the distance or having a perfunctory look, then even great warlock rank experts would find it difficult to see through it. But once one takes a closer look, then one will find out that this golem avatar of yours doesn't have a soul. Any intelligent life form should have a soul. As someone without a soul, it's obvious that you are merely an avatar. Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, has no interest in women. Therefore, only you, Yang Feng, Steel Lord's only kin, would ask for Xuanhuan. Also, you've said my rules, which doesn't leave much room to speculation." Xuanhuan calmly analyzed. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly as he stared at Xuanhuan. He clapped his hands lightly and said frigidly, "Xuanhuan, you're really smart. Unfortunately, you're too smart. Haven't you heard the saying that knowing too much can get you hurt?" The rock giant Bonardine took a step forward and blocked the exit. Outside, countless primary battle robots aimed their weapons at the sight of audience. Dephilia also gave a faint sigh. With a flick of her wrist, the legend-rank secret treasure snow icebox emerged on her lily-white hand. Although she was greatly appreciative of Xuanhuan's intellect, but since Yang Feng had already spoken, she had no choice but to take action. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth rose slightly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. "You want to keep me here with just the snow-white madam and that stupid rock giant? Of course it isn't just limited to them. To use just two great warlock rank experts to keep a dark elven legendary expert here. I'm not that naive. But what are your chances of leaving this place with them added into the equation?" Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and then streams of light flew out from it. Moffin demonic polar bear, blue Dokfin demonic ice wolf, a Manny lightwing ice bird, Kalaman boa, one after another, mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms appeared in the surroundings, exuding great warlock rank life force. A grand total of 10 mechanical battle beasts comparable to level, for extraordinary life forms had surrounded Xuanhuan and the other dark elven experts, exuding terrifying life force while staring at Xuanhuan. While under the mighty pressure from the mechanical battle beasts level, for extraordinary life form rank life force, the pretty complexions of the upper-class dark elves changed, and their tender bodies shivered lightly. Even Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of dread. The 10 mechanical battle beast plus Dephilia and the rock giant Bonardine had a 90% probability of killing Xuanhuan. Involuntarily, a touch of regret welled up inside Xuanhuan. She hated herself for giving the other party lip just now. Xuanhuan looked straight at Yang Feng and said faintly, "What now? Do you want to silence us through murder?" "I'm not keen on silencing others through murder." Yang Feng clapped his hands lightly, and a robot holding a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir came forward. Yang Feng said faintly, "This is the God-eradicating elixir. I will be assured that you won't betray me once I inject you with it. Like this, I won't be forced to resort to murder to silence you." Xuanhuan's eyes were as sharp as blades, and she said chilly, "And if I refuse?" A touch of an ice-cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. "Although it is regrettable, but I won't have another choice but to kill everyone present, and then help Xuanhuan to ascend the throne. As the former Dark Elven Great Matriarch, it should be simple for her to gain control over the clan." Xuanhuan stayed silent for a moment, and then responded, "What are the aftereffects of this elixir? Does it affect the mind?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "There are no aftereffects, and it doesn't affect the mind. Besides, it comes with great benefits to the body. It can aid one in their practice of cultivation, and cleanse the impurities in one's body. Apart from being used to control others, the liquid metal nanorobot elixir could also be used in the medical field and the cultivation field." Yang Feng had injected himself with the elixir. The large numbers of liquid metal nanorobots merged with his body cleansed his body's impurities, and over time upgraded his physical constitution. Xuanhuan said lightly, "All right, I agree." The robot came before Xuanhuan and injected her with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir. Xuanhuan was a greatest warlock rank expert, and her physical constitution was extremely formidable. 1/3 of the liquid metal nanorobots were immediately eliminated by her immune system after entering her body, while the remaining 2/3 of the liquid metal nanorobots fused with her body. After seeing Xuanhuan being injected by the liquid metal nanorobot elixir without resisting, the upper-class dark elves realized that resistance was futile and obediently let themselves being injected as well. Yang Feng felt the change in Xuanhuan's body, and his eyes flashed with a touch of regret. At present, the limit of the improved liquid metal nanorobots lies in controlling great warlock rank experts. If it was a starry sky warlock rank expert, then they would have to weigh to control the other party. Chapter 171, Romulage Surrender. Chapter 171, Romulage Surrender. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng asked, "Xuanhuan, where's Romulage?" Night Hunter Romulage was the most legendary assassin of the Dark Elves. If she could be subdued, then Yang Feng's forces would be once more enhanced by a large fraction. Conversely, with her as an enemy, Yang Feng would have to be constantly wary of being assassinated by this legendary assassin. Yang Feng currently only had the strength of a level 1 warlock. Once his true body were to come across such a top assassin, then his chances of survival would be just at 10%. Xuanhuan said faintly, "Romulage was always a loner. She only listens to the orders of the Dark Elven Great Matriarch. I've just become the Dark Elven Great Matriarch, and have yet to enter in contact with her." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a fierce glint, and he said solemnly, "Then forget about it. Xuanhuan, immediately go select a group of Dark Elven experts, then follow me to attack the city of Hellions. I want to capture the city of Hellions by today." Dark Elves and Hellions were not limited to just a single city in the underground world. However, the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions, these two cities were most definitely the two most important cities of the two races. Once the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions were captured by Yang Feng, then he would have two strongholds in the underground world and would inflict heavy damage to the underground world's allied forces. Hellions and Dark Elves were the core of the underground world's allied forces. If the bases of both races were to be seized by Yang Feng, then the impact it would have on the underground world's allied forces could very well be imagined. Even the collapse of the alliance would not be out of question. Besides, there were all kinds of treasures stored in the city of Hellions collected by Hellions during the past several millennia. Once the city of Hellions was captured, then Yang Feng would be able to seize a great deal of wealth and get a lot of supplies. In addition, he could also turn the city of Hellions into his base of operations to attack the other Hellion cities. Joanna was slightly alarmed. By today? But there's a distance of 4,000 kilometers between our city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "That's right. By today. If you think it unbelievable, then they definitely would also think the same." There was a great difference between a mechanical legion and a human legion. That is, as long as there was an adequate power source, then the mechanical legion could travel and battle until their components were worn down, or their energy was depleted. Joanna pondered for a moment, and then responded decisively, "All right." From the 1 million battle robots which Yang Feng had brought along, 100,000 of them were left to defend the city of Dark Elves, while the remaining 900,000 primary battle robots, along with the Dark Elven experts, rushed towards the city of Hellions. There were also 5,000 engineering robots among the 100,000 robots stationed in the city of Dark Elves. The 5,000 engineering robots took all kinds of materials and quickly started to build a variety of munitions factories and defensive devices, fortifying the city of Dark Elves. For Yobnul.com. Yang Feng had no intentions of letting the Dark Elves continue believing in the goddess Lolth. Therefore, the city of Dark Elves would loose the baptism of the goddess Lolth's divine power, and would become just an ordinary large city. However, the city of Dark Elves would be turned into another type of terrifying fortress after it was overhauled by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Inside the Great Temple, approximately 1 hour after Yang Feng's army had left the city of Dark Elves, a figure invisible to the naked eye shuttled noiselessly and quickly moved towards the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Beast-type bladed robots, gunner robots, and artillery robots were stationed in every corner of the Great Temple. The invisible figure soundlessly shuttled amidst the robots, entered the Holy Spring Divine Pool, and saw the seriously injured Cheyenne lying weakly in the pool. "Big Sister Cheyenne, you're cutting quite the sorry figure." The space twisted and a petite figure with a pair of sharp ears emerged. At a glance, the figure appeared to be a 16 or 17-year-old young lady. The young lady had an explosive figure with peerless facial features and a pair of D-cups. Cheyenne's beautiful eyes flashed with the touch of a complicated glint, and she said with a bitter smile, "Romulage, you've come too late." At that time, if Romulage were in the city of Dark Elves, then with Cheyenne's prestige coupled with Romulage's support, Joanna's rebellion could have been suppressed. At that time, Joanna wouldn't even dare to entertain the thought of rebellion. Now that the city of Dark Elves had fallen into the hands of Yang Feng, his strength an untold amount of times greater than Joanna's, if the both of them were to have the intention of taking back the city of Dark Elves, then that would be just a pipe dream. Romulage responded, "It's still not too late. As long as you're rescued, then we'll definitely have a chance in the future. Your body's injuries will get better with the support from the goddess Lolth's divine power." Radiation tumors grew all over Cheyenne's body and both her legs had been blown off. With such severe injuries, even a great warlock rank expert would have slim chances at survival if they didn't have the appropriate knowledge. But as a high priestess, Cheyenne could slowly recover with the support from the goddess Lolth's divine power. Even her severed legs could be grown anew via casting divine spells. Cheyenne's pretty eyes ignited with the flames known desire and ambition, and she said solemnly, "All right, take me away. There will come a day when I'll take everything back which is rightfully mine. I'm very sorry to have to disturb your reunion. Ms. Romulage, I'm glad I could meet you. I am Yang Tai, one of the Steel City's 10 marshals. I'd like to warmly invite you to join our Steel City." Yang Feng had come from the same direction that Romulage had appeared, looking at her with a smile. Boom! Along with loud sounds, Moffin demonic polar bear, a Manny lightwing icebird, Kalaman boa, and the rest of the 10 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared from different directions and encircled Romulage. The mechanical battle beasts stared fixedly at Romulage. The 10 of them instantly erupted with great warlock rank life force, stirring the space around them. When Xuanhuan saw this, her pretty face paled, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of despair. After the corpses of the 10 level 4 extraordinary life forms had passed through Yang Feng's remodeling, they were turned into mechanical battle beasts. However, the life force and fighting strength of each mechanical battle beast was a lot weaker than what it used to be during their lifetime. Even so, while under the siege of the 10 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, only death would await the legendary assassin Romulage. Contrary to what one might expect, even Xuanhuan at her prime would have to flee for her life with the help of her various trump cards if she were to meet the 10 mechanical battle beasts. Romulage swept Yang Feng with a glance, and then said with a disdainful smile, "You're not human but just an alchemical golem, as you humans like to say, playing hide and seek. Are you even a man?" As an assassin, Romulage's eyesight had surpassed that of many great warlocks. She had seen through Yang Feng's farce at a glance. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Aren't you the same? If we're talking about playing hide and seek, then that is your second nature." Romulage said coldly, "That's different. I am an assassin. Concealing is a requirement of my class. As the leader of a force, a king, you won't have great accomplishments if you just play hide and seek all day long. As far as I know, no founding emperor of the 8 great warlock dynasties was a character who played hide and seek. Right, Yang Feng?" Yang Feng said lightly, "To compare me to the founding emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties, that's very generous of you. I'm quite aware of my circumstances. With my current strength of a level 1 warlock, if I hadn't played hide and seek, then I could have already died an unknown amount of times. In this world, the winner is king and the loser is criminal. I only seek victory. As for the process, it doesn't matter. Romulage, will you surrender?" Romulage sighed with some annoyance. "There's nothing I can do. I cannot beat so many alchemical golems. I yield." With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out the liquid metal nanorobot elixir and walked towards Romulage. "Hold still and let me inject you with this elixir." Romulage's pretty eyes flashed with the touch of a peculiar glint, and she ridiculed, "You will never get people's genuine loyalty if you only rely on alchemical elixirs to control others. Even if I yield before the power of the elixir, but you will never get my admiration. I do not need your admiration. I just need you to obey my orders and to not betray me. With regards to people's changes of heart, I believe in the power of alchemy." Yang Feng was unfazed. He directly pricked Romulage's arm with the needle and injected her with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir. Romulage's immune system was roused and killed 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots. She raised her slim eyebrows lightly, yet didn't say a word. She was clear that the elixir was nothing good from the fact that she had to agree to it being injected. Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief only after injecting the liquid metal nanorobots into Romulage's body. As a legendary assassin, Romulage was the most dreadful and dangerous opponent for Yang Feng. Yang Feng would have slim chances at survival once she were to lock onto the position of his true body. However, once she became one of his subjects, she would become Yang Feng's sharpest blade. Romulage said lightly, "Heal big sister Xuanhuan's injuries. As long as you heal her, then I'll serve you wholeheartedly, and kill anyone that you tell me to kill. Even old freaks like Anthony and Aldrich, as long as they dare to leave their bases, then I'll assassinate them for you." Yang Feng said with some expectation, "I know that you're adept at killing, but what about protecting?" With the cultivation base of a level 1 warlock, Yang Feng was already considered to be an expert in Tyrannid subcontinent. But in front of those great warlock rank powerhouses, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. What he lacked the most was a strong bodyguard. Romulage thought for a moment, and then lightly shook her head. "I'm an assassin, not a bodyguard. Thus I'm adept at killing and not at protecting. Well, I'll first heal your big sister Xuanhuan, as I also need her to work for me." Yang Feng took out a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and injected Xuanhuan with it. Chapter 172, Capturing the City of Hellions. Chapter 172, Capturing the City of Hellions. Translator, Xuanhuan. Once injected into Xuanhuan, the liquid metal nanorobots swiftly removed all the cancerous radiation cells. Shizu research on nuclear energy and nuclear power was by far beyond the level of Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks. The liquid metal nanorobots clearly had a miraculous effect on the nuclear radiation power. Xuanhuan only felt strange movements along her throat. She parted her cherry lips and spat out pitch-black filth, exuding a sickening stench. After Xuanhuan had spat out that nasty stuff, she felt her entire body become a lot more relaxed and at ease. Still not enough, your body is just too damaged. It seems like I need to inject you with more vials of the elixir. Yang Feng frowned lightly, then took out 5 vials of the liquid metal nanorobot elixir and directly injected them into Xuanhuan's body. Originally, the liquid metal nanorobots treated the body by stimulating its potential, extracting the body's ailments and toxins by erupting the person's potential. Although Xuanhuan was a legend rank expert, but the injuries which she had suffered were just too severe. Therefore, she had to rely on the liquid metal nanorobots to extract the radiation power in her body. This drained greatly the liquid metal nanorobots. Once the 5 vials worth of liquid metal nanorobots had entered her body, they quickly began to dispose of the cancerous radiation cells. The ugly radiation tumors on Xuanhuan's body burst open and diffused putrid pus. The scars all over her body directly fell off, exposing a spotless and lovely body. Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. She waved her lily-white hand, cast the level for divine spell Great Healing, and a stream of resplendent divine light shrouded her body. Bursts of it were transmitted from Xuanhuan's legs. Her flesh sprouted and wriggled as a pair of slender and elegant legs slowly emerged. The level for divine spell Great Healing originally had a miraculous effect of regenerating severed limbs, yet she could not recover her blown-off legs because of the interference from the radiation power. But now that the radiation energy was completely dispelled by the liquid metal nanorobots, Xuanhuan could finally recover her missing legs with the level for divine spell Great Healing. With a light jump, Xuanhuan jumped out of the holy spring divine pool. Her body was washed clean of all the filth excreted from the tumors all over her body by countless streams of water, and the nauseating and disgusting deformity of her blown-off legs had given way to a pair of splendid and enticing legs. She was a peerless dark elven beauty. Xuanhuan gave an exceedingly fascinating and charming smile, and said enticingly, "Sir Yang Feng, thank you for saving me. I, Xuanhuan, am willing to accept you as my master, and am willing to serve you." Yang Feng revealed a trace of a smile. She's really sensible. No wonder she could become the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. Xuanhuan was so sensible that Yang Feng had no chance to give her a taste of the liquid metal nanorobot's backlash. Even the prideful and powerful Carolina, who was a peerless expert infinitesimally close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, could not withstand the backlash from the liquid metal nanorobots. Therefore, Xuanhuan would be no different. Yang Feng waved his hand and threw a cell phone at Romulage. "Xuanhuan, come with me to the city of Hellions. Romulage, stay here and secretly protect the city of Dark Elves. If there's anything the matter, then notify me through this communication magic box." Romulage fiddled with the cell phone after receiving it and revealed a trace of curiosity. The communication magic box produced by Steel City looks really unique. Convenient alchemical products like the communication magic box were the focus of transactions between dark elves and human warlocks. On the whole, every upper-class dark elf had one. Romulage had also seen her fair share of them, but she had yet to see an Earth-style cell phone. Xuanhuan said deferentially, "Yes, sir." Only then did Yang Feng flew to the city of Hellions along with Xuanhuan and 8 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts. The flying speed of the Amani light-wing icebird surpassed the speed of sound. Thus they could catch up with the army ahead of them. This was the reason why Yang Feng had left the 10 mechanical battle beasts behind to guard Xuanhuan. But he hadn't expected that he would be so lucky as to capture Romulage. The city of Hellions. Different from the city of Dark Elves, The city of Hellions was just a large city with a 30 meters tall city wall and a variety of grotesquely shaped nests built inside it. The Hellions were artificially produced freaks by combining human subjects with the bloodlines of powerful beings from all kinds of different planes. The Hellions possessed the bloodlines of countless powerful beings. Each superior Hellion was a powerful being comparable to extraordinary life forms, while the 5 great Hellion ancestors were so terrifyingly powerful that they could even slaughter gods. It was precisely because Hellions were so powerful that they didn't believe in any gods. Also, they weren't proficient in alchemy and had no support of formidable alchemy. Even if they were to build an even firmer city wall, it still couldn't withstand a single strike from a powerhouse. A great warlock's all-out attack could destroy the city of Hellion's city wall. They were naturally unwilling to do pointless work. By devouring humans, Hellions could get the majority of their knowledge and a part of their power. Therefore, the majority of Hellions were not fond of arduous cultivation, but would instead go out of their way to hunt for humans. This was the reason why humans were so hostile towards Hellions and were so adamant about killing them. In the underground world, Hellions were indisputably the most powerful race. Even though the Dark Elves had Xuanhuan, the underground world's NR1 expert behind it, yet their number of great warlock rank experts was far behind that of Hellions. But Hellions were also divided into different tribes. The majority of tribes were in conflict with one another, which was precisely the reason why the Dark Elves had become underground world's most powerful force. The city of Hellions, within a beautiful and luxurious palace which was not the slightest bit inferior to a human's imperial palace. A devilishly handsome young man was quietly reading a book. The young man had a tall figure, a head full of dazzling short golden hair, and was dressed in black clothes. Next to the young man knelt 7 beautiful and enchanting young ladies covered in muslin. The 7 young ladies were looking flirtatiously at the young man, their beautiful eyes brimming with adoration. An eagle-eyed, hook-nosed young man, exuding the atmosphere of a highly capable person, strode into the room. The man gave the 7 charming young ladies a mere glance, and then said solemnly, "Your Majesty, Steel City's expeditionary forces had defeated the city of Dark Elves, and are currently marching towards our city of Hellions." The young man with short golden hair was the monarch of Tyrannid subcontinent's Pantheon Hellion tribe, the Pantheon Hellion monarch. Although he looked just like a mere 24 or 25-year-old, yet he had already lived for more than 3 millennia. He was literally an old freak. Pantheon Hellions originated from the Pantheon Hellion ancestor. The blood and divinity of countless formidable gods from different planes gathered inside the body of the Pantheon Hellion ancestor. It was the most powerful among the 5 great Hellion ancestors. The Pantheon Hellions lived the longest and were the strongest among Hellions of the same rank. The only weakness of the Pantheon Hellions was their low fertility. They numbered the least amongst Hellions. Every adult Pantheon Hellion had the cultivation base of a great warlock rank expert. Furthermore, once they turned adult, even if they didn't practice cultivation, they would still slowly condense a trace of divinity and become divine being. The Pantheon Hellion monarch was the sole powerhouse among Tyrannid subcontinent's Pantheon Hellions. Him, the undead Hellion monarch, and the myriad beasts Hellion monarch were called Hellion clan's 3 great tycoons. The eagle-eyed, hook-nosed young man, who was exuding the atmosphere of a highly capable person, was Pantheon Hellion monarch's trusted subordinate, Wormlessly. The eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he exclaimed, "So fast? But the city of Dark Elves has the blessing of Lolth, that whore of a goddess. How could it have been defeated so fast? How come Steel City's mechanical legion is so powerful?" Wormlessly said with a bitter smile. "I don't know. I only know that they are marching towards us. Not long ago, the 8th century post's warriors were wiped out." The source of this content is froueol.com. The eyebrows of the Pantheon Hellion monarch rose lightly, and he said, "It seems like we have at most 30 minutes before Steel City's mechanical legion reaches our city of Hellions. Their speed of advancement is really fast. Currently, there are no news from the undead Hellion monarch, and the myriad beasts Hellion monarch presides over the underground world's overall situation. Am I the only one left in the city of Hellions?" Wormlessly said with anticipation. "That's right, Your Majesty. The city of Hellions depends on you." The eyebrows of the Pantheon Hellion monarch suddenly straightened, and he said with a smile, "Since this is the case, then pass down my order. Everyone is to immediately evacuate the city of Hellions. It's better to give this city to Steel City." Wormsley stilled for a moment, and then said with some incredulity, "Your Majesty, did I heard you correctly? You want to give the city of Hellions to Steel City? We Hellions haven't suffered such a humiliation for several millennia." The Pantheon Hellion monarch said lightly, "Wormsley, between our city of Hellion and the city of Dark Elves, which one has the strongest defense?" Wormsley said without hesitation. "The city of Dark Elves has the blessing of the goddess divine power. It's brimming with extraordinary power, and its defensive strength is by far stronger than that of our city of Hellions." The Pantheon Hellion monarch continued, "The main forces of the city of Hellions had already departed for the surface world. Compared to the city of Dark Elves, how is the current strength of our city of Hellions?" Wormsley was silent for a moment, and then said with difficulty, "The remaining power of our city of Hellions cannot compare to that of the city of Dark Elves." The eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch flashed with a glint of wisdom, and he analyzed succinctly, "Since the other side could defeat the city of Dark Elves in a short period of time, then our city of Hellions also won't be able to withstand their offensive. Staying here won't amount to nothing more than dying in vain. We'll withdraw first, and leave them an empty city. In the future, we'll think of ways to recapture the city. After all, the underground world belongs to us, and no matter how strong the humans are, but it's still impossible for them to stay here long-term." Wormsley sighed in admiration. "That's right. The underground world's environment is fundamentally not suited for the survival of humans. Even if they hide in the city of Hellions, there is nothing to it. We'll regain the city in the future. Your Majesty is really amazing. Your subordinate is far from being your equal." After he finished speaking, Wormsley saluted towards the Pantheon Hellion monarch, and then quickly left the palace. The Pantheon Hellion monarch suddenly sighed with disappointment. Steel City, interesting. They could even capture the city of Dark Elves. The rumor that they wiped out 18 great warlock rank experts in one fell swoop, it appears like it isn't fake. Alchemy is just so powerful. The alchemy of human warlocks. Whenever humans contended against other formidable beings, they tended to breed, like flies, all kinds of extremely powerful secret treasures, and overwhelm those powerful and highly talented beings with superior abilities. In terms of cultivation aptitude, more than 99% of humans couldn't compare to formidable beings like fiends, ancient demons, and divine descendants. The Pantheon Hellion monarch had astonishing strength. If secret treasures were not taken into account, then he would be Tyrannid subcontinents and our one expert with his battle prowess, and even Starlight Aldrich might not be his match. But when taking secret treasures into account, then Starlight Aldrich could defeat him by paying a sky-high price. When Yang Feng's enormous mechanical legion arrived before the city of Hellions, it was met with torrents of flames along with large amounts of smoke rising from the city. Leave no provisions for the enemy. When Yang Feng saw the city of Hellions city gate wide open and the churning flames, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. He felt like things had become tricky. If the Hellions had opted to stay in their city and had directly faced Yang Feng, that would be the best scenario for Yang Feng. As long as the remains could be retrieved, then no matter how many primary battle robots were to be wrecked by the Hellions, it would just result in a slight consumption of energy. To redeem a large number of Hellion lives for a bit of energy, that would definitely be quite profitable. But the Hellions were very cunning. They directly burnt the city of Hellions along with any goods which couldn't be moved, before leaving this empty city to Yang Feng, along with a headache. Hellions were, however, a powerful race of the underground world. Even without the city of Hellions, they could still disperse to all corners of the underground world and survive by eating insects, mushrooms, and moss. As for the issue of losing their reason when not eating human flesh, Hellions had also a solution for that. Apart from the city of Hellions, there were still more than 30 cities set up by the Hellions in the underground world. Therefore, it wasn't that simple to defeat them. The Hellions are so crafty. If I had abandoned the city to escape, would it be different now? Joanna thought it over, and immediately realized that she could not have made the second choice. Dark elves had spent countless blood and sweat on the city of dark elves. With the blessing from the goddess Loltha's divine power, this extraordinary city had a formidable defense. Other cities were fundamentally not a match for it. The dark elves would have never agreed if Joanna had chosen to abandon the city of dark elves. Additionally, at the time, they had looked down on the small force which was Steel City. Chapter 173 Eunice Captured. Chapter 173 Eunice Captured. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng pointed towards the city of Hellions and laughed out loud. Fleeing at the first sign of trouble, those Hellions can be regarded as clever, but I've already known that it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Hellions. Since they abandoned the city of Hellions, then let it be forever. The city of Hellions will be a dagger pressed against the hearts of the Hellions. Unless they submit to me. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. It's just a matter of time. With Yang Feng's laughter, the upper dark elves following beside him started to feel relieved. Many dark elven beauties looked at Yang Feng with traces of interest exuding from their beautiful eyes. Joanna looked at the confident Yang Feng and felt somewhat surprised. He's quite the character. Yang Feng ordered simply, "Enter the city and extinguish the fire." The huge mechanical legion immediately entered the city of Hellions. Under the leadership of Defilia, the dark elven wizards began to extinguish the fire within the city of Hellions. Large amounts of rain dropped from the sky and fell on the flames, before extinguishing them and leaving black smoke along with a burnt smell behind. The Pantheon Hellion monarch watched the mechanical legion enter the city of Hellions in an orderly manner from a dark corner of the city. He was taken aback. That's Steel City's mechanical legion? It's different from what I've seen previously. These should be the most elite and most powerful mechanical golems of Steel City. The knight-rank mechanical golems were but a ruse. Prior to the Battle of Black City, Steel City was known for their 100,000 knight-rank mechanical golems. This bit of power was basically dismissed by the major powers. But after the battle in Black City, everyone's gazes were focused on Steel City. The first time Steel City's strongest combat unit was led by Yang Feng, it had defeated the Dark Elves and occupied the city of Dark Elves, rousing the attention of the Pantheon Hellion monarch, to the point that he went to personally investigate in spite of the danger. That lifelike alchemical golem is the commander of this mechanical legion. That is to say, the true commander of the huge mechanical legion is either Yang Feng or Yang Yi. Steel City's city master Yang Yi is said to be obsessed with alchemy and spends all his time on researching alchemy. Also, only those paranoid, like someone with the identity of a level 1 warlock, would refine so many powerful mechanical golems. In other words, the commander of the mechanical legion ought to be the only kin of Steel City's city master, Yang Feng. The Pantheon Hellion monarch quietly observed from the side. With mistaken intelligence and wrong reasoning, he still managed to arrive at the correct conclusion. 100,000 engineering robots began with large-scale fortification of the city of Hellions once the tremendous mechanical legion entered the city. When the Pantheon Hellion monarch saw those robots slowly transform the city into a stronghold, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. He was very clear, once Yang Feng had finished with the fortifications of the city of Hellions, turning it into a huge fortress, then it would be akin to pressing a dagger against the hearts of the Hellions. With the city of Hellions as a base, Yang Feng could sweep the Hellions all over, and gradually reduce their Lebensraum, before wiping them out completely. Inside Rose Garden, Eunice was researching on new spell models in the laboratory. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of alarm as she felt fluctuations of magic coming from behind her. Her dexterous eyes suddenly became dull, and her face became devoid of all emotions. Like a walking corpse, she went silently outside. As one of the people doted on by Yang Feng, Eunice's status was very high in Rose Garden. She easily passed through the checkpoints before arriving outside of Rose Garden. Once Eunice arrived outside of Rose Garden, she waved her lily-white hand, and magic carpet suddenly flew out. With a light jump, she jumped onto the magic carpet. "Teacher Eunice, what happened? Hadn't Master told us to stay inside Rose Garden? Outside is filled with Master's enemies. It's very dangerous." Judy, the innocent-looking and big-breasted sensual beauty wearing a pet collar on her neck, came over and asked loudly, while looking puzzled. Interesting. If I remember correctly, you're a pet raised by Yang Feng. Come with me. Suddenly, the voice of another person came out of Eunice's mouth. Eunice pointed with her lily-white hand. With the flicker of a magic radiance, a wind rope formed suddenly and swept towards Judy. A resplendent radiance surged on Judy, instantly dispersing the wind rope. You aren't Teacher Eunice. Who are you? Judy's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. She shouted out loud, turned around, and swiftly fled towards the depths of Rose Garden. There were 3 great warlock rank experts inside Rose Garden. Carolina and the others were unparalleled inside Rose Garden, and even a starry sky warlock would be suppressed by the 3 of them. Who am I? I am Aldrich, Starlight Aldrich. You actually have a level 3 secret treasure on you. It seems like that fellow Yang Feng is quite fond of this pet of his. Don't flee. Come with me. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. A voice full of confidence and magnetism came out of Eunice's mouth, before she erupted with a great warlock rank life force, and reached out. Suddenly, an invisible hand caught Judy. Radiances from defensive spells erupted from Judy. Every defensive spell was a powerful level 3 spell, but they still couldn't contend with the invisible hand and were shattered. Judy had no way to block Aldrich's strike. She was caught by him and thrown onto the magic carpet. Sounds of alarm reverberated through Rose Garden. Tyrannical spirit fluctuations were dropped from the sky and swept over. From Rose Garden came Carolina's ice-cold voice. These soul fluctuations, you're Aldrich. Aldrich, you've got guts. You even come to snatch our Rose Garden's people. Are you trying to incite a conflict between Rose Garden and Warlock College Antalya? Aldrich said with a light smile. Your Rose Garden has already been subdued by Steel City. It has been reduced to its bitch. You're already unfit to stand toe-to-toe with us. Carolina, go tell your master, Yang Yi. He shall personally come apologize to our Warlock College Antalya. Otherwise, I'll burn the 2 most beloved women of his only kin, Yang Feng, at the stake. Carolina's pretty eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and she said chilly, Aldrich, Eunice is your daughter. Are you so cruel that you would burn your own daughter to death? You've got to break some eggs to make an omelet. If she died, I would just feel a heartache and nothing more. Familial feelings are not worth mentioning when compared to my pursuit of eternity. Besides, is there anything special about the death of a single daughter? As long as I am alive, how many more of them can't I give birth to? Please tell Yang Feng to make his uncle come apologize to Warlock College Antalya. If Yang Yi doesn't come within 2 days, then I'll burn these 2 to death in Warlock College Antalya. Aldrich burst into a loud laughter. The magic carpet he rode turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Carolina stood quietly inside Rose Garden. Only a long time later did Carolina withdraw the unbelievably powerful spirit force, albeit somewhat regretfully. Inside Rose Garden, and with the support from the demigod rank armament Rose Divine Mirror, Carolina could even suppress Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. But once she stepped out of Rose Garden, she could be defeated. Starlight Aldrich, Tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, Steel White Elephant Horus, Behemoth Claw Conrath, and Sword of Justice Atchison. These 5 were respectively the leaders of Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Tower, White Elephant Ivory, Savage Claw, and Eyes of Justice, as well as Tyrannid Subcontinent's publicly acknowledged strongest 5 great powerhouses. Each one of them wielded 1 or more demigod rank armaments. Carolina was very remarkable. She didn't lose out to any one of the 5 great powerhouses, but she also had no certainty in besting any one of them. Once 2 or more of the 5 great experts were to jointly attack her, then there would be a chance of her losing her life. Therefore, as strong as she may be, she still wouldn't lightly leave Rose Garden. Cordelia came up to Carolina and said faintly, He snatched Judy and Eunice. Little sister Carolina, what should we do now? Carolina was silent for a moment, and then said somewhat unwillingly, Immediately inform Yang Feng of our circumstances. It was a great humiliation for the always arrogant Carolina to have Judy and Eunice snatched right before her eyes. If it was during peace times, then she would have already lashed out against Warlock College Antalya. But now that Rose Garden practically stood on the opposite side of the 5 great warlock groups, there would be no point to it. Without arguing, Cordelia took out a communication magic box and narrated Yang Feng their circumstances. Underground world, inside the city of Hellions. Yang Feng's face became ashen after listening to Cordelia's report, and he shattered the table with a slap. Fuck! That Aldrich is really too cunning. Yang Feng had been suspecting that Aldrich had tempered with Eunice. Therefore, he didn't dare touch her. His doubts have now been confirmed. Aldrich was obviously monitoring Yang Feng's moves. Only after Steel City's army went on an expedition to the underground world did he make his move, capturing Eunice and Judy. If Yang Feng's mechanical legion was stumped by the city of Dark Elves, and was forced back to the surface world, then Steel City would be in danger of suffering a pincer attack from both sides. The underground world's allied forces would have seized the opportunity for a counterattack, while the 5 great warlock groups would have also seized the chance to hit him while he was down. Steel City could have collapsed if he was the slightest bit inattentive. Chapter 174 Of course I'll save them. Chapter 174 Of course I'll save them. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, I attacked first the city of Dark Elves, or else it would be troublesome. Yang Feng was already psychologically prepared when he attacked the city of Dark Elves. If he wasn't able to capture the city of Dark Elves within a short period of time, then he would dispatch the engineering robots to build a fortress in the 3rd layer of the underground world. He would mine all kinds of resources from the surroundings and build new munitions factories in preparations for a prolonged war. If Yang Feng was forced to do that, then he would now face a dilemma. Yang Feng pondered in silence. The city of Dark Elves, the city of Hellion. Only by stationing 100,000 primary battle robots in each city will they become as steady as mountains. This means that would be left with just 800,000 primary battle robots at my disposal. Defilia suddenly asked, Eunice and Judy, are you planning to go save them? Eunice was just a level 1 warlock, while Judy was but a pet that Sanger family had sent Yang Feng as a gift. For ambitious and ruthless characters, they would let them die with a straight face. They would do whatever they wanted, and nothing would ever faze them. Eunice is but a trifling level 1 warlock and Judy is just a pet. With your status, you can easily find women as beautiful as them. In terms of appearance and mannerism, Cordelia, Carolina, and Clarissa are superior to Eunice, while the dark elven great matriarch Xuanhuan is even more gorgeous. According to your current plight, the best approach would be to wipe out the rebellious forces of the underground world, while using the city of Hellions as a stronghold. Mine more ore veins and let your uncle refine more alchemical golems. Wait until you amass enough power, and then kill your way out of the underground world in one fell swoop. With just a decade of accumulation, no one in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent would stand a chance against you. Defilia analyzed indifferently. Each of Defilia's sentences was a strike at Yang Feng's heart chords. Indeed, as Defilia had mentioned, as long as Yang Feng holed himself up in the underground world and developed for a decade, then he could use the underground world's countless resources to build more than 10 million primary battle robots. At that point, he would have no match in Tyrannid subcontinent. Even if it was Warlock College in Talia, Yang Feng had the confidence of taking them down a decade later. At the moment, though, Yang Feng didn't have a full grasp of Warlock College in Talia. Joanna and the upper-class Dark Elves focused their gazes on Yang Feng, awaiting his decision. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a ruthless glint, and he said with a domineering laugh, "Ha ha ha, there is only a single proper choice. That is, of course, to save them. I will save them. As to why, it is because they are my women. Even tough Judy is just a pet, but she's my pet. Anyone who dares to touch her will die." The corners of Defilia's mouth lifted slightly, and she exposed a trace of a smile. "Well said. This is how a man should act. I would have looked down on you if you had said that you want to give Eunice and Judy up." Defilia was also a woman. What she loathed the most were men who'd abandon their close ones in order to achieve success. Although Yang Feng had saved her, yet she was still somewhat resentful for taking advantage of her. But at this moment, that grudge had all but vanished and she was in a good mood. She even found him to be a lot more pleasing to the eye. A touch of appreciation flashed in Joanna's pretty eyes, and she said with a light smile, "Well said. A true man doesn't abandon his women. I'll lend you a helping hand." A trace of admiration was appropriately revealed on Cheyenne's face. At the same time, she looked at Joanna and said without batting an eyelid, "Sir, you're really manly. I, Cheyenne, am greatly admiring of your manliness." Yang Feng ordered promptly, "We're giving up the city of Hellions and are immediately returning to the surface world." The 900,000 primary battle robots quickly departed from the city of Hellions before swiftly rushing towards the surface world. Along with the echoing of rumbles and the great tremors, the 900,000 robots surged towards the surface world like a steel flood, leaving a broken city of Hellions behind. The Pantheon Hellion monarch watched the tide-like retreat of the 900,000 primary battle robots in confusion as he wondered inside, why did they withdraw so quickly? In the end, what is Steel City thinking? The speed at which the 900,000 robots were advancing was pushed to the brim, reaching 400 kilometers per hour. The robots had to stop every 3 or 4 hours to exchange their power source crystals and rest for 5 minutes to cool off. 18 hours later, the 900,000 primary battle robots had finally rushed out of the underground world. Dimensional personnel carriers were neatly spread outside the entrance to the underground world. The battle robots were very orderly and swiftly boarded the dimensional personnel carriers, following which the dimensional personnel carriers drove into a number of Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Finally, the numerous Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft took off and flew towards St. Colin City. Steel City's munitions factories were operating at full power, madly manufacturing a variety of battle robots before transporting them over. The 800,000 Level 4 humanoid robots, which were planned to be melted down and manufactured anew, were ordered to board dimensional personnel carriers and rush towards St. Colin City. Steel City had nearly squeezed out its entire military potential. A number of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft unhesitatingly squandered great amounts of energy to fly to Rose Empire's iron ore warehouses, before returning with large amounts of iron ores. Several hundred warriors had barred the road leading to Warlock College and Talia. A convoy coming from Steel City was stopped outside the checkpoint. The leader of the warriors barked, "This is the territory of Marquis Merton. Traitors of humanity are not welcome here. Screw off. Get lost, you traitors of humans. Scram, you garbage. .. The warriors spat out a number of obscenities and curses. Furthermore, a couple of archers shot their arrows at the convoy. The arrows were ricocheted after hitting the armor of a dimensional personnel carrier. Enemy attack. The humans on the opposite side are deemed enemies. Commencing cleanup. Level 4 humanoid bladed robots rushed out of the dimensional personnel carriers. Their figures shook, and they pounced at the human warriors at the checkpoint. Along with miserable screams, the checkpoint was dyed in blood. This territory belongs to Merton Marquisdom, and these humans were soldiers sent by Merton Marquisdom. Merton Marquisdom is hostile towards our Steel City. Commencing cleanup. Droves of bladed robots, gunner robots, and artillery robots swiftly got off the dimensional personnel carrier and rushed towards the castle beside the road. The dimensional personnel carriers with the rest of the troops proceeded towards Warlock College and Talia. Boom! 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 Along with loud artillery rumblings, the gate of Merton Marquisdom's castle was blasted apart. The bladed robots and gunner robots seized the opportunity to rush inside. Miserable screams rang inside the castle, before quickly dying out. Engineering robots entered the Merton Marquisdom's castle. Soon after, they left with large quantities of metal and stored it inside the dimensional personnel carrier. On the road heading to Warlock College and Talia, according with Warlock College and Talia's orders, countless forces, both large and small, began to obstruct the advance of Steel City's army. All the human forces, both large and small, were completely destroyed by the Level 4 robots. All their assets and metals looted. Wherever Steel City's army passed, it would sweep everything before them. Countless human forces, both large and small, were directly uprooted, leaving everything of theirs to Steel City. To maintain the order, Steel City would leave behind a few level 4 robots every time a force was destroyed. The variety of metals scraped from those places was enough to manufacture hundreds of level 4 robots. If Yang Feng wasn't wary of Warlock College Antalya, then he would have long since sent his mechanical legion to sweep the forces belonging to Warlock College Antalya and take control of them. But since he had already shed all pretenses, he had no longer any apprehensions. Therefore, he began to nibble on Warlock College Antalya's forces. 2 days later, outside of St. Colin City, the huge mechanical legion stretched for more than 100 kilometers, nearly surrounding St. Colin City. Panic pervaded St. Colin City. In the past several millennia, this was the first time that someone had led troops to attack St. Colin City. Even the underground world's allied forces didn't dare to push the front line towards St. Colin City. They didn't want to provoke Warlock College Antalya. Aldrich, come out. Didn't you want to see me? I, Yang Feng, have come. Yang Feng's voice came from the center of the mechanical legion. Yang Feng's crazily magnified voice via powerful loudspeakers echoed throughout St. Colin City. New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. Yang Feng, the one I wanted to see is not you. A kid who is steel wet behind the ears, but your uncle Yang Yi. A mighty pressure swept out from the depths of Warlock College Antalya, shrouding the earth. Simultaneously, as if coming from the heavens, a voice shook the area and completely suppressed Yang Feng's words just now. Yang Feng gave a chuckle, then a trace of a cold glint flashed past his eyes, and he said harshly, "My uncle had no time, therefore I came in his stead. Besides, I also brought Steel City's mechanical legion along. Return Eunice and Judy to me, and I'll immediately lead my troops back. Otherwise, today is the day that your Warlock College Antalya disappears from Tyrannid subcontinent," Aldrich said lightly. "My Warlock College Antalya stands upright in Tyrannid subcontinent for nearly 10,000 years, while all our enemies are dead. I would like to see what gives you the confidence of breaching our Warlock College Antalya. If you're truly capable of this feat, then I'll return them to you." Chapter 175 Attacking St. Colin City I. Chapter 175 Attacking St. Colin City I. Updated from fruyobnl.com. Translator Xuanhuan. Yang Feng's eyes shifted and he contemplated for a moment, and then said provokingly, "Since your Warlock College Antalya claims to be one of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 hegemons, then do you dare to come out of St. Colin City and battle it out with my Steel City? If you don't dare, then it's proved that Warlock College Antalya's reputation is undeserved, and that you're a group of good-for-nothings who only know how to rely on the power of their predecessors. Moreover, St. Colin City wasn't even established by Warlock College Academy. St. Colin City was established by the ancient Warlocks, and was later occupied by the first generation of Warlock College Antalya. It had been Warlock College Antalya's inheritance from the day of its conception to this day." Aldrich said calmly, "It's no use. I'm staying right where I am. If you have the ability, then capture St. Colin City. At that time, I'll naturally return Eunice and Judy to you. But if you can't capture St. Colin City, then I'll burn them to death right in front of you." Unlike Defilia, who was hard-working and had not much worldly experience, Aldrich had went through countless hardships and had stepped on the bodies of countless geniuses, before he finally reached the position of Warlock College Antalya's dean. There was simply no way such an old freak would be in sight. Even though the level 3 warlocks standing behind Aldrich disagreed with his decision, but they didn't dare to refute him. Warlock College Antalya had a total of 4 great warlocks. With 2 of the great warlocks falling in Black City, Warlock College Antalya had only Aldrich and another great warlock left. Thus, as Warlock College Antalya's dean, Aldrich had nearly all of Warlock College Antalya's power under his control, while the other great warlock, Holden, fundamentally couldn't compete with him. Always cool-headed and callous, that was precisely how Warlock College Antalya's dean, Starlight Aldrich, was. He actually came. He should know how powerful Warlock College Antalya is, yet for my sake he still came. In his mind, I'm not just some lowly bitch. While standing beside Aldrich, traces of her being moved emerged in the depths of Eunice's bewitching eyes. The world of warlocks was exceedingly cruel. In order to get the trace of a chance at upgrading their power, great warlocks like Aldrich would butcher their families to extract their bloodline. Warlocks, who would do anything for power, were not rare in the world of warlocks. Eunice had grown up in such an environment, and so her mentality was somewhat distorted and perverted. But when she saw Yang Feng recklessly launch an attack at Warlock College in Talia for her sake, it pulled at her heartstrings. Judy's pretty eyes also revealed a trace of her being moved, and 2 rows of sparkling tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. To him, I'm not just some dispensable toy. Judy was a pet that Sanger family had gifted Yang Feng to quench his anger. As such, Judy had always had a low self-esteem. Now that she saw Yang Feng being willing to come here and fight for her, she felt extremely moved and full of warmth. Then let's fight. Open fire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a strange glint, and he barked. Boom, 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 boom. The artilleries roared. 20,000 artillery robots, as well as self-propelled artilleries, howitzers, rocket artilleries, and others, madly bombarded St. Colin City's city wall. Above St. Colin City's city wall, 9 5-story tall Warlock towers flashed brightly, and extremely formidable fluctuations of magic shrouded the city wall. While under the bombardment from a variety of heavy artilleries, the steel rock of St. Colin City's city wall showed its might. The bombardment from the heavy artilleries, which were comparable to a level 3 area of effect spell, had just slightly caved in the city wall before being easily restored via the effect from the spell. The shell fire from the various heavy artilleries crossed the city wall and reached the city, before blowing countless buildings into smithereens. Thousands of St. Colin City's human warriors were either killed or injured amidst the artillery barrage. Laser-guided bombs also flew straight into Warlock College and Talia's inner court. At the heart of St. Colin City was Warlock College and Talia, and at the heart of Warlock College and Talia was the inner court. There was a large number of official warlocks and a crowd of warlock towers inside the inner court. With every official warlock that was killed, it would reduce a portion of the pushback when besieging the city. Warlock College and Talia was one of Tyrandit subcontinent's 6 hegemons. When attacking such a terrifying existence, Yang Feng couldn't afford to be the slightest bit lenient. Red radiances were shot from the Warlock Tower in Warlock College and Talia's inner court, and then fell on the laser-guided bombs. Boom, 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 boom. As if hit by interceptor missiles, the laser-guided bombs exploded. A 7-story tall Warlock Tower suddenly lit up in Warlock College and Talia's inner court, appearing to be the center of the entire world. All of a sudden, the ancient energy-absorbing tree in the center of the inner court started to madly extract tremendous amounts of magic energy before pouring it into the Warlock Towers. The Warlock Towers in Warlock College and Talia's inner court suddenly lit up, and a tremendous power pervaded St. Colin City in a flash. The heavy artillery shelling, which could cover half of a football field, was reduced to a diameter of 5 odd meters, and had its might decreased by a few dozen times. The world-shaking, irresistible artillery shelling was reduced to a tolerable degree. Yang Feng's eyes contracted slightly. The power of the artillery shelling has been greatly diminished. This is Warlock College and Talia's power. The ancient human warlocks, who were known for being capable of imitating all cultivation powers, were truly dreadful. With the astral boundary as the fulcrum, the ancient human warlocks searched everywhere for different planes, and established planar passageways to colonize and enslave other planes. In the process of constantly attacking different planes, the ancient human warlocks had obtained a great amount of knowledge, and were known for being capable of imitating all cultivation powers. Even the most mysterious divine power could be imitated via spells, obtaining the same result. Obviously, the reason why Warlock College and Talia could weaken the might of the artillery barrage was because of imitating the effect of divine power. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It's really troublesome. Like this, the artillery shelling won't have much effect. The tens of thousands of heavy artilleries continued to shoot a variety of artillery barrage, bombarding St. Colin City, yet it had no effect whatsoever. It was just a waste of energy and ammunition. Yang Feng contemplated. It's not without effect. If it continues like this, then it'll become a contest of consumption. The other side has an ancient energy-absorbing tree, While my side has a large number of nuclear power plants, it's unknown who's going to be the winner if this stalemate persists. Warlock Convention used the power of the ancient energy-absorbing tree to greatly weaken Yang Feng's artillery barrage. In order to use the ancient energy-absorbing tree, Warlock's spirit force needed to be consumed to act as a conductor. If the stalemate persisted, then it would result in a contest of consumption, which would be rather detrimental to Yang Feng. It should be kept in mind that Steel City was currently the subcontinent's enemy. Once a stalemate took place, then the underground world's allied forces and the other 4 great warlock groups would take this chance to raid Yang Feng's base and destroy all the munitions factories. Once that happened, then defeat would be right around the corner. At that time, the best outcome would be to flee to the underground world and prolong the death throes. This battle against Warlock Convention would determine the general trend of the world. If Yang Feng won, then Steel City would dominate Tyrannid subcontinent before slowly swallowing all other forces. But if Yang Feng lost, then he would be chased away like a stray dog. He would have a hard time finding a place of his own. Yang Feng muttered irresolutely for a moment, and then waved his hand. Suddenly, 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose into the sky and then quickly flew towards St. Colin City. The 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters had just reached a distance of 200 meters from St. Colin City when flame arrows were shot from the 9 Warlock towers above St. Colin City's city wall and hit the 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. The 10 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters immediately exploded, turned into 10 fireballs, and fell from the sky. Attack! Yang Feng expressionlessly waved his hand and commanded. Like a tide, 10,000 level 8 beast-type bladed robots led 100,000 humanoid battle robots in a charge at St. Colin City. The 9 Warlock towers located on St. Colin City's city wall flashed brightly. The fire elemental particles churned and turned in the sky, brewing an immense fire-attributed meteorological spell. Dispel! A cold glint flashed through Dephilia's beautiful eyes. She pointed with her lily-white hand at the sky and cast a dispel. The tremendous amount of fire elemental particles collapsed under Dephilia's dispel. The 9 Warlock towers flashed brightly once more, and fluctuations of earth-attributed magic covered the land. The land in front of St. Colin City wriggled and decayed, before turning into a bottomless bog emitting a foul stench. Once the various battle robots sank into the bottomless bog, they had to struggle to move. Dispel! Dispel! The Dark Elven Wizards, whom Yang Feng had brought from the city of Dark Elves, immediately dispelled the bottomless bog. Dark Elves. Those are Dark Elven Wizards. Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are actually collaborating with him. This Yang Feng is simply too vile, and even death could atone for his crimes. Oh heavens! This beast is actually collaborating with the Dark Elves. Truly a traitor of humanity. Within Warlock Convention, warlocks who had been observing the battle via magic eyes were both startled and angered when they saw the Dark Elven Wizards next to Yang Feng, before roaring madly and exposing their unsightly sides. 5 great warlock groups, with Warlock Convention among them, had falsely accused Steel City of colluding with the underground world's allied forces. But now that they saw that Yang Feng actually collaborating with the Dark Elves, they immediately became both startled and angered. They were filled with fear. Chapter 176, Attacking St. Colin City, 2. Chapter 176, Attacking St. Colin City, 2. Translator, Xuanhuan. Aldrich, who had been all along extremely calm as if nothing could faze him, had a slight change in his complexion, and a touch of graveness flashed past his eyes. The Dark Elves are actually on its side. Could the city of Dark Elves already been conquered by it? But even if the city of Dark Elves was conquered, it still wouldn't be easy to subdue the Dark Elves. What's going on? Previously, had Steel City really been in cahoots with the Dark Elves? After the bottomless bog had vanished, the battle robots dug their way out of the ground and rushed towards St. Colin City. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. Holes opened above special protrusions about St. Colin City, from where the muzzles of magic artilleries extended. St. Colin City's magic artilleries 10 meters long had countless mysterious and profound runes carved on them, and were manufactured from large amounts of magic metal and mithril. The manufacturing price of each magic artillery was more than 50 million magic stones. Each magic artillery had 36 power source sockets, where mid-grade and/or high-grade magic stones could be inserted, thus adjusting the might of the magic artillery. Currently, 36 high-grade magic stones were embedded in the magic artilleries. When hit by such a magic artillery, its destructive power could even heavily injure a great warlock. Along with bright flashes, St. Colin City's 500 magic artilleries instantly fired. 500 tremendous radiances instantly hit the mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng, before detonating into a frightening explosion and swallowing the mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng practically in its entirety. When the light from the explosion faded, more than 95% of the 110,000-strong mechanical legion dispatched by Yang Feng had been turned into a wreckage. Countless components were scattered everywhere. The dark elven wizards standing next to Yang Feng had their complexions turn pale, their beautiful eyes flickering with fear. Joanna gave a faint sigh, and a peculiar glint flashed past her beautiful eyes. Those military weapons are so powerful. Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups are really deserving of their reputations. Haha. Steel City's mechanical legion only amounts to this much. That's right. They're but a pile of wreckage before our magic artillery. Even if Steel City has 1 million alchemical golems, you still will never defeat Warlock College Antalya. Warlock College Antalia's upper echelons revealed traces of smiles and commented overbearingly, as they observed the battlefield via magic eyes. Boom! 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 But in the next moment, Yang Feng's counterattack had arrived. The overwhelming artillery shelling, while under portable fortified stronghold extremely precise calculations, had bombarded Warlock College Antalya's magic artillery. With Warlock College Antalya not having its base attacked for the last several millennia, there was a serious lack in terms of defensive experience, and so no warlocks were arranged to protect the magic artilleries. While under the concentrated artillery barrage, the 500 magic artilleries were instantly blasted into pieces. Simultaneously, when the magic stones were hit by the barrage, they were blasted apart. The detonation of the magic stones' energy led to their explosions. Huge explosions sounded above St. Colin City's city wall. The astonishingly valuable 500 magic artilleries were wrecked by Yang Feng's artillery fire. Fucking Yang Feng! How dare he do this? How dare he wreck our magic artilleries? This damned beast! As if being slapped in the face, the upper echelons of Warlock College Antalya scolded and cursed with ashen complexions. The 500 magic artilleries, with each being worth more than 50 million magic stones, were extremely valuable. The 500 magic artilleries were worth more than 25 billion low-grade magic stones. This Warlock College Antalya heritage, which had been accumulating for several millennia, was now wrecked by Yang Feng in a single exchange. Warlock College Antalya's upper echelons hated Yang Feng's guts. Aldrich's countenance had also become exceedingly unsightly. During the artillery barrage, 5,000 engineering robots swiftly arrived at the battlefield and quickly started gathering the remains of the destroyed robots before throwing them into the wreckage recovering vehicles. The wreckage was then quickly transported towards the rear. Yang Feng waved his hand. 10,000 level 8 battle robots formed a legion in tandem with 100,000 level 4 humanoid robots, and proceeded to attack St. Colin City. Inside St. Colin City, there was a variety of elite knights which Warlock College Antalya had conscripted from Southern States Coalition, their numbers reaching up to 1 million. When the battle robots were seen approaching, the 9 Warlock towers above St. Colin City's city wall flickered brightly, and large areas of effect spells blessing agility, power, physical strength and spirit fell onto the human experts above the city wall. Once the human knight rank experts received the magical blessings, their strength immediately soared. They were brimming with courage. Human experts proficient in archery drew their enchanted arrows, and then shot them at the mechanical army. Although humans were not as good as dark elves, who were born with a powerful innate gift for archery, but human population was hundreds of times larger than that of dark elves. The human experts inside St. Colin City were rarely seen experts, their archery not the slightest bit inferior to dark elves. The arrows dropped from the sky and shot into the midst of the mechanical legion. A lot of arrows had directly ran through the heads of the level for humanoid robots, nailing them to the ground. The archery of the humans inside St. Colin City was extremely tyrannical, yet the robots' resistance towards the arrows was exceedingly high. A lot of level for humanoid robots covered in arrows, like hedgehogs, still continued to charge at St. Colin City. The level for gunner robots madly swept towards the human experts above the city wall with their Gauss rifles. Under the dense hail of bullets, a large number of human knight rank experts were hit by the Gauss bullets, and then fell from the city wall. The marksmanship of the level for gunner robots was exceedingly accurate, forcibly suppressing the human archers above the city wall to the point that they didn't even dared crop up their heads. Once the crowd of battle robots neared the edge of St. Colin City's moat. The water of St. Colin City's moat was drawn from Poway River. It was up to 60 meters wide and 100 meters deep, and had turbulent waves. No matter how many lives were to be thrown into the moat, it would still seem bottomless. Once the 5,000 engineering robots arrived before the moat, they quickly built wide pontoon bridges extending towards St. Colin City's city wall. Once the pontoon bridges were built, the crowd of battle robots swiftly followed them right until below St. Colin City's city wall, and then like spiders, frantically climbed the city wall. Aldrich showed a slight smile and waved his hand, "Idiot!" as if huge legendary flood dragons, chrono white-scaled boas covered in white scales suddenly rose from the moat and ferociously bumped into the steel pontoon bridges. Adult chrono white-scaled boas were level 2 extraordinary life forms. With their frightening brute strength, once they hit the steel pontoon bridges, they directly sent them into the air. freewebnovel.com. The crowd of battle robots was carved into two groups. About 10,000 battle robots were climbing St. Colin City's city wall. 10,000 were directly drawn into the moat, and 90,000 were trapped on the other side. Among the battle robots which were stopped on the other side of the moat, the Gauss cannons of the level 8 gunner robots rumbled, and countless Gauss shells bombarded the chrono white-scaled boas. Flesh and blood flying, the chrono white-scaled boas were being blasted by the level 8 gunned robots, before turning into corpses and falling into the moat. The remaining chrono white-scaled boas rushed ashore with crimson eyes. An extremely strange snake hiss arrived from St. Colin City, and the chrono white-scaled boas withdrew into the moat. Human knight rank experts raised huge stones and smashed them against the robots climbing the city wall. When hit by the huge stones, the battle robots climbing the city wall were knocked into the moat. The waves in the moat churned. The battle robots which fell into the moat had lost contact with Yang Feng, obviously destroyed. They sank to the bottom of the river. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly when he saw the outcome. Battle robots which had been destroyed on the battlefield, as long as their wreckage was gathered, would be very quickly manufactured anew by Yang Feng, before being once more thrown into the battlefield, becoming the enemy's nightmare. However, these battle robots were sank in the moat. Therefore, they couldn't be reforged before Warlock College Antalya was defeated. Moreover, the chrono white-scaled boas had cut off Yang Feng's path of attack, greatly inconveniencing him. Cheyenne suddenly gave a laugh. "Sir, are you being troubled by the chrono white-scaled boas? I have a trick to deal with them." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "What trick? Spill it out." Cheyenne took out a crystal vial with a black elixir and chuckled. "This is demon grave poison. It's a highly poisonous mixture of the soil from a demon's grave and the 9-leafed Portman flower's juice. Just a drop of it is enough to poison any life form inside the moat. The soil from a demon's grave was soil formed by merging the blood essence of fallen ancient demons, whose strength was comparable to that of gods, with the land. This soil was highly poisonous to many life forms. The 9-leafed Portman flower was a rare flower with therapeutic effects produced in the underground world. Once both of them were mixed together, it would give birth to a horrifying poison. Among the underground world's races, dark elves were known for being great experts in using poisons. They often used poison in assassinations. Therefore, in terms of poison research, they had no equals in the underground world. Chapter 177, Attacking St. Colin City, 3. Chapter 177, attacking St. Colin City 3. Translator, Xuanhuan. Excellent. Yang Feng showed a trace of a satisfied smile. He waved his hand, and a humanoid robot took the vial of elixir from Xuanhuan. The 200 shielded robots protecting Yang Feng went all out, and frantically rushed towards St. Colin City's moat with a terrifying speed of 400 kilometers per hour. While under the fire cover from the battle robots climbing the city wall were quickly climbing to the top. After paying the price of 1,000 battle robots crashing to the ground, they finally jumped on top of the city wall. Above the city wall, once the large number of human knight rank experts saw the level for humanoid robots jumping onto the city wall, they rushed forward and fought against them. Suddenly, 30 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose into the air, their artilleries roaring madly strafing towards the human experts above the city wall. Under the bombardment from the 30 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, hundreds and thousands of the human experts were turned into large fragments splashing about. The 9 Warlock towers above St. Colin City's city wall flashed brightly, shooting fire arrows at the 30 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. The 30 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters had immediately turned into 30 fireballs, before dropping to the ground and exploding. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought, "The Warlock towers are really troublesome. They're worthy of being one of humanity's strongest defensive weapons." Warlock towers were one of humanity's strongest defensive weapons. In human history, there were several crucial battles where the survival of the race was on the line. It was all due to the Warlock towers struggling madly and blocking the enemy's offensive that they got a chance to take a breather and ultimately acquire victory. Warlock College Antalya succeeded a base of the ancient Warlocks. With the extremely formidable defensive strength of the Warlock towers, St. Colin City had never been breached in a frontal assault. The reason why Aldrich was so adamant about forcing Yang Feng to bring the fight to St. Colin City was to use defense as a means to defeat the enemy, to wipe out Steel City's main forces in one fell swoop in St. Colin City, then to constrict Steel City's Lebensraum and ultimately to annihilate it. When the Mechanical Legion was madly engaged with St. Colin City's human experts, the humanoid robot had eventually reached St. Colin City's moat under the protection of the shielded robots, and then poured the demon grave poison into the moat. Once a few drops of the demon grave poison were dropped into the moat, the clear and transparent moat was immediately become as black as ink and started emitting a foul stench. The water of St. Colin City's moat immediately surged. Chrono white-scaled boas thrashed madly and issued extremely mournful hisses, splashing the moat's water about. Soon after, the moat stopped churning, and the corpses of the chrono white-scaled boas floated up in the moat. Apart from the chrono white-scaled boas, large amounts of dead fish, shrimps, tortoises, and crabs floated up in the moat, painting an image from hell. So poisonous. Such a scary poison. Dark elves, fuck. It's definitely those whores doing. They are proficient in the refining of all kinds of highly poisonous elixirs. When Warlock College Antalya's warlocks saw this, they started to curse through clenched teeth. The engineering robots came forward once more and built pontoon bridges leading to St. Colin City. The pontoon bridges were just finished when fire arrows were fired at them from the 9 Warlock towers. The newly built pontoon bridges were destroyed by the 9 Warlock towers and collapsed. Hum, 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 hum. The distinctive roaring sounds from bombers flying came from the sky. As if raindrops, countless bombs dropped from the sky and extremely accurately fell towards the Warlock towers down below. A very strange hurricane swept from the 9 Warlock towers, forming a storm and sweeping the countless bombs towards the Mechanical Legion. The various bombs instantly exploded in the midst of Yang Feng's mechanical regiment, blasting the battle robots into countless pieces. Dispel! The 2 great Warlock rank experts, Defilia and Xuanhuan, launched Dispel on the 9 Warlock towers, dispelling the spells released by them. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment from the cluster bombs, bunker buster bombs, sonic explosives, incendiary bombs, and a variety of other bombs, the 9 Warlock towers were plunged into a sea of flames. Inside the Warlock towers, all of the apprentice Warlocks and a lesser half of the official level 1 Warlocks had died. However, even though the 9 Warlock towers were under the bombardment from the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, but they still weren't crushed. They stood tall and mighty amidst the explosions. Suddenly, up to 10 meters long mandala-winged snakes with a pair of wings, and a single horn on their heads flew out of Warlock College and Talia's inner court and rose high into the sky. Adult mandala-winged snakes were level 2 extraordinary life forms with the terrifying power of wind elemental particles manipulation. They were airborne weapons carefully bred by Warlock College and Talia, which could freely soar in the sky. 1,500 mandala-winged snakes under the lead of a level 3 extraordinary life form rank mandala 4-winged snake soared into the sky, heading towards the Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at a high altitude. Though the spell-casting range of the level 3 warlocks from inside the Warlock Towers was insufficient, and they couldn't hit the Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at the high altitude of 5,000 meters. Once the mandala-winged snakes reached the high altitude of 2,000 meters, they saw thousands of lightning supersonic fighters rushing towards them. Artilleries roared and wind streams raged. Lightning supersonic fighters dropped from the sky, exploded and turned into fireballs. Mandala-winged snakes also fell to the ground, turning into meat paste. A cruel and fierce airborne battle broke out above St. Colin City. The mandala-winged snakes were extremely fierce, but the thousands of lightning supersonic fighters were much more powerful than them. After a bout of fierce fighting, the mandala-winged snakes showed signs of decline, their numbers ever decreasing. With the suppression in the sky, the Colossus heavy-duty bombers continued to throw all kinds of bombs. The 9 Warlock Towers could only cast defensive spells to barely defend themselves. Therefore, they were no longer capable of suppressing the mechanical legion down below. The engineering robots swiftly built steel pontoon bridges, allowing the battle robots to cross the moat and then to climb the city wall. Suddenly, along with an angry bellow, an extremely brutal black dragon rose from Warlock College and Talia and flew into the sky. Cheyenna's pretty face changed slightly, and she warned, "That is tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony. The Black Dragon Tower has also joined this battle." The tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony was Black Dragon Tower's Tower Master. Since he had appeared, it proved that the Black Dragon Empire had also joined the battle in order to destroy Steel City in one go. Once tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony flew into the sky, the remains from the lightning supersonic fighters continuously dropped from the sky before exploding. The lightning supersonic fighters' fighting strength was extremely frightening, but in front of a Tyrannid subcontinent's powerhouse like tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, they still looked vulnerable. Suddenly, 300 magic artilleries emerged around the St. Colin City, before flashing brightly, and instantly firing 300 magic radiances at Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Along with heaven-shaking explosions, more than 90% of the mechanical legion in the vicinity of the St. Colin City was destroyed. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he waved his hand. A counterattack was launched in a flash. Tens of thousands of heavy artilleries instantly launched a salvo, firing at the 300 magic artilleries. Only this time, level 3 warlocks from the Black Dragon Empire stood in front of the 300 magic artilleries. The level 3 warlocks from the Black Dragon Empire cast defensive spells, intercepting the shellfire. Originally, even level 3 warlocks wouldn't be capable of intercepting the bombardment from Yang Feng's heavy artilleries. If level 3 warlocks were so daring as to face the bombardment from the heavy artilleries, then ultimately, they would deplete their spirit force, and then die without leaving any remains behind. But after the heavy artillery shellfire was weakened by Warlock College and Talia's spell, its might was reduced to such a degree that Black Dragon Tower's level 3 warlocks could easily withstand it. Aldrich said lightly, "Yang Feng, from the moment you were drawn here by your 2 women, it was destined that your Steel City would loose. This is not a battle between the Warlock College and Talia and Steel City, but a battle between the Tyrannid subcontinent's humans and the traitors of humanity." Aldrich reached out and a huge magic screen suddenly condensed above the St. Colin City. The image on the magic screen was that of the Gold Sand City, a city belonging to the Steel City sphere of influence. At this moment, flames and smoke were rising from the Gold Sand City, with traces of destruction everywhere. A crowd of warlocks were urging all kinds of extraordinary life forms to frenziedly massacre the Gold Sand City's humans. Flames rose from the munitions factories inside the Gold Sand City, explosions ringing constantly. An exceedingly savage behemoth barged about the Gold Sand City, ripping all the battle robots bearing its way to shreds. As if detecting something, the extremely savage behemoth turned its head. Its eyes flickered with an extremely savage radiance, and it snarled, "Yang Feng, you idiot! You actually went out with Steel City's main forces. You're screwed. Savage Claw will destroy all of Steel City's munitions factories and sever your supply of military forces. After this battle, you and your uncle, I'll pull out your tendons, skin you, chop you to pieces, and then feed you to my dogs. Kill! Kill!" The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Kill! In the surroundings of the broken munitions factories, savage, extraordinary life forms issued angry bellows. They were the Savage Claw's warlocks morphed into powerful being. Chapter 178, Nuclear Explosion, Breaching the City. Chapter 178, Nuclear Explosion, Breaching the City. Translator, Xuanhuan. Seeing this scene, the pretty complexions of Cheyenne and the dark elven experts changed slightly. Cheyenne had an unsightly expression as she whispered, "That's Behemoth Claw Conrath, the leader of Savage Claw." There were already countless experts from Warlock Convention and Black Dragon Tower inside St. Colin City, protecting it. Now that the munitions factories in the rear had been taken down by Savage Claw, Yang Feng was in a dilemma. As long as he took the wrong step, it would be his undoing. As for your reinforcements, Aldrich gave a faint smile, reached out, and the image above the magic screen changed. The magic screen displayed 500-odd level for battle robots torn into countless pieces. Next to the battle robots stood a handsome golden-haired and blue-eyed middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure. Cheyenne's pretty countenance changed and she exclaimed, "That's Steel White Elephant Horus. White Elephant Ivory's Tower Master." Horus turned towards Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Yang Feng, all your reinforcements are being intercepted by me. I'll lead all of White Elephant Ivory's warlocks and attack you from the rear after wiping out all of your reinforcements. Without backup, you're destined to die here." The image in the magic screen above St. Colin City kept swiveling, displaying the remains of level for battle robots, as well as the remains of various munitions factories. Regardless of status, the peak warlocks from Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory were destroying the Mechanical Legion reinforcements and the munitions factories all over. Aldrich had only given Yang Feng 2 days' time. He didn't want for the Mechanical Legion to gather in its entirety. Through this method, the experts from Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory could now easily wipe out Yang Feng's reinforcements and sever his logistics. To weaken one's opponent through a variety of means, to seek success regardless of means, that was Starlight Aldrich's style. Cheyenne's pretty face changed slightly, and she reminded, "Sir, let's call it a day. Our preparation are not adequate. Let's retreat to Steel City. We should wait until the time is ripe to once more send our troops, settling them in one go. You've already done enough for Eunice and Judy. If you're defeated here, then there will be no one to take revenge for them." Defilia also sighed faintly, and a touch of unwillingness flashed past her pretty eyes. "Yang Feng, I also agree with Cheyenne's proposal. If it cannot be done, then don't deplete your power needlessly. Yeah, there is a proverb in the east of the world of warlocks, 'He who has health has hope.' Sir, let's withdraw first." "That's right. We should retreat first, bide our time a few years until our army is powerful enough, and then use all our forces to get rid of them." "Women, how many of them do you want?" "Sir, we, dark elves, have no shortage of beautiful women. As long as you want to, then everyone is willing to service you. But let's withdraw first." freowebnovel.com. The dark elven upper echelons had wavering expressions as they persuaded Yang Feng. They didn't want to die here. A resolute glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said solemnly, "There's no need to say more. I've already decided. We need to breach Warlock Convention by today. As long as Warlock Convention is breached, then all our problems will be solved." The people standing beside Yang Feng looked at each other, traces of disapproval flashing past their eyes. Warlock Convention's base was built by the ancient warlocks. How could it be so easily conquered? Defilia was pleased to hear that, but she felt also puzzled. complex feelings interwove within her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng suddenly gave an order. Pass my order. Everyone is to immediately retreat 30 kilometers. After hearing the order, the battle robots quickly retreated. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Are they retreating or luring the enemy? Aldrich was full of doubts when he saw this, yet he didn't send people to chase. Warlock College Antalya could not defeat Yang Feng's mechanical legion in field warfare, and even if great warlocks were dispatched, it was not like Yang Feng had no great warlock rank experts of his own. They are retreating? This seals my fate. Hopelessness flashed past Eunice's beautiful eyes, and she gave a faint sight. As per Yang Feng's orders, the mechanical legion withdrew until a distance of 30 kilometers from Warlock College Antalya before stopping. Everyone was somewhat at a loss regarding Yang Feng's order, and some dark elven upper echelon's eyes even revealed glints of disdain as they looked at Yang Feng. Dark elves only respected the strong. Therefore, Yang Feng's decisive retreat made most of them look down on him. Yang Feng took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, then looked in the direction of the distant Warlock College Antalya, and ordered faintly, "Detonate!" Boom! The nuclear warheads mounted by phantom assassins below St. Colin City's 9 Warlock towers instantly exploded, before an endless amount of light and heat engulfed St. Colin City's 9 Warlock towers in a flash. A horrifying shock wave instantly devastated St. Colin City. All hell had broken loose. The more than 1 million Southern States Coalition's night-rank experts were engulfed by the terrifying shock waves above St. Colin City's city wall. They were turned into ashes by the endless amount of light and heat. The 300 magic artilleries and the more than 300 Black Dragon Towers level 3 warlocks guarding in front of them were also directly vaporized and turned into ashes. No! Aldrich's cry of dismay came from the sky. The magic screen above St. Colin City had collapsed in a flash. Warlock College Antalya's inner court, inside the 7-story tall Warlock Tower. Aldrich! The great Warlock Holden's eyes suddenly widened from anger, and he issued a heart-wrenching roar, before his body instantly exploded, turning into countless fragments of scattered earth. Inside the 7-story tall Warlock Tower, in the moment when Holden's body had exploded, all the other warlocks also had their bodies blow apart. The weakening spell comparable to divine power covering the entire St. Colin City was managed by the warlocks inside the 7-story tall Warlock Tower. Immediately after the spell was destroyed, the warlocks inside the Warlock Tower had suffered a backlash. The ancient energy-absorbing tree was also affected. A lot of the branches had fallen down from the huge tree. Clearly, it had also suffered heavy injuries. The Colossus heavy-duty bombers in the sky were also shrouded by the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. As if raindrops, they fell to the ground before bursting into flames. The lightning supersonic fighters were also affected. They dropped from the sky and then exploded. Tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony Morphed Black Dragon, who was in a high from the killing in the sky, was also affected by the shock waves from the nuclear explosion. He spat out a big mouthful of blood. Motionless just like a stone, the mechanical black dragon hidden in the clouds suddenly opened its eyes, an ominous glint flickering in its electronic eyes. It dropped from the sky, opened its bloody maw, and fiercely bit at the tyrannical black dragon Anthony Morphed Black Dragon's neck, before vigorously tearing off a large chunk of flesh. "Fuck! Stinking golem! Break for me!" Anthony gave a furious roar, and ferociously whipped at the mechanical black dragon with his tail, sending the strongest mechanical battle beast under Yang Feng's control flying for more than a dozen meters. After the mechanical black dragon was sent flying for more than a dozen meters, it flapped its wings and flew towards Anthony. "Aldrich, you good for nothing." Anthony looked down below, at the place where the 9 Warlock Towers and the 300 Black Dragon Towers level 3 warlocks used to be yet were no mere, then faced the sky and gave a roar full of grief and indignation. He cast a spell, turned into a black light, and quickly fled in the direction of Black Dragon Tower. "This Anthony is quite the resolute one. This old ghost is really difficult to kill." In the clouds, the space distorted, following which, Carolina emerged slowly. She looked at the fleeing Anthony in the distance, and sighed faintly. According to Yang Feng's plan, Carolina should have appeared when Anthony and Aldrich were battered, reaping Anthony's life in one fell swoop. But Anthony was extremely cunning. He immediately escaped after seeing that things were going awry. Carolina didn't have the ability to make Anthony stay behind when he wanted to leave. Carolina looked down at St. Colin City, and fear flashed past her beautiful eyes. St. Colin City was actually breached. The power of those weapons is truly terrifying. St. Colin City's defensive strength was exceedingly terrifying. Even if it was Carolina who wanted to destroy the 9 Warlock towers located above the city wall, she would still find it exceedingly challenging. Unless there was a mole. Otherwise, it was practically impossible to breach the city. However, St. Colin City, which was renowned for being unconquerable, was actually breached by Yang Feng. Carolina had mixed feelings about it, because it meant that even St. Rose City might not withstand the offensive from Yang Feng's mechanical legion. What is this power? It's too terrifying. Is this the power of the gods? It's too scary. Such destructive strength, it's just too scary. The dark elven experts were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, not daring to believe their eyes. Their ears were hurting badly because of the shock wave. Were it not for the level 8 shield robots opening their defensive covers to protect them, then by now they would definitely be seriously injured. Cheyenne was gobsmacked, her pretty eyes full of reverence as she looked at Yang Feng. It's too scary. Such a destructive might. Perhaps only when giving their all-might gods be capable of accomplishing the same. Shock flashed past Dephilia's beautiful eyes. Such terrifying weapons. Such weapons are simply too scary. No wonder 18 great Warlock rank experts had fallen in Black City. Joanna was equally gobsmacked, her pretty eyes brimming with shock and fear. Fortunately, I had chosen to surrender. Otherwise, once he used those weapons, an untold amount of Dark Elves would have died. The entire city of Dark Elves would not enough to kill him. Chapter 179, Entering the City. Chapter 179, Entering the City. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Enter the city!" Alike ants, 200,000 level, 8 battle robots along with 2 million level 4 humanoid robots swiftly moved towards St. Colin City. Even though St. Colin City's 9 Warlock towers were already destroyed, Yang Feng was still apprehensive of carelessly dispatching all his troops. As a base constructed by the ancient Warlocks, plus Warlock College Antalia's several millennia of accumulations, it was unknown how many trump cards St. Colin City had. If the Mechanical Legion was to enter in its entirety, then were to be hit by a formidable spell and turned into ash, by then Yang Feng would have nothing left to do except lament his stupidity. While under the protection of 100,000 battle robots, Yang Feng personally entered St. Colin City. Anyway, even if this avatar were to be eliminated, he still had countless avatars replace it with. St. Colin City is really something. It could even withstand a nuclear explosion. As soon as Yang Feng entered St. Colin City, he couldn't help but to constrict his gaze slightly. The explosion from the 9 nuclear warheads had merely destroyed more than half of St. Colin City's city wall. Meanwhile, while St. Colin City was covered in a protective spell, the might of the nuclear warheads was weakened greatly and had just extended 500 meters into the city. Miraculously, St. Colin City was intact after the nuclear explosion, with only its city wall destroyed and its garrison annihilated. Practically the entire garrison in the vicinity of St. Colin City's city wall was eliminated by the 9 nuclear warheads in one fell swoop. Yang Feng directly marched into the city, before heading towards the inner court. Warlock College Antalia's inner court was the core of St. Colin City. Once the inner court was captured, then St. Colin City would fall into Yang Feng's hands. But if the inner court was not captured, then even if Yang Feng were to occupy St. Colin City, it still wouldn't amount to much. While under the protection of the huge Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng arrived before Warlock College Antalia's gate. Yang Feng was filled with myriad emotions as he looked at Warlock College Antalia's gate. A few years ago, he was still racking his brain about how to enter Warlock College Antalia. Furthermore, he received a blow from Scarlet Hand's Blitz, and was bullied by Tutor Eunice. But now, he had actually arrived before Warlock College Antalia as a conqueror, bringing along an army of countless experts. Yang Feng looked silently at Warlock College Antalya, and then directly entered into the college. In Warlock College Antalya's outer court, there were still some students who weren't even apprentice warlocks. When those students saw Yang Feng and the Mechanical Legion behind him, their eyes flickered with panic and fear. They surrendered. Suddenly, an extremely excited cry came from the crowd. "Is it you, Yang Feng?" "It's me, Gars." Yang Feng followed the voice and spotted a youngster standing in the crowd. It was Gars, who had accompanied Yang Feng through Hunting Fang's wilderness all those years ago. "So it's you, Gars, come over." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand. The battle robots gave way. Gars had a complicated look, a touch of envy and jealousy flashing past the depths of his eyes. He exclaimed, "Yang Feng, you changed so much in the few years I haven't seen you." A few years later, Gars was still an outer court student in Warlock College Antalya, while Yang Feng was not only a powerful level 1 warlock, but also a marshal of the Steel City, commanding the Mechanical Legion to breach St. Colin City. The strength and status of both parties was worlds apart. It was only natural for Gars to feel a bit strange. Yang Feng said lightly, "MHM, let's catch up after I capture Warlock College Antalya's inner court." Gars felt the pressure related to authority coming from Yang Feng. He answered involuntarily, "Okay." The enormous Mechanical Legion advanced quickly, before stopping outside of the entrance to Warlock College Antalya's inner court. "This is the entrance to Warlock College Antalya's inner court. No one is permitted entry." The huge Moloch direwolf, Dulimuk, opened its eyes, staring at Yang Feng and the enormous Mechanical Legion. It barked and erupted with a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock in a flash. It absorbed the stones in its surroundings, gathering them into a thick layer of rock armor. A peculiar glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he persuaded, "Dulimuk, St. Colin City was already breached by me. From this day forward, Warlock College Antalya will become history. Renounce Warlock College Antalya and follow me. Okay? I need your assistance. I'm willing to give you double the benefits you get from Warlock College Antalya." Dulimuk's eyes widened. It barked, "I promised my master to guard Warlock College Antalya. Pledges issued by Moloch direwolves are not to be violated. If you want to enter the inner court, then you must step over my dead body." After saying that, Dulimuk suddenly jumped, and like a bolt of lightning, madly pounced at Yang Feng. Such a loyal wolf. "Unfortunately, it's not on my side." Yang Feng sighed lightly. In the world of warlocks, deceptions and schemes were a common occurrence. The various extraordinary life forms and formidable beings captured from other planes and put to work by warlocks. Every single one of them thought about how to rebel against their masters and gain their freedom. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. Extraordinary life forms as true to their word as the loyal and powerful Dulimuk were rare and precious. A dozen shielded robots suddenly raised their shields and stepped forward to block. Layers of level 3 protective covers suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Yang Feng. freewebnov.com. Dulimuk extended its claw in a mad strike, shattering a protective cover with its terrifying power. Simultaneous, a level 8 shielded robot's shield was caved in by the strike. The shield robot was sent flying, before bumping into another shielded robot. Thousands of gunner robots and artillery robots opened fire in a flash. Countless shell fire bombarded Dulimuk, and countless rock fragments splattered about. Dulimuk resisted for less than 10 seconds, before crumbling into a pile of stones under the concentrated artillery barrage. Moloch direwolves had outstanding physical and magical resistance. However, no matter how outstanding the resistance, it still could not escape its fate while the shell fire from thousands of level 8 gunner robots and artillery robots was concentrated on it. "It's a pity." Yang Feng gave a faint sigh, and then proceeded towards the inner court. A humanoid robot came forward, extracted Dulimuk's magic core, and then put it away. Eunice and Judy had been injected with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir. Through the liquid metal nanorobots, Yang Feng could easily lock down on their position. The Mechanical Legion led by Yang Feng advanced into the inner court, before arriving below the 7-story tall Warlock Tower. Yang Feng, stop! Following the angry roar, Starlight Aldrich, along with Judy and Eunice, appeared atop the 7-story tall tower. At this moment, the hair of the originally calm and ruthless Aldrich was in disarray. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was battered like a beggar. His eyes were full of enmity as he looked at Yang Feng. The power from the extraordinary defensive spell shrouding St. Colin was comparable to a large area of effect defensive divine spell cast with the help of divine power. Even with the help from St. Colin City left by the ancient warlocks, Aldrich had still received a huge backlash from the nuclear explosion. But Aldrich was very crafty. He had transferred the majority of the backlash to Great Warlock Holden as well as the numerous lesser warlocks, blowing them up in one fell swoop. Despite this, he had still suffered rather serious injuries. Thus it was only natural for him to be full of resentful towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the 200,000 level 8 battle robots and numerous level 4 humanoid robots behind him stopped in their steps. Very good. Yang Feng, it seems that you're rather attached to these two women. Immediately hand the control rights to your mechanical legion over. Take Steel City's great warlock rank experts and leave St. Colin City. Otherwise, I'll immediately kill them. A sinister glint flashed past Aldrich's eyes. He flicked his hands casually, and a pair of black claws suddenly appeared, grabbing at throats of Eunice and Judy. The throats of the two women could be squashed at any time. Aldrich, don't be naive. This war determines the life and death of our Steel City. As such, I can't retreat even by half a step. I will never hand the Mechanical Legion's control rights over. Otherwise, wouldn't that spell the death sentence for Steel City's thousands upon thousands of people? I admit that I'm rather attached to Eunice and Judy, but your condition is too excessive. I cannot agree to it. How about this, you return them to me, and I'll give you a way out, giving you a chance at a comeback. People as selfish as yourself put their lives above anything else. Let them go and you'll live past this day. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Yang Feng took a step forward. His eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he barked. Aldrich laughed loudly, contempt filling his eyes. Ha ha! You want to kill me? You think it would be that simple, only relying on your lumps of metal? Although I cannot get rid of your lumps of metal. But if I want to flee, is there anyone in this world who can stop me? In a head-on confrontation, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion was exceedingly mighty. However, to make a peak great warlock like Aldrich stay was nevertheless extremely difficult. Is that so? Do you see this? Yang Feng sneered and pressed on the dimensional crest on his chest. A radiance suddenly flew out and fell on the ground, exposing a silhouette. It was a level 4 extraordinary life form, the mechanical Moffin demonic polar bear. Aldrich said in disdain. Just a single level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical golem? I can easily take such a mechanical golem down. Yang Feng sneered, repeatedly pressing on the dimensional crest on his chest. One after another, a Manny Lightwing Icebird, Kalaman Boa, Fire Lion, Lightning Leopard, and other level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts appeared before Aldrich. Before long, 13 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts had appeared in front of Yang Feng, before emitting terrifying life force and glaring at Aldrich. They were just waiting for Yang Feng's order, ready to pounce at Aldrich and tear him to shreds. Chapter 180 Aldrich's Death. Chapter 180 Aldrich's Death. Translator, Xuanhuan. When he saw this, Aldrich's complexion changed slowly, before becoming very unsightly. As one of Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts, and by drawing support from his demigod rank armament, he could very well challenge 8 odd level 4 extraordinary life forms at the same time when in his top condition. However, he was presently gravely injured. Therefore, if he were to clash with the 13 level 4 extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts facing him, only death would await him if he didn't flee. Aldrich sneered. So what? Even with this many great warlock rank alchemical golems, if I want to flee, you still can't stop me. Is that so? Then let me show you my strongest trump card, God rank armament book of prophecies. Let me show you its power. Yang Feng sneered, flicked his wrist, and a book emitting strange fluctuations of power appeared in his hand. Aldrich became very nervous as he stared at the book in Yang Feng's hand. But then, his eyes spewed boundless flames of anger and he snarled madly, "Book of Prophecies, my ass! This is clearly Clifford's legend rank secret treasure book of Gaia. Are you playing with me?" Yang Feng sighed faintly. "Of course I'm playing with you. Isn't it obvious? Are you retarded?" Aldrich was seething with anger. Just as his anger had died down, when he was staring at Yang Feng, a ghostly silhouette suddenly burst out from amidst the shadows behind his back, before stabbing at Aldrich with the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned. Aldrich instinctively erupted with a powerful life force around his body. The legend rank dagger kiss of the damned easily sliced open Aldrich's force field, which was even capable of somewhat resisting level 4 spells, before stabbing into his back. Instantly, 12 types of curses erupted inside Aldrich. A black gas enveloped him, and he became greatly weakened. The shadow also showed its appearance. It was the legend rank assassin Night Hunter Romulich. While Yang Feng was attracting Aldrich's attention, Romulich seized this opportunity to make her move, and stabbed Aldrich's abdomen with the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned in one fell swoop. "Bitch, drop dead." His eyes bloodshot, Aldrich pointed at the shadow, before casting the level 4 death-type spell Disintegrate in a flash. A ray of disintegration was shot at Romulich. Once the level 4 death-type spell Disintegrate was cast, then even great Warlock rank experts would have a great probability to be insta-killed if hit. It was a horrifying spell. When it came to the legend rank assassin Romulich, if she were to be hit by Disintegrate, then there was a probability of more than 90% that she would be insta-killed, becoming a pile of residue. At this moment, an azure light curtain appeared in front of Romulich. The green disintegration ray hit the azure curtain, before shattering it shortly after. Romulich seized this chance to pull out the dagger and sever the claws at the throats of Eunice and Judy. She reached out, grabbed the two women by the shoulders, and vigorously pulled at them. The tender bodies quickly drifted backwards, before rushing towards Yang Feng's camp. The black gas from the curses twisted around Aldrich. An extremely resentful glint flickered in Aldrich's eyes, and he barked, "You can't save them! I've already cast spells on them. As long as I will it, then their souls will collapse and they'll turn into dead bodies." Aldrich just finished speaking, when Eunice and Judy suddenly shrieked, twitching all over, their eyes white. Their bodies bulged, as if some terrifying, strange life form was roaming inside them. Threads of blood flowed out of their mouths. "Really? Unfortunately, my spells are customized to restrain yours." Carolina stepped out from an empty space, flicked her wrist, and the rose divine mirror suddenly appeared in her lily-white hand. The mirror illuminated Eunice and Judy. A sacred, bright white light illuminated Eunice and Judy. Painful expressions crept onto the faces of Eunice and Judy. The two women spread open their lips. Black wisps of mist exited their mouths and gathered into human faces screaming miserably, before being purified by the sacred white light and vanishing. A glint of despair flashed past Aldrich's eyes, and he issued a beast-like growl. "Carolina, it's you. You've also come." In Tyrannid subcontinent, St. Rose Carolina was an expert known for being capable of purifying all kinds of wicked spells. St. Rose Radiant Book was one of Tyrannid subcontinent's strongest secret methods, capable of purifying an uncountable number of wicked spells. With Carolina around, regardless of how many wicked spells Aldrich used on Eunice and Judy, all would be purified. Carolina chuckled. "That's right, Aldrich. I came to witness your fall. At that time, when you flaunted your prowess at Rose Garden, had you ever thought that this day would come?" The mechanical black dragon emitting traces of an ancient black dragon's pressure unexpectedly appeared behind Aldrich, blocking his escape route. Aldrich's complexion went through various changes, before against everyone's expectations. He suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly towards Yang Feng and implored, "Sir Yang Feng, please spare my wretched life. You can cast a controlling spell on me. I just ask that you spare my wretched life. After all, I'm Eunice's father." I'm the only relative she has left in the world. I beg you, spare my life. I'm a great Warlock rank expert, and I know all the secrets in Warlock College Antalya. As long as you take me as a slave, then I'll tell you all that I know, allowing you to take control of Warlock College Antalya with ease. A peculiar glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. Knowing when to yield and when to resist, truly worthy of an ambitious and ruthless character. Carolina saw Aldrich covering and wagging his tail in front of Yang Feng, and a glint of disdain flashed past her beautiful eyes. What a disappointment! A glint of contempt flashed past of Romulaj's pretty eyes. Although Yang Feng had also forced her to submit, yet she hadn't stooped so low as to cover and wag her tail. Aldrich was one of the most powerful great warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent, as well as Warlock College Antalya's dean. For such a big shot to actually behave so deplorably when confronted with a life-or-death situation gave rise to a description in Romulaj's mind, unworthy of one's name. Yang Feng waved his hand. A humanoid robot holding a syringe with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir went next to Aldrich, grabbed his right arm, and then directly injected the elixir. Aldrich's immune system instinctively moved to eliminate 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots. His complexion changed slightly, yet he didn't show any signs of resistance as he knelt on the ground. Only death would await Aldrich if he resisted while being watched by so many experts. After seeing the liquid metal nanorobot elixir being injected into Aldrich, Yang Feng turned towards Eunice and asked, "I had promised you to kill him. Therefore, I'll let you decide whether he lives or dies. Just say the word, and he's dead." Aldrich had immediately turned pale from fright, before raising his head to look at Yang Feng and saying, "Master, you agreed to spare my wretched life. The most up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, "Haha, when had I done that? It's just your own wishful thinking. The one to decide your fate is your daughter Eunice and not me." Aldrich immediately turned towards Eunice, prostrated himself on the ground, and started pleading, "Eunice, my daughter, my dear daughter, I know I wronged you. I beg you, please spare my life. I beg you, for the sake of me being your father, please spare my life. The resources accumulated through the years, I'll gift them all to you. Moreover, with my pointers, you are bound to reach the great warlock rank." Eunice gave Aldrich a profound look, deep-seated resentment concealed in her beautiful eyes. "Aldrich, my dear father, at that time, I had also implored you to spare my mother and older sister. Yet you, the best that you are, in order to have a slight progress in your power, had mercilessly murdered them. I'll never forgive you. Master, kill this beast. Henceforth, my body and heart are yours." fgaewebnvel.com. "Okay, then die." A touch of regret flashed past the abyss of Yang Feng's eyes, and he said faintly to Aldrich, "No." Aldrich issued an extremely mournful cry. His face twisted. His body swelled up uncontrollably, and he exploded with a pop. Only his head rolling on the ground was left intact. His breath of life had faded. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were many extraordinary life forms capable of surviving with just their head remaining, yet Aldrich was obviously not such a life form. Carolina and Romulaj shivered slightly inside when they saw this. Aldrich was a formidable existence of the pinnacle great warlock rank. Even though he was pierced by Romulaj's kiss of the damned and his strength was weakened by more than 90%, yet he was still very powerful. His fighting strength was comparable to that of an ordinary great warlock. Such an exceptional expert, with just a sentence from Yang Feng, had met a violent end without any strength to resist. This was an eye-opener to the two women with regards to the dread of the god-eradicating elixir. Yang Feng watched Aldrich's corpse, a touch of regret flashing past the depths of his eyes. Although Aldrich had no moral integrity, yet he was still a genuine pinnacle great warlock existence. If it was not for Eunice, then Yang Feng would not miss the chance to take him as a subordinate, and consequently increase his forces. After all, although Aldrich's character was no good, yet his strength was tyrannical, and his conduct was shrewd and ruthless. He was despicable, and there was no lows to which he couldn't stoop. He was a first-rate veteran at doing dirty work. "Thank you, Master. From today, my body and heart are yours." Eunice pounced into Yang Feng's arms, gave him a deep kiss on the mouth. Her eyes charming, her body exuding an enchanting luster. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.